The Beginning of Douluo with a pan. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Tang Heo takes action. The Pope is in danger. In this situation, almost everyone released their martial souls, but only this man in black. From the time he appeared until now, everyone only knows that he is a titled Douluo, but they don't know what his martial soul is. Exclamation mark. He is deliberately concealing his martial spirit. Bibi Dong could almost conclude in her heart at this moment. The Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect, and the golden hammer with the dragon pattern of this mysterious strongman, they are really too similar. Maybe there is some kind of connection. Therefore, she couldn't let Tang Lin and the others go away easily. She had to find a way to test out their trump card. He killed the person who deserved to be killed. Tang Lin snorted coldly. However, when they heard Bibi Dong's words just now, some of their faces were already a little ugly, because even though they knew that Tang Feng killed the person who deserved to be killed, the matter was still handled by Wuhan Palace. But Tang Lin and others also knew that now. They could not retreat. They could only act more forcefully and domineeringly. Only in this way could they have the slightest chance of intimidating these people in Wuhan Palace, or at least, let them have the chance to do so. Scruples. The master of the Wuhan Hall and Blood Moon City, the younger brother of Mukashin, relied on his status as the deacon of the Wuhan Hall to bully the weak, robbed civilian girls, and even killed innocent civilians indiscriminately. This person deserves to die. Our people, I help you clean up the door of Wuhan Palace. If you don't thank me, why don't you blame us? The second elder snorted coldly and said coldly with the aura of a titled Douluo faintly emerging. Tang Lin's eyes were cold as he glanced at the 6 Bibi Dongs. What nonsense are you talking to them about? If they don't obey, just beat them until they obey. While speaking, 5 black soul rings slowly appeared on the soles of Tang Lin's feet, and his aura suddenly rose from Soul King to level 89 Soul Douluo. The second elder next to him also released his own huge momentum, which was much stronger than Tang Xiao's. Nodding, I mean to take action directly. Tang Xiao looked down at Tang Lin in the air, pondered for a moment, then looked up at Bibi Dong, and asked coldly, does the Pope intend to let us take the person away? Bibi Dong also looked at Tang Xiao with deep eyes, without any response, but the meaning was already obvious. Now she felt more and more that there was something wrong with this mysterious strong man and the man in black, and they had even joined forces with the Haotian sect. So how could she let Tang Feng leave so easily, before she knew better? Good, very good. Tang Xiao was not angry, he just smiled and nodded. 9 soul rings, 4 black and 5 red, slowly appeared on the soles of his feet. He moved forward step by step. Although my strength is considered poor among our brothers, I can't stand it with just these few of you. I'm afraid they can't keep us. Of course, I also know the strength of your Wuhan Palace. There are probably many people who are still hiding in the dark at this time, right? Ask them all to come out together, so as not to come out one by one later. Trouble. Tang Xiao paused in his steps, already holding the golden hammer in his hand, with an arrogant and indifferent look on his face, as if these titled Douluo in front of him were not worth a second look in his eyes. However, he was already feeling uneasy at this time, because he didn't know how many people were hiding in Wuhan Hall, and he didn't know if his group could leave safely. When he heard Tang Xiao's words, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. Tang Xiao was so powerful, but his strength was actually inferior among his more than 10 brothers. Thinking of Tang Lin's name for him, Uncle 11, and Tang Lin's abnormal strength, could it be that there really is such a terrifying force overseas? Bibi Dong's expression became more and more solemn. Should we risk offending an extremely mysterious and powerful force, and take action against them? She gradually hesitated. You can leave. Tang Feng must stay. Although the person he killed is indeed guilty, he is also a member of our Wuhan Palace. Whether he should be killed or not should be judged by our Wuhan Palace. He is challenging our Wuhan Palace. Majesty. Bibi Dong did not answer Tang Xiao's words, but directly stated the reason why Tang Feng could not be let go. Although she was a little tangled, in the end, she still felt that she had to follow her inner intuition. These people appeared too weird and were definitely deceitful. Now that Wuhan Palace was taking over, how could she, who was so dignified in Wuhan Palace, be deceived by others? Threatened. Before Tang Xiao and the others could make a move, Bibi Dong had already taken action. She was very fast, and combined with the two super Douluo of Yuguan Ghost and Demon, suddenly took action against Tang Xiao. The rest of the title Douluo came directly towards Tang Lin and the others. On the surface, they wanted to test the strength of Tang Lin and the others. In fact, their ultimate goal was to snatch Tang Feng away. Bibi Dong finally felt that Tang Heo was watching nearby, and Tang Heo would only come out if Tang Feng was in her hands. Tang Xiao had already taken precautions and swung the clear sky hammer to attack directly. Yu Guan and the others wanted to use the combined martial arts technique, but how could he give them this chance? After blowing Bibi Dong away with one hammer, he directly hammered Yu Guan and the two of them. They had no choice but to give up. At this time, Bibi Dong's strength was only level 92. Although she had a 10-year level soul ring, there was still a gap when facing Tang Xiao, who was about to enter level 96. Even if Yu Guan and Gui Mei took action together, in the hands of the power attack type Tang Xiao, he still didn't get any advantage. And the other side, let me deal with the three of them. When Tang Lin knew that their target was his father, he immediately asked the second elder to lead his father to stand behind him, because the second elder could not display his martial spirit in front of everyone at this time, and he himself directly blocked three titled Douluo. The battle broke out like this. Boy, I asked you to leave, but you refused to leave. Today, I will make you pay the price for killing Han Teng. The three of them immediately attacked Tang Lin together. They had no intention of looking down on Tang Lin, so when they struck, it was their own powerful blow, intending not to give Tang Lin any chance. Tang Lin grinned, and the size of the pan instantly more than doubled. The fifth soul ring under his feet lit up, the pan instantly ignited with blazing flames, and the fifth soul skill burst out instantly. Boom. Although Tang Lin's fifth soul skill is very strong, the three titled Douluo are even stronger. Although part of the attack was blocked by the pan, about half of the attack still hit Tang Lin directly. Tang Lin was instantly blown away more than 10 meters. The second elder was still watching coldly, but he had already clenched his fist tightly in his hand. If it didn't work, he would have no choice but to take action. The three elders of Wuhan Palace hit the target immediately and smiled. However, they did not give Tang Lin another chance and headed straight for Tang Feng and the second elder. The second elder had no choice but to put the unconscious Tang Feng on the ground. Just when he was about to take action, a golden figure appeared in front of him. Tang Lin patted his chest. I told you, let me handle the three of them. Take him away as soon as possible. They had discussed before that if they wanted to leave, the second elder would take Tang Feng and leave first, while the others would stay behind. The second elder didn't hesitate at all, nodded immediately, and without saying a word, took Tang Feng away through the air. Not good. Just as the three titled Douluo were about to catch up, Tang Lin appeared in front of them in an instant. You are the fastest, you go after them. Let's stop this kid. An elder said instantly, and at the same time he and an elder beside him took action against Tang Lin. Okay. Stop him. Started however, they still underestimated Tang Lin's speed. The man who was chasing him instantly realized something was wrong. Suddenly, a huge pan swept towards him. He had to retreat immediately. He was forced back by Tang Lin again. Bibi Dong also discovered the situation here, and immediately said to Yu Guan and the others, you two hold him back. Yu Guan and the others understood, and immediately entangled Tang Xiao, while Bibi Dong chased directly in the direction of the second elder. HMPH. Boy, no matter how fast you are, what's the matter? At most, you can stop the three of us for a moment. Now that the Pope himself takes action, that guy may not be able to escape. Seeing Bibi Dong chasing after him, the three of them suddenly he laughed and started to surround Tang Lin at the same time. Really? Tang Lin smiled coldly. They suddenly frowned, expecting Tang Lin to show a hint of worry, but what they didn't expect was Tang Lin's strange smile. Then his figure gradually became blurred and disappeared in front of them in a moment. Careful. With Elder Han Teng's warning, the three of them instantly became vigilant. At the same time, The second elder took Tang Feng and fled in the direction of the Great Reform, but because he still had Tang Feng with him, his speed was too slow. He barely ran far before he sensed Bibi Dong chasing after him. But he didn't panic at all and still ran away according to his own route. Bibi Dong behind him suddenly felt that something was wrong. Just when he was about to catch up with the second elder, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in front of him. Bibi Dong. The cold voice seemed to come from far away and yet very close. Bibi Dong stopped instantly, frowned slightly, and suddenly looked up, only to see a hammer as black as ink in the sky hitting her instantly. Come down. Heyo Douluo, Tang Heyo. Bibi Dong gritted his teeth. Boom. The moment I just finished speaking, Bibi Dong was directly shot down from the sky by Tang Heyo and shot straight into the mountain peaks on the ground. Bibi Dong's current strength is far inferior to Tang Heyo, and now she is suddenly attacked by Tang Heyo. How can she resist Tang Heyo's attack? Blood Moon City, Wuhan Palace. Feeling a powerful aura appearing in the distance, Yu Guan, Gui Mei and the two looked at each other and suddenly felt something bad. The three elders also realized that something was wrong. Yu Guan and the others realized at this moment that the mysterious person in front of them, including the young man, had never really shown a trace of worry since the Pope left and had no intention of pursuing him. Instead, he seemed to stay here on purpose to fight them. No, the Pope is in danger. The five titled Douluo almost spoke in unison. Chapter 177. Level 98 Super Strongman, Golden Crocodile Douluo. After Yu Guan and Gui Mei suddenly reacted, they looked at each other. Yu Guan immediately jumped up and attacked Tang Xiao fiercely. At this time, Gui Douluo used his speed and Gui Mei's body skills to escape quickly. At the scene, go to help the Pope. Oh. However, how could Tang Xiao give the two of them a chance when Yu Guan's attack was instantly blocked by the huge golden hammer in Tang Xiao's hand? Tang Xiao's figure had already appeared in front of Ghost Douluo. The brief confrontation made them deeply realize how powerful the man in front of them was. It seemed a bit unrealistic to help the Pope before leaving his hands. Moreover, as long as one of them left, the other would face Tang Xiao alone. You will definitely be unable to resist it. Yu Guan was knocked away by the clear sky hammer, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. While he was worried about the Pope, his face also turned dark and ugly. The ghost looked at Tang Xiao solemnly. He never expected that his speed would be faster than Tang Xiao's. There is no advantage in front of me. HMPH. Facing me, you actually worry about others? Tang Xiao stood in the air and said coldly. The mask and several 10-year-old soul rings made him mysterious and powerful in front of their eyes. Boom. At this moment, Tang Lin's figure suddenly appeared. The sniper field was fully opened in an instant, and 98k bullets were fired at high speed. One of the three Douluo who had just reacted was about to go to support the Pope, but was knocked back by the sudden strong sense of crisis. The three of them had to immediately be wary of Tang Lin. They were originally besieging Tang Lin and Tang Xiao, but the battle situation turned around almost instantly, and it was Tang Lin and the two who held back their five titled Douluo. The other side, caught off guard, Bibi Dong was blasted into the ground by Tang Heyo's hammer. She immediately vomited blood and turned pale. How is that possible? Bibi Dong slowly got up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and frowned. She knew that Tang Heyo might appear, but she never thought that Tang Heyo's blow could be so powerful that she felt like her body was about to fall apart at the moment. Tang Heyo. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. After a brief surprise, her heart had changed. In an instant, she jumped into the air, with 9 gorgeous souls under her feet. Yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 and red. Huan slowly emerged. To be honest, she never thought that one day she would have a battle with Heyo Douluo. In her plan, Tang Heyo was a stumbling block for her Wuhan palace to dominate the world. After learning that Tang Heyo and Yu Yuanxin had a battle, she was extremely happy and immediately decided to do it no matter what. Tang Heyo was injured. Solve the hidden danger of Tang Heyo before. At this moment, although she was slightly injured due to her carelessness, she did not show any sign of being angry. Instead, she felt inexplicably excited and extremely excited. You did show up, Tang Heyo. Bibi Dong, do you, Spirit Hall, really want to get rid of me? Tang Heo looked at Bibi Dong coldly. Bibi Dong's soul ring was flashing under her feet. With her perfect figure and peerless face, she looked like an angel. However, after the corners of her mouth raised, all of this became something that no one dared to look at directly. Because you are Haoshan Douluo. At this time, her heart suddenly became complicated. Tang Heo seriously injured Kayang Sunji, who forcibly defiled her, giving her the opportunity to kill Kayang Sunji, and even took the position of Pope of Wuhan Palace because of it. She could treat Tang Heo. It is said that there is no deep hatred. However, Tang Heo was too powerful. When he had just broken through the title Douluo 6 years ago, he could seriously injure level 95 Kayang Sunji. At that time, there were also superpowers such as Yiguan Ghost and countless masters from Wuhan Palace. At the scene, Tang Heo's fighting power made her feel the terror of Haoshan Douluo, and she had to put Tang Heo on the list of hidden dangers that must be eliminated. Because she didn't want someone like Tang Chen to appear in the Haoshan sect, which would hinder her future hegemony. Humph. It's just you? Tang Zio's deep voice was full of confidence and disdain for Bibi Dong. However, at this moment, Bibi Dong was indeed no match for Tang Heo. Your current state is different from what I imagined. It's very different. I really want to know how you did it. After careful observation at this moment, Bibi Dong discovered that Tang Heo's state was exactly as she imagined. What a difference. You must know that in the battle with Wuhan Palace 6 years ago, she knew that Tang Heo had been seriously injured. In the past few years, he had been chased and killed several times by Kandao Liu, the great priest. His injuries would only get worse, and it was impossible to survive. The opportunity is restored, and not long ago, he had a battle with Yu Yuansen. It is said that no matter how good his physical condition is, he should be seriously injured. It is completely impossible to have such an overwhelming momentum. Could it be that you and Yu Yuansen are deliberately acting for me to see in Wuhan Palace? Bibi Dong thought of a possibility. The upper three sects are connected with each other. Perhaps Tang Heo recovered to this point with the help of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family and the Kibao Glazed sect. However, his battle with Yu Yuansen was definitely not in the information she received. Just as said, performing a show for your Wuhan Palace? You think too highly of your Wuhan Palace. I'm afraid Yu Yuansen is still recovering from his injuries at this moment. Tang Heo said coldly. Although he didn't want the Wuhan Palace to notice Tang Lin, he also I don't want to discredit the Kibao Glazed sect and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh, really? Bibi Dong asked doubtfully. If this is true, it means that Wuhan Palace's information is correct, which means that Tang Heo was injured at that time. But if this is true, how could he return to such a peak state in such a short period of time? Bibi Dong, you are not my opponent yet, get out. Tang Heo frowned coldly, but the next moment, in Bibi Dong's cold smile, he felt a powerful aura in the distance approaching at great speed. However, he still doesn't care at all. He will not back down. Now that the second elder is fleeing with Tang Feng, he will not let anyone jump over here to chase him. In fact, he also knew that Bibi Dong might have never cared about Tang Feng's life and death. She probably chased Tang Feng out just to lure herself, or the people from the Haoshan sect out. At this moment, Bibi Dong really just wanted to get rid of Tang Heo. As for Tang Feng, she didn't care. She was very concerned about the sudden appearance of Tang Lin. No one knew that. When she secretly observed Tang Lin, she even felt a little uneasy in her heart. Even in front of the mysterious and powerful Tang Zio, she did not feel this way. This feeling. So even if Tang Lin killed Han Teng, she had no intention of pursuing Tang Lin. As for the overseas forces, she didn't want to confront them so early now. She would solve them after the continent was unified. I know your purpose, but you misjudged my strength. Do you think you can get what you want? Although your current state is indeed beyond all of our expectations, since I have decided to deal with you, I have naturally calculated all the possible situations. Although the sudden intervention of the overseas force made me a little surprised. Not yet, but still within my control, so today must be your death day for Tang Heo. Bibi Dong said coldly at the same time. Tang Heo. In the sky far away, an angry shout came. Boom. In an instant, a powerful aura hit his face. The winds and clouds in the sky are changing. and thunder is exploding. In midair, a figure appeared next to Bibi Dong. Second offering. Bibi Dong politely called her sister. This person is needed now, so even Bibi Dong, who is the Pope, has to respect him a bit. After all, the person in front of him is the powerful second priest of Wuhan Palace, Golden Crocodile Douluo. The great enshrinement has an order to kill Tang Heo. The second worshipper didn't even glance at Bibi Dong, but looked directly at Tang Heo and said, in his heart, he will always be loyal to Wuhan Palace, the Grand Priest, and the Angel family. However, the current Pope of Wuhan Palace is a foreigner, Bibi Dong, which makes him not so friendly to Bibi Dong. But Bibi Dong didn't care. Zhang Feng had lived for 50 years, and even Khan Daoliu had to show courtesy to people with 3 points. Moreover, at that time, he was quite opposed to a person with a foreign surname being appointed as the Pope of Wuhan Palace. It's normal to give her face. Golden Crocodile? Tang Heo didn't seem too surprised by the sudden appearance of the second worshipper. He just sneered and said coldly, you alone want to kill me, Tang Heo? Hahaha, you'd better go back. Keep practicing and practice. Let thousands of Dao flow through. Your Dao practice is not enough. No, it's enough. Golden Crocodile Douluo hated Tang Heo extremely much. Because Tang Heo killed the previous Pope Khan Zhongji, his hatred for Tang Heo was far stronger than that of others, even more powerful than Khan Dao today. The flow is even stronger. Therefore, he also has a very good understanding of Tang Heo's strength. The youngest title Douluo in Douluo continent is indeed a peerless genius. When he knew that Bibi Dong wanted to lure Tang Heo out, he took the initiative to invite Khan Daoliu out. Originally, he was full of confidence. After all, what he learned was that Tang Heo should be seriously injured, and his mental state should be depressed. But now, when he looked at it, he showed a trace of solemnity, and Tang Lin didn't look injured at all. Junior is too arrogant, Jin Crocodile said coldly. At the same time, he was also curious, how did Tang Heo return to his peak state? Even the soul power has been improved, reaching level 94. But even so, he didn't care. He was a level 98 super title Douluo, and one of the strongest combat powers in the entire Wuhan Palace. Naturally, he was afraid of a junior like Tang Heo. However, Heo Shandaoluo's combat power had always been terrifying. It might be really difficult to kill Tang Heo by himself. Bibi Dong, Jin Crocodile, you don't really think that you two can keep me, Tang Heo, here, right? Don't you know that Khan Daoliu has chased me many times, but failed to do anything to me? Bibi Dong and Jin Crocodile suddenly looked a little ugly. Tang Heo was right. They also knew that Tang Heo had a leg soul bone, so they also felt some pressure. If they are allowed to fight against Tang Heo, they will naturally not panic, but it is indeed a bit difficult to keep Tang Heo, because of Tang Heo's explosive combat power and his speed. It is really difficult. In fact, Bibi Dong's plan was originally flawless. As long as Tang Heo showed up, it was basically a certain death situation. However, she never expected that Tang Heo would suddenly return to his peak state, and his momentum seemed to be stronger than before. That was obviously the strength has been improved again. Chapter 178. Tang Heo's terrifying explosive power. Blood Moon City, Wuhan Palace. The battle here still did not stop. After continuous fighting, Yu Guan and Gui Mei gradually discovered that, although they could not escape to support the Pope, the strength of the mysterious strong man in front of them did not seem to be as terrifying as the soul ring he displayed. As for Tang Lin, because he used the Phantom Tank twice, the 3-title Douluo also had a certain understanding of his tactics. Gradually, they also knew how to defend against him. Of course, they had to give up and go to support the Pope idea. Just when they were fighting fiercely suddenly, a powerful aura passed through the sky that made them tremble in their hearts. Everyone in the Wuhan Palace was immediately overjoyed, because judging from the person's aura and the direction he came from, it must be an offering from the Douluo Sacrifice Hall in Wuhan City. It was the enshrined master of Douluo Hall who took action. Everyone in the Wuhan Hall was surprised when they saw this scene. The lowest strength among the worshippers in the Wuhan Hall was level 96 soul power, and the strong man who just flew high above their heads was obviously stronger than Yu Guan and the others. Therefore, It must be an offering to the enshrinement hall. At this time, Yu Guan and the others, who were originally restrained by Tang Lin and Tang Zhao, were extremely excited. In contrast, Tang Zhao also showed a look of worry on his face, because just now, he could clearly feel the boundless soul power of that person. But he also notes that his best choice now is not to go to help, but to hold back the two Super Douluo Yu Guan and Gui Mei here, so as not to put any more pressure on Tang Heo. Calculating the time, the second elder and Tang Feng should be out of danger now, right? We just need to hold on until they are completely safe, and then we can evacuate. Tang Zhao thought to himself. However, at this time, 4 more powerful titled Douluoers appeared in the distance. Even from a distance, Tang Lin could feel that each of them was more powerful than the 3 titled Douluo who besieged him. Not good. Tang Lin secretly thought something was wrong. 4 powerful auras came through the air almost at this moment. They glanced at the battle situation coldly, as if they had already planned it, but the 4 of them suddenly attacked Tang Zhao at the same moment. Although Tang Zhao had sensed them a long time ago and was on guard, he could not suppress the attacks of so many people, so he was repulsed in just a few rounds. And Tang Lin, who didn't have a titled Douluo experience card, couldn't help anyone at this moment, because he was also suppressed by the 3 titled Douluo on his side. But it was fine on his side, but the situation on Tang Zhao's side changed drastically after the 4 titled Douluo joined. Tang Zhao was immediately besieged by 6 people, and he was defeated step by step, vomiting blood all the time. However, they seemed to be afraid that Tang Zhao's identity was not simple, so I did not kill him. After repelling Tang Zhao with another heavy blow, they also didn't kill them all. Yu Guan and Gui Mei seized this opportunity and immediately flew away through the air. The direction they went was naturally the direction where Tang Heo was. The remaining 4 titled Douluo continued to take action to stop Tang Zhao and prevent him from having a chance to take action. Stop Yu Guan and the others. Tang Zhao's eyes were splitting at the moment, but he could only watch the 2 of them leaving. He was already a little worried about Tang Heo. At this moment, 2 more Super Douluo rushed over, and deep worry suddenly arose in his heart of. He knew that Wu Hundian's target had always been his brother Tang Heo, but at this moment, he was once again unable to help. When Tang Lin from a distance saw this scene, he frowned and also showed a hint of worry. You know, although Yu Guan and Gui Mei are not very good at fighting, when they are together, the martial soul fusion skill they can use, the 2-pole static field, is extremely powerful. This is also one of the reasons why the 2 of them have a high status in Wuhan Palace. If they suddenly use this move when Tang Heo is fighting that powerful titled Douluo, the effect will be absolutely unexpected. Although Bibi Dong has not reached level 95, she is a twin martial soul and may have received the inheritance from the gods, so her strength has definitely reached the level of a Super Douluo. Counting Yu Guan and the 2 who just rushed over, there are 4 Super Douluo people facing Uncle Heo. This was just arranged by Wuhan Palace, because they didn't know that Uncle Heo was in peak condition. If they had known that Uncle Heo had returned to peak condition, they might have sent out more stronger people, and even Kandao Liu might have taken action himself. But Tang Lin also knew that Kandao Liu had never hunted down Uncle Heo, since he knew that his son Kan Zunji was not killed by Uncle Heo. Therefore, he had long ruled out the possibility of Kandao Liu taking action. So even though Tang Lin is a little worried now, he is not panicking. They are just 4 Super Douluo. There was no way they could keep Uncle Heo. Because he knows it. How terrifying is Uncle Heo at his peak? Oh. The figures of Tang Heo and Golden Crocodile kept flashing, and Bibi Dong also targeted the opportunity to take action. Explosions after the fight between the 2 sides continued to appear in the sky, and powerful auras raged around him. However, Tang Heo was still able to face 2 powerful enemies with ease. It has to be said that the strength of Golden Crocodile Douluo is indeed unparalleled, but at this time, Tang Heo's physical body has been strengthened to a certain extent after being fed with spiritual meat several times a day by Tang Lin. He has at least 4 soul bones in his body, so he has already been reborn and is no longer what he used to be, and so, he didn't feel any difficulty fighting against the 2 of them. In fact, Jin Crocodile and Bibi Dong did not use all their strength at all. They were just testing Tang Heo now, and at the same time they wanted to delay him and wait for reinforcement from behind. Because they knew that, if Tang Heo broke out, the two of them would not be able to keep Tang Heo at all. But according to the plan, if they had the assistance of the martial soul fusion skills of Yu Guan and Gui Mei, they would be very confident, leaving Tang Heo behind and killing him. Tang Heo could also see Bibi Dong's plan at that time, but he also had his own little calculation at the moment. He was also delaying time for the second Elder and Tang Feng. Otherwise, once he used his special skills to escape, the people of Wuhan Palace would be destroyed. They will definitely be able to catch up with the second Elder and the others in a short time. Therefore, it can be said that the two sides are just testing each other to delay each other and are not really fighting at all. At this time, a huge golden chrysanthemum appeared in the sky, and Yu Guan walked out bathed in golden light. In the dim sky, this golden light instantly illuminated the figures of Tang Heo and the three fighting in the air. At the same time, Ghost Douluo also appeared like a ghost appeared next to Yu Guan. Finally come. Golden Crocodile Douluo grinned. Now that everyone is here, the real battle begins from now on. Tang Heo frowned. He didn't expect that it was these two people who came. Moon Pass, Ghost. Tang Heo directly ignored Bibi Dong and Jin Crocodile and looked coldly at Yu Guan and Gui Mei. The moment he saw the two, his aura changed instantly. 6 years ago, it was Khan Zunji who led them to besiege him and Ayan and the Douluo continent, which later led to Ayan's death as a sacrifice and finally forced the Haitian sect to fall apart and retire. Therefore, these two people are now the ones he has in the spirit hall. The two people I hate the most. Tang Heo, we meet again. Now you are alone, facing the second priest, the Pope and our two brothers, a total of 4 people. I want to see how you can escape today. Today is your death. As soon as Yu Guan appeared, he looked at Tang Heo and sneered, but before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, because he discovered that Tang Heo actually came to him at some point. Oh. Tang Heo's foot kicked him directly in the stomach. His body instantly twisted and turned into a bow shape and flew backwards. At the same time, blood spit out, and his face was full of shock and fear. He never expected that Tang Heo's strength would improve so much in just 6 years. Moon close. Gui Mei was standing next to Yu Guan, and now he was shoulder to shoulder with Tang Heo. He turned around in fear and was about to take action, but Tang Heo didn't even look at him, and he picked up the hammer and disappeared instantly. Gui Mei suddenly felt something bad. The next moment, Tang Heo's figure appeared in front of Yu Guan, who was kicked away. The clear sky hammer swung out directly and hit Yu Guan, who was still in shock. Tang Heo knew how powerful the martial soul fusion skills of Yu Guan, Gui Mei and the two men were. He also knew that he could not underestimate any enemy at this time. Regarding this, he was deeply aware of this when he lost Ayan. Feel it. He knew that he would need to expend a lot of energy when facing Golden Crocodile Douluo and Bibi Dong. If Yu Guan and the others used their soul fusion skills to secretly attack him at this time, he would not be in trouble. Therefore, the moment Yu Guan and the two first appeared, he had already decided to deal with one of them first, and there was only one chance. As for why he chose to attack Yu Guan instead of Ghost Point, it's because Yu Guan appeared in a high profile and talked the most nonsense, and he was not as defensive and vigilant as Gui Mei, so he was the natural choice. Oh. Tang Heo's action caught everyone by surprise. Golden Crocodile Douluo and Bibi Dong's expressions changed instantly, and they immediately came to rescue them. However, Tang Heo's action just now was too sudden and too fast, so he was closer to Yu Guan than anyone else at the moment, and Bibi Dong and the others had no chance. Too late to support. Boom. The golden chrysanthemum in the sky became fragile in front of the huge Haitian hammer, which was as black as ink. It was shattered almost instantly, making a huge shattering sound. Then, the hammer hit Yu Guan directly. Oh. The space around Tang Heo and the two of them shook. The moon pass instantly shot towards the mountain on the ground. The ground trembled violently at the same time, and a deep pit appeared. Thunder and lightning flashed around it, and thick grey-white smoke was emitted. Golden Crocodile Douluo was the first to come to the ground, but he found that, although Yu Guan was not dead, almost all of his ribs were broken, and his hands and feet, including his entire body, could not even move. Level 95 Super Douluo, solved with one strike. You talk too much nonsense. Tang Heo said coldly, holding the clear sky hammer in his hand, and standing straight in the air. Yu Guan never expected that Tang Heo would attack him directly without even saying a word to him. Yu Guan's defense is too weak, and Tang Heo, with the cooperation of multiple soul bones and physical body, in his peak state, the destructive power of this hammer is simply explosive. Faced with such a powerful Tang Heo, Yu Guan didn't always be vigilant and keep his distance. This was the biggest mistake he ever made. Now, Tang Heo only swung one hammer, and Yu Guan immediately lost his combat effectiveness. Ghost still had to protect him from Tang Heo sniping at all times. The situation on the field was actually the same as before, without any change. Only then did Bibidong and Jin Crocodile realize that Tang Heo had completely transformed. He was no longer the reckless man before. Today's Tang Heo was the truly powerful and genuine Haoshan Douluo. Chapter 179. Escape. At this time, a powerful aura was vaguely present on Golden Crocodile Douluo's body, and could erupt at any time. He raised his head, and glanced at Tang Heo coldly. He had really underestimated Tang Heo before. He didn't expect that, while Tang Heo and Bibidong were fighting him, they could suddenly attack Yu Guan who had just arrived under their noses, causing Yu Guan to lose his combat effectiveness in an instant. / boom. The more Golden Crocodile thought about it, the more he felt aggrieved and angry. The aura on his body shook violently, and all the fireworks on the ground were swept away. You can clearly see Yu Guan in the deep pit, vomiting blood and unable to move. The Golden Crocodile twisted its neck, and made a clicking sound. That momentum was like announcing to Tang Heo in the air, the warm-up exercise is over, and the real battle will begin. At the same time, his body began to undergo huge changes. In a moment, his whole body was covered with a layer of fine golden scales, his hands turned into sharp claws, and behind him, there was a trail full of scales and thorns. Huge long tail point. This is his Golden Crocodile King martial spirit, and it is also one of the top beast martial spirits on Douluo continent today. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red under the feet. The 9 bright and gorgeous soul rings, especially the red 9th soul ring, were breathtaking. Even Bibidong frowned slightly. This was the first time she saw this mysterious and powerful second priest looking serious. Golden Crocodile soul ring configuration is the same as Tang Heo. The 9th spirit ring of Bibidong's number 1 martial spirit is also a red 10-year level spirit ring. At this moment, there are actually 3 powerful 10-year-old spirit rings on the field. Is this the Haoshan Douluo of this generation? I thought I was good enough to pass you to the college entrance examination, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you before. Jin Crocodile glanced at Yu Guan's fate again, and then looked up at Tang Heo, who was expressionless in the air, said in a deep voice. To be honest, he had never met Tang Heo, and he only heard about Tang Heo after Kayang Sunji died, so he didn't really know Tang Heo. You are very smart, and know how to deal with one of them first, but do you think that without their soul fusion skills, you would be able to leave today alive? At this moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo finally burst out with his incoherent powerful aura. Tang Heo frowned. This man's soul power was probably at least level 98. He didn't know how many times his own soul power was. He is worthy of being the eldest person in Wuhan Palace. Even Kyan Daoliu and his grandfather Tang Chen are 1 generation below him. But that's all. Old man, I've said before that you can't keep me. I can see from your eyes that you want to avenge Kyan Zhongji. Tang Heo sneered. Then coldly he said, if you want to avenge Kyan Zhongji, let Kyan Daoliu come. You can't do it yet. Okay, good. You're really good. Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly narrowed his eyes. Tang Heo had despised him several times, and he had been extremely angry for a long time. At this time, when he fully showed his strength, he actually despised himself in such an arrogant way. In Golden Crocodile's heart the anger suddenly burned violently. the sixth soul ring under his feet moved, and a huge golden crocodile silhouette suddenly appeared and headed straight for Tang Heo in the air. Tang Heo snorted coldly, without any intention of evading. The soul ring on the sole of his foot flashed, and the clear sky hammer doubled in size in an instant, and it also bombarded the golden crocodile. Boom. The golden ray of light collided with the black ray of light in the air. The black ray of light was instantly pushed back for 30 or dozens of meters before it stabilized, while the golden ray of light stopped, after retreating for more than 10 meters. After the blow, the two did not stop. The battle continued, with violent vibrations in the air. Golden Crocodile was too powerful. He was also a title Douluo of the attack system. Level 94 Tang Heo could not confront him head on. Under the absolute suppression of soul power, come on. Tang Heo is hardly his opponent. However, Tang Heo relied on the many soul bones in his body. Even though Golden Crocodile had become serious, he still could not force Tang Heo into a desperate situation. Blood Moon City, Wuhan Palace. In the sky, Tang Zio had no difficulty facing 5 title Douluo alone. Tang Lin faced 2 title Douluo, and could only rely on his own speed to deal with them. Facing Tang Lin, these 2 titled Douluo were about to explode with anger. Tang Lin seemed to be invincible. A long time had passed since the beginning of the battle, and he was still at his peak. And even if Tang Lin was attacked by them, Tang Lin would not be injured at all with the golden armor on his body. Looking back, the two of them had consumed a lot of physical and soul power, and their mental state was gradually declining. They gradually realized, if this continues, their ending will definitely be death. Many forces in the city were shocked when they saw this scene. The 2 titled Douluo were actually fooled around by Tang Lin. It's almost time. We should go meet the second elder and the others. Tang Zio sent a message. It is good. Tang Lin didn't hesitate at all. He originally wanted to drag the 2 titled Douluo in front of him until their mental state weakened a bit, and then use 98k to deal with them, and he had almost succeeded. However, in the face of his father's safety, he did not hesitate at all. He did not want any accidents to happen to his father. Oh. In an instant, Tang Zio repelled several title Douluo around him, and then flew away through the air. Then, Tang Lin's golden armor wings shook, and he also followed. The 7 titled Douluo quickly caught up, but his speed couldn't reach the speed of a level 7 super Douluo, so they gave up, after chasing him for less than half an hour. On the other side, the second elder led Tang Feng, and after a day of running around, they finally arrived at the meeting place they had planned before, a coastal city. At this time, Tang Feng had gradually woke up from his coma, and found that the person in front of him was actually the second elder. He was shocked. Someone from the sect was really here. Second elder? How did you rescue me? Where is the other sect master? Did the people from Wuhan Palace do anything to you? Tang Feng kept asking. He was too excited and worried to hesitate, and he kept coughing and vomiting blood. Don't worry, we are safe now. If there are no accidents in the plan, everyone will be fine. The second elder patted Tang Feng on the back, gave him a sip of water, and comforted him. Them? Who else is here? Doesn't the sect need someone to be in charge? After hearing the second elder's words, Tang Feng immediately became anxious. He knew that Wuhan Palace wanted to use him to deal with the Haitian sect. If the sect, now that all the strong men from the sect have come out, isn't that sect in danger? He didn't know about the agreement between Wuhan Palace Kai and Daoliu and Haitian sect Tang Chen, so he was worried. Don't worry. It's just me and the sect leader who came out, and neither of us has really revealed our Haitian sect's identity, so you don't have to worry. The second elder smiled. All of this is thanks to your son Tang Lin. You rest first, they will arrive later, and you will know when the time comes. Because of Tang Lin, the second elder seemed to be more polite to Tang Feng. Tang Feng was shocked when he heard the second elder talking about Tang Lin, but he also knew that his current condition was extremely poor, and he could not talk anymore. He would wait until the sect master came to talk about everything. Just after they arrived, Tang Zio and Tang Lin fell from the sky in less than half an hour. Dad. Seeing his father again, Tang Lin couldn't help but shed tears. His golden armor disappeared instantly, and he immediately came to Tang Feng's side. Liner, you actually broke through to the Soul King level so quickly? Tang Feng was excited and relieved to see Tang Lin. Dad, please stop talking. Come on, drink this bowl of soup first. Tang Lin immediately took out the shikundabu turtle broth that he had cooked for more than 10 days from his backpack. As early as in Death Canyon, he was brewing this bowl of healing soup for his father. After Tang Feng finished drinking, warmth flowed through his body. This strange energy instantly reduced the pain all over his body. At the same time, it contained the injured wisdom in his body, and the wounds on his body slowly healing. The breath condition slowly recovered. The four of them quickly boarded a boat, and Tang Feng asked, "Sect Master, how did you save me from the Wuhan Palace?" "It's all thanks to that boy Tang Lin. Otherwise, our trip would have been a disaster." Before Tang Zio sounded, there were so many terrifying combat forces in the spirit hall, and even now he still has lingering fears. If Tang Lin hadn't shocked the people of Wuhan Palace as soon as he came up, coupled with his high-profile appearance, I'm afraid the people of Wuhan Palace would still be chasing the two of them. As for the second elder who escaped with Tang Feng, Tang Heo naturally took care of him. The targets of Wuhan Palace were Tang Heo and Tang Zio, so when Tang Heo appeared, they would definitely not care about Tang Feng. That's why Tang Feng was saved so easily by them. Next, Tang Zio and the second elder told what happened, which shocked Tang Feng deeply. He never expected that Tang Lin was so perverted. At the same time, the big ship set off. Their eyes were looking towards the land, the direction where Tang Heo was fighting. Even though he knew how powerful Tang Heo was, Tang Zio was extremely worried. After all, the person who appeared before gave him the feeling that he was too powerful. He didn't know if Tang Heo could leave safely in the hands of so many strong people. Don't worry, Uncle of the Sect Master. Uncle Heo is a person who can't even do anything to the great worshippers of Wuhan Palace. Now that he is in peak condition and strong, he will be fine. Tang Lin saw Tang Zio and the others' worries and said comforting, Uncle Heo has not fought at his peak for a long time, so he was very excited this time, so he was not in a hurry to come back. Tang Lin knew Tang Heo very well. At this time, Tang Heo hadn't rushed over yet. It wasn't because he was entangled. This only meant that he was already intoxicated in the battle and didn't want to leave just yet. He wanted to fight to the fullest. Chapter 180. Big Sumeru Hammer. Golden Crocodile is defeated. The ship sailed towards the sea, and until this moment, no one from Wuhan Palace was chasing after them, so everyone finally felt relieved at the same time. Tang Heo faced the oppression of Golden Crocodile Douluo and Bibidang. While fighting, he gradually retreated towards the sea. As time slowly passed, the 7 titled Douluo who were originally chasing Tang Lin and Tang Zio gradually returned to the scene here. Yu Guan, who had lost his fighting power, had been taken away by an elder, who was also seriously injured. Even so, there were currently 9 titled Douluo on the field. The ghost's eyes were full of hatred and anger. He stared closely at Tang Heo who was fighting in the secret. As long as Tang Heo showed any flaws, he would take action with all his strength without hesitation. However, what made him disappointed and irritated was that Tang Heo was like an undefeated god of war. Even though he was constantly being repelled, he still became more and more courageous as he fought. Until now, he still didn't show any flaws. Even after joining so many titled Douluo, Tang Heo did not show the slightest panic. Instead, it was as if his inner desire to fight was stimulated by this battle, and he became a fighting maniac who became more and more courageous the more he fought. Tang Heo, is this all you have? Tang Heo retreated toward the seaside while fighting, as if he was playing Rogue Point. This made Bibidang very angry. After all, the sea was not the territory of Wuhan Palace. Even she did not dare to reach out to the sea randomly. If Tang Heo kept fighting like this, he would sooner or later escape into the sea. Bibidang, even though so many people from your Wuhan Palace can't surround me, how can you have the face to talk to me? Tang Heo sneered. As Bibidang stopped, Tang Heo also stopped and took a breath opportunity, but everyone in Wuhan Palace didn't want to make it easy for Tang Heo and immediately seized the opportunity to surround Tang Heo. Tang Heo glanced in the direction of the seaside. Since these titled Douluo had appeared on her side, Tang Feng and Tang Zio's side should be fine. Next, as long as he can escape from the siege of Wuhan Palace, he can escape to the sea. Even Wuhan Palace will not dare to chase him. This was their previous plan. The 9 titled Douluo also dispatched the second worshipper of the Douluo hall. "Ha, your spirit hall really thinks highly of me. If I hadn't recovered a long time ago, I might have been kept by you today." Before Tang Heo finished speaking, Golden Crocodile Douluo had already rushed towards Tang Heo. He didn't want Tang Heo to have any chance to breathe. The titled Douluo next to him could also see that Tang Heo was chatting with Bibi Dang. He was deliberately stalling for time so that he could get a moment of respite. Seeing Golden Crocodile take action, several titled Douluo immediately took action too. Their purpose was not to let Tang Heo get a moment's respite, but to directly use their numerical advantage to kill Tang Heo in a wheel battle. Seeing the Golden Crocodile transforming himself and rushing over, Tang Heo raised his mouth and shook his head. "Unfortunately, your wishful thinking will eventually come to nothing. Well, now that my goal has been achieved, I won't play with you anymore. Bibi Dang, Wuhan Palace, please show me clearly. This is the true strength of Haoshan Douluo." Boom. Tang Heo's movement was very simple. He took a step forward with his left foot and stepped heavily on the air. His feet suddenly vibrated. Amidst the loud noise, his right arm holding the clear sky hammer stretched out behind his back in an instant, and the muscles in his whole body were completely tense in an instant. The strong black light completely integrated his body and the hammer, and he raised the heel of his left foot, completely supported on his toes. The trouser leg of his left calf burst instantly, revealing his leg muscles that were stronger than granite. Next moment, the clear sky hammer has been swung out silently. There was no sound, as if all the surrounding sounds had been silenced by this hammer. The huge clear sky hammer appeared out of the sky. Although there was no sound to express its power, this hammer was a complete combination of Tang Heo's essence, energy, and spirit, and even his own world-famous aura was completely integrated into it. In the clear sky hammer, this seemingly simple strike gave Golden Crocodile Douluo a very bad feeling. Bibi Dang frowned and looked at it from a distance, muttering in his heart, "Is this the real Haoshan hammer?" Exclamation mark. When he saw this hammer being swung, Gui Mei showed an extremely frightened look. Others didn't know about Tang Heo's hammer, but he had a deep understanding that it was such a simple yet terrifying thing at the beginning. One strike and Kan Zunji was seriously injured. He wanted to speak to remind him, but found that it was already too late, and he seemed completely speechless, as if he had been completely shocked by Tang Heo. Boom. Tang Heo's clear sky hammer collided violently with Golden Crocodile Douluo's golden crocodile tail. The terrifying aura exploded instantly, and the fluctuations in soul power directly knocked several attacking crocodile titled Douluo away, far away. Puff. Golden Crocodile Douluo showed a look of horror for a moment. His whole body was instantly knocked away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This is the first time in decades that he has been injured, and the first time that he has vomited blood. He still couldn't figure it out until now. The soul power he released was definitely several times that of Tang Heo. However, just when his soul power should have completely suppressed Tang Heo in this attack, he was completely at a disadvantage. The few titled Douluo around who had not taken action had their eyes widened at this moment, completely shocked by Tang Heo. The attack of Golden Crocodile Douluo just now was definitely powerful enough, but it was defeated by Tang Heo with one hammer. This was simply subversive. In order to understand their knowledge, you must know that the second worshipper has the terrifying strength of level 98 soul power. At this moment, almost everyone, including Gui Mei, was shocked by Tang Heo's blow. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and the fear of Haoshan Douluo in their hearts instantly increased. However, Tang Heo's attack did not stop just like that. Boom. Tang Heo snorted coldly and stepped out with a thud, as if this foot stepped directly on everyone's hearts. The clear sky hammer suddenly spun, driven by his extremely tyrannical body, and the soul ring under his feet exploded again. Haoshan's unique skill, the Great Sumeru Hammer. Bang. This time, Tang Heo's momentum was even stronger, and his burst of power was even more violent. This second hammer followed the first one and directly hit Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was still in a state of shock. Golden Crocodile Douluo reacted instantly. He knew that now was not the time for him to be surprised. While his body was flying backwards in the air, the seventh soul ring on his body had already shone, and the muscles and meridians all over his body surged instantly. This was his 7th soul ring. Soul skill, Golden Crocodile Beast Martial Soul True Form. His entire body instantly transformed into a giant crocodile that was over 10 meters long. The same tail was drawn, but this time, his aura had become completely different. The power was so great that the surrounding air made a creaking sound, and the terrifying energy was like a cloud blocking the sun, attacking Tang Heo. As expected of a level 98 titled Douluo, although he was shocked to suffer a loss in the first collision, his reaction speed was undoubtedly extremely fast. After all, after living for so long, his combat experience was unparalleled by others. Boom. The two met again. This time, Golden Crocodile Douluo used his martial spirit avatar and attacked with all his strength. Tang Heo failed to knock him away, but he was still shaken to pieces by Tang Heo's clear sky hammer. If he hadn't been in the true form of the beast martial soul, even his terrifying physical body would have been completely shattered by this hammer. He finally showed an extremely solemn look at this moment. He finally knew how Tang Heo was able to escape from the hands of the great worshipper several times. Do you think this is the end? Tang Heo's voice came coldly. Just under that hammer, he had already jumped into the air, raising the huge clear sky hammer high, and saw that the red soul ring under his feet had long since disappeared. At the same time, a breathtaking and terrifying aura gradually gathered. Suddenly there was lightning and thunder in the sky. The hearts of everyone in Wuhan Hall were trembling. Is this momentum really something that humans can possess? Rumble. In the sky, thunder and lightning seemed to be injected into the clear sky hammer. The entire pitch black clear sky hammer was surrounded by purple thunder and lightning, with a slight red light glowing around it. Golden Crocodile Douluo was completely shocked at this moment. He had no idea that Tang Heo, who was only at level 94, could possess such terrifying power. Is this the Heotian Douluo of this generation? Exclamation mark. He naturally knew about the previous generation Heotian Douluo Tang Chen, but the route Tang Chen took was completely different from the route taken by Tang Heo. Although Tang Chen was also very domineering, he relied more on his own strength. The combination of soul power and skills makes his attacks so wonderful that his opponents are unable to resist them. However, what Tang Heo displayed in front of him was completely power, unparalleled power. Even if the opponent's soul power is higher than his, he still chooses to overwhelm the opponent with strength. At this moment, he actually admired Tang Heo sincerely. Golden Crocodile, this blow will make you fall down. The battlefield at this time has become a battlefield between Tang Heo and Jin Crocodile. Even Bibi Dong and Gui Mei can't intervene in this battle, let alone several other elders. Facing Tang Heo's contemptuous words about him, Jin Crocodile no longer felt shame or anger this time. He only had caution in his heart. The clear sky hammer had fallen, and the 9th soul ring under Jin Crocodile's feet instantly lit up. He was going to use all his strength to withstand. Boom. The moment that attracted everyone's attention came. A golden light and a huge black light collided in the air, and an explosion sound was heard instantly. Oh. What everyone didn't expect was that Golden Crocodile Douluo was blasted directly into the ground by Tang Heo's hammer and hit the top of the mountain, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. How is this possible? The second offering was actually defeated. Tang Heo, with his clothes fluttering in the air, glanced at everyone coldly, and finally stopped at Bibi Dong. After snorting coldly, Tang Heo put away the clear sky hammer, slowly turned around and left, without even looking at the whole process. A glance at the Golden Crocodile Douluo. No one on the field dared to stop Tang Heo from leaving. They couldn't even say a word. Everyone's face was extremely ugly, especially Bibi Dong's face, which was even more ugly. Chapter 181. Return to Langi Island. There is a big ship floating on the boundless sea. The moonlight is shining, the water is sparkling, and the people on the deck are very lively and noisy. Some are drinking and singing, and some are chatting in the wind. Tang Zio stood in the corner, looking in the direction of the land spirit hall, not letting go of his worries about Tang Heo. Suddenly, he frowned, and then smiled. In less than a moment, Tang Heo's figure appeared in his sight. Second brother, are you okay? Tang Heo quietly boarded the boat without anyone noticing, and Tang Zio immediately asked excitedly, brother, I'm fine. Those guys from Wuhan Palace are not capable of killing me yet. 2 hours passed by in a flash, and when they were sure that no one from Wuhan Palace was chasing after them, Tang Lin, Tang Heo and others quietly left the big ship under the cover of night and flew towards another direction of the sea. The people on the big ship were naturally, people didn't know they were leaving. There is a small island ahead. Let's go there and rest for the night. We will talk about the rest tomorrow. Tang Heo said immediately when he saw a small island not far away. It is good. Tang Heo obviously used the ring blast from the big Sumeru hammer, so his condition was not very good, and Tang Feng also needed training, so the 5 of them quickly came to this isolated island. This isolated island is very small. It will be submerged by sea water at any time in the sea. There will be no people on such a small island. The group sat down to meditate and rest. Tang Lin took out a pan and cooked a large pot of animal meat for everyone, especially Tang Heo and his father. It wasn't until late at night that everyone started to sleep. The next day, the sun rose. Everyone gradually woke up. Second brother, junior brother Feng, please take care of yourself. We have to go back to the sect first, so as not to arouse the suspicion of Wuhan Palace. After some discussions and greetings, Tang Zhao and the second elder proposed to leave, although they were still worried. Tang Feng, Tang Heo and the others had to go back immediately. Brother, second elder, you should go back first. Maybe Wuhan Palace has begun to suspect and has sent people to Haoshan sect to find out the news. Tang Heo and Tang Feng nodded. As the leader of the Haoshan sect, Tang Zhao must not stay outside for a long time. Moreover, now that the Wuhan Palace is being offended, they must go back quickly to prevent the Wuhan Palace from doing anything detrimental to the Haoshan sect. This is the sea, not land. Wuhan Palace's hands are not that long, and I will take care of my father and second uncle. You too, uncle and second elder, don't worry. Tang Lin also said. Tang Heo and Tang Feng nodded. They were both seriously injured now and could not fight outside for a short time. Therefore, they were safest only on the sea. After all, not even the spirit hall dared to put them here. The hand is stretched too far. And with Tang Lin here, their injuries can recover faster. Okay. Take care. Tang Zhao was silent for a moment and said. Just when Tang Lin and the others were fleeing into the sea. On Douluo continent. There are countless stories about the arrival of the mysterious powerful man in the Wuhan Palace of Blood Moon City to rescue Tang Feng, the second priest of the Douluo Palace, the Pope of the Wuhan Palace, and many other titled Douluo who were defeated by the Haoshan Douluo Tang Heo, and so on. The news spread at a terrifying speed throughout the Soul Master circles across the continent. Everyone kept talking about what kind of monster that young man in golden armor was. He was able to assassinate the master of the Blood Moon City Spirit Hall in front of several titled Douluo. He was able to destroy the entire Mingmo Sword sect with his own strength! Exclamation mark. Even kill the powerful titled Douluo from Wuhan Palace. In fact, Ning Fengxi of the Kibao Glazed sect and the elder of the Blow Lightning Tyrant Dragon all knew that this mysterious boy was Tang Lin. Especially the people from the Blow Lightning Tyrant Dragon family knew Tang Lin best. They really did not expect that Tang Lin can actually do this by himself. Of course, they also know Tang Lin's background. They pretend to be overseas forces just because they are afraid that Wuhan Palace will be jealous of you. Because of Tang Zhao's relationship, they naturally will not tell Wuhan Palace these things to avoid any accidents happening to the saint. And after all, no matter what, the 3 upper sects are all connected with each other. Tang Lin is really abnormal now, and they must seriously consider how to get along with Tang Lin in the future, and how to connect Tang Zhaomi to the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It was not only Tang Lin who sparked heated discussions, but also the mysterious strong man holding a golden dragon patterned warhammer, and wearing a strange mask. His terrifying configuration of 4 black and 5 red soul rings made everyone shocked and envious. The most surprising thing is that Haoshan Douluo Tang Heo was able to fight and defeat the second priest of Wuhan Palace. Moreover, there were several titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall present at the time, but they could only watch Tang Heo fly away without even daring to pursue him. Others may be unfamiliar to everyone, but Tang Heo is the idol of many Soul Masters in the Soul Master world. They know Tang Heo very well. They thought that he would not stand up to save Tang Feng because he was seriously injured, but they did not expect that Tang Heo would not only was he not injured, but he became stronger. All the discussions on the continent today revolve around these things, which makes Wu Hundian extremely depressed. They originally wanted to use Tang Feng to kill Tang Heo and Tang Xiao in one fell swoop, thereby shocking the entire Soul Master world. However, in the end, Golden Crocodile was defeated by Tang Heo with 3 hammers in full view of the public. Tang Feng was rescued by a mysterious strongman, and Wuhan the palace exposed their strength but gained nothing. Their supreme majesty was instantly defeated. Wu Hundian can be said to have completely failed this time. The big offering is furious. More than half a month has passed since the incident, and Tang Lin and the others have been drifting on the sea for more than half a month. During this period of time, Tang Feng and Tang Heo's injuries gradually recovered. Although Tang Lin could not restore his father's arm yet, he believed that one day it would happen. Next, where do we go? Tang Heo asked. They had been wandering in the sea for a long time. Because they had Tang Lin's spirit and body, they didn't worry about not having any physical objects at all. Moreover, there were clear springs on some of the islands they passed. However, Tang Heo always felt that Tang Lin was not wandering aimlessly, drifting in the sea. Go to a mysterious place. Tang Lin pointed in a certain direction and grinned. Tang Heo didn't hesitate. Although he had been to the sea before, Tang Lin seemed to have his own plans and destinations. He didn't bother to ask more questions. After adjusting the direction, he sat down and continued to recover from his injuries. Another half month passed. At this time, after a long period of thick fog, they finally saw a dim huge island. Is this the legendary Dragon Ghost Island? Tang Feng looked at the island hidden in the thick fog in front of him, feeling vaguely uneasy in his heart, and immediately frowned. According to legend, Langi Island is extremely mysterious, sometimes appearing on the sea and sometimes disappearing, and the time intervals are measured in years or even centuries. If I'm right, this should be Dragon Ghost Island. Tang Lin's eyes suddenly glowed. The last time he came, only he and the little girl named Sukayang could see the island. But this time, Tang Heo could not help but see it, and even his father Tang Feng could see it. Last time, because he was too weak, he didn't dare to investigate deeply. But this time, his strength is strong enough, and with his second uncle beside him, he can't wait. And when he came last time, he could vaguely feel that this island seemed to be attracted to something about himself. Although the feeling was very weak at the time, he still remembered it, and this time, it seemed that it had become even more obvious. The thick fog around here seems to be unusual. Tang Heo didn't say anything until now. The dense fog may have some shielding effect. Some people can't see the island, but some people can easily see it. Maybe that's the reason. A few years ago, people from Wuhan Palace were also looking for this island. I don't know why. Tang Lin said. About Dragon Ghost Island, there are very few legends and records on the mainland, but Wuhan Palace has a long history. They may know something, so they are looking for this island. Tang Heo said coldly. Let's go. Tang Lin looked at the Dragon Ghost Island in front of him, and was a little excited. He murmured in his heart, I hope I can find an opportunity to heal my father's arm here. The 3 of them immediately flew to Langi Island. After landing, Tang Lin sensed for a moment that this island seemed to be similar to other islands. As he slowly went deeper, he would see some 1000-year level soul beasts. This island obviously doesn't feel that simple, but you can't find anything special about it. It's really strange. Tang Heo looked around, frowning and said. As the 3 of them went deeper and deeper, Tang Lin felt that mysterious attraction becoming more and more obvious. As he walked, he thought, what exactly is on him? After checking it out, I found that there was nothing at all on him. Could it be his own blood? Tang Lin shook his head. His father was right next to him, but he didn't react at all. Finally, Tang Lin turned his attention to the space backpack. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of that? Moment. Tang Lin took out the drop of pseudo-dragon essence and blood from his backpack. I licked this from the box of a winged snake at that time. I remember that at that time, there were soul masters from the Wuhan Palace who were chasing the winged snake, wanting his soul ring, and obtaining the flying thunder soul skill. And the explanation given by the system is that this drop of blood essence can open the dragon tomb. Therefore, Tang Lin has never used or even taken it out. The moment the blood essence was taken out, it suddenly flashed, and the scorching energy made Tang Lin's hand unable to bear it, and then it calmed down. It seems that this drop of blood essence has some kind of attraction to this island. Holding it in his hand, Tang Lin could already feel a lot of things. What is this? Tang Feng and Tang Heo wondered. This is a drop of pseudo-dragon blood. It seems to have some connection with this dragon ghost. Maybe there is a dragon tomb under this island. Tang Lin said with a smile. Chapter 182. The True Face of Langi Island. Dragon Tomb? Tang Heo wondered. How come this drop of blood is related to some dragon tomb? Although I'm not sure, I know it must be related. Anyway, I can't tell for a while. Second uncle, father, you just follow me, but before that, we have to be well prepared. Tang Lin said with a smile. Tang Feng and Tang Heo were speechless. They could only follow Tang Lin. At this time, Tang Lin took out the shiny golden armor, handed it to Tang Feng, and said, Dad, this dragon ghost the island is mysterious, and I don't know if there is any danger, so you should put on this armor first. After Tang Lin absorbed the torso bone, his body strength has been sublimated, and now it has surpassed the Soul Saint Tang Feng, and there are also soul skills brought by this torso bone, so for him, the shiny golden armor, it doesn't have much use other than flying. It's just right for Tang Feng. Put it on yourself, your father and I have almost recovered. Tang Feng patted his chest, looking like he was in great shape. It's okay Dad, I still have it here. Tang Lin took out a few more pieces of black turtle armor and put them on himself. Tang Feng then took them and put them on. Tang Lin also put one on for Tang Heo. Tang Heo was a little reluctant at first. He wanted him to be a dignified Douluo. Where else do I need to use these things? However, after several persuasion from Tang Lin, he finally put it on. After all, safety came first. Okay, get ready, let's go. I hope this trip is not in vain. Tang Lin held the pseudo-dragon essence and blood in his hand. His eyes lit up, and he could feel the throbbing of this drop of essence and blood. No matter what, just treat us as we come here to recuperate. Although it is a bit dark here and there is thick fog around, the environment on the island is actually quite good, and there are cliffs and waterfalls here, which is also very suitable. Practice. Tang Feng laughed. A group of 3 people recommended reading / follow the guidance of this drop of essence and blood, and move forward slowly. As they continued to go deeper, Tang Lin could feel the essence and blood in his hands, which seemed to come to life, giving him a feeling of joy and excitement. This was very strange. They walked for a long time, and after about a few hours, they arrived. A canyon on the island. From a distance, the waterfall looks like a natural white screen hanging on the mountainside, surrounded by white mist. Even from a distance, you can hear the gurgling sound of the waterfall, and underneath the waterfall is connected to the sea. At this point, Tang Lin stopped. There was a drop of blood suspended in his palm, emitting an obscene red light. After turning around, he looked at the center of the waterfall. What's wrong? Did you find something? We've gone deep enough now. Haven't we found the place you mentioned yet? Tang Feng asked with concern. It should be the waterfall in front. Above the waterfall, or under the waterfall? If there is really the tomb you mentioned here, it should be in the sea, right? It will probably be in the sea. I don't know yet, but the entrance is not above or below the waterfall. I feel that the entrance seems to be blocked by the waterfall. Tang Lin still looked at the waterfall in front of him. Oh, you mean, behind this waterfall? I thought we had to dive under the waterfall to investigate. Tang Feng said with a smile. Second uncle, Dad, let's go see if there is any entrance behind the waterfall. If there is, we can just enter directly. Tang Lin thought for a while, and said to Tang Heo and Tang Feng. Since they were here, they naturally wanted to go and have a look. Without hesitation, the 3 of them immediately flew towards the waterfall. When they were still 3 or 4 meters away from the waterfall, the 3 of them stopped. Tang Heo held the clear sky hammer and used his cloak to clear the way. The waterfall immediately revealed the face behind it. There is no entrance here, just stone walls. The 3 of them took a closer look. Although the stone wall was covered with moss, they could still vaguely see various soul beasts painted on it. The spirit beasts on this stone wall seemed to be the 4 great divine beasts. The green dragon, the white tiger, the red bird, and the basalt. This must be so majestic and spectacular. Tang Lin was amazed. This is no ordinary stone wall. The texture is very hard. I'm afraid that only a titled Douluo level expert above level 95 can leave traces on it. Tang Heo looked at the mural in front of him in shock. Tang Lin didn't believe it. Even if the fifth soul skill of using the frying pan passed by, other than making some moss fall off the stone wall, it couldn't be shaken at all. The question now is it really possible to get in here? Even if we can get in, how do we get in? Blue dragon and white tiger, Suzaku Zuanwu. Tang Lin didn't know what to do for a while, but the blood essence in his hand seemed to be guiding him in this direction. And he still has a doubt in his mind at this moment. According to the system, this drop of blood essence can open the dragon tomb, and after arriving here, the blood essence has changed, which means that there is probably a dragon tomb here. However, what is painted on this stone wall is not only the green dragon, but also the other 4 divine beasts. What does this mean? Tang Lin looked at the stone wall carefully again, but still couldn't see any clues. Moreover, the age of the stone wall may be too old. The paintings on it can only be roughly seen. As for the more detailed things, it is even less likely. See it. The induction of essence and blood is correct. The entrance must be near here. We'd better look around here to see if there are any hidden doors or the like. Tang Lin thought for a while and said, "It is good." Tang Feng wore gold armor and took Tang Lin with him. The two of them went directly to the top of the waterfall to search, while Tang Heo dived into the deep pool below the waterfall to search. Sure enough, not long after, Tang Heo discovered something under the water. It was some kind of mechanism. Tang Heo thought for a while and realized that this was probably the mechanism that opened the barrier in front of him. The Haoshan sect actually has many secret rooms or tombs, so Tang Heo is fairly familiar with such mechanisms. He didn't hesitate. There was no other way now. No matter what, he had to try. Boom. Suddenly, the canyon shook. Tang Lin and Tang Feng reacted quickly and immediately flew to the waterfall. At this time, Tang Heo just jumped out of the water. "What's going on?" Tang Feng asked. "I found that there was a mechanism below. It was very hidden, but I still sensed it. I opened the mechanism, which caused the island to shake. Maybe we really found the mechanism that opened the stone wall." Tang Heo replied, "Wow." Just at this time, the waterfall in front of them automatically separated a barrier, and then the hard stone slabs behind the waterfall slowly separated on all sides, and a dark cave appeared in front of the 3 of them. This drop of blood essence is more active, which means that this is probably the entrance to the dragon tomb. Let's go in and have a look. Maybe we will have unexpected gains this time. The moment the cave opened, Tang Lin felt, when I saw the changes in the essence and blood in my hands, I was immediately overjoyed. Although there was an eerie aura emanating from it, Tang Lin was not afraid at all, because after more than a month, Tang Heo's strength had been restored. This is also the foundation of his self-confidence. I heard that Wuhan Palace is also looking for Langi Island. Maybe this is what they are looking for. I'm afraid they never thought that we would find it before them, but this canyon is indeed very hidden, and there is no such thing as the one in your hand. I'm afraid we can't find the guidance of blood essence here either. Tang Heo sighed. This place looks no different from an ordinary canyon island, so even if the people from Wuhan Palace can find this place, they won't notice the stone wall behind the waterfall, and they won't be able to find the mechanism to open the stone wall. Tang Feng smiled. "Okay, let's go in and take a look. Now I really believe what Xiaolin said about the dragon tomb." Tang Heo grinned. The 3 of them stepped into the cave. When they first entered the cave, the stone slabs were closed again from all sides, and the waterfall outside returned to its original appearance. Everything seemed to be back to where it started, as if Tang Lin and the 3 of them had never been here before at this time. If you look at it from an extremely distant place over the sea, you will find that this dragon ghost island looks like a huge dragon turtle. The island where Tang Lin and the 3 of them were on was like the head of an extremely huge dragon turtle, and the large waterfall where they entered the cave just now was like one of the dragon turtle's huge eyes. However, the dragon ghost island was surrounded by thick special smoke, and even Tang Heo couldn't really see clearly. Therefore, no one could really see the true face of the dragon ghost island. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. The Mysterious Black Shadow, the Tomb Guarding Soul Beast. What happened? As soon as he entered the cave, the stone wall was immediately closed, which made Tang Feng feel a little panicked. After all, he knew how hard and thick the stone wall was, and he didn't want his son to be trapped here because of himself. It's okay, Dad, this is normal. Let's go inside and take a look first. Tang Lin was obviously not that nervous. After all, Tang Heo was here, and he knew the terrifying power of the great Sumeru hammer to explode rings. The three of them walked along the cave and slowly went deeper. They could clearly feel that they were going down continuously, and the surrounding environment had not changed much. They were all stone walls of the same color. They did not know that they were going down. How long have we been going down? We should be deep under the sea now, right? After walking down for a long time with the help of a weak torch, the surroundings were still pitch black. It was like a bottomless pit with no end in sight. This dragon ghost island is so big, and this tomb is under the island. It would make sense to say that this is really a dragon tomb. There have always been legends about dragons and soul beasts in Douluo continent, but no one has ever seen it. However, there are also legends that this kind of soul beast was targeted and extinct by soul masters because it was too powerful. I hope we can find some answers here. As they chatted, the terrain changed unconsciously and began to become flat. If we keep going down like this, I will really suspect that this is a bottomless pit. Tang Lin smiled. The three of them continued to follow the road, but soon the terrain changed again. This time they were no longer going down, but up. Let's go straight up this slope. After Tang Heo finished speaking, he pushed hard and jumped to a height of more than 10 meters. Then he pushed off the stone wall and quickly went up. Then, Tang Feng and Tang Lin followed. They thought that the uphill road would be as long as the previous trip down, but they didn't expect that in less than half an hour, they reached the end. At this time, there was a sea of water in front of him, surrounded by stone walls, and there was no road. First take a look at the surrounding walls to see if there are any hidden doors or anything like that. If that doesn't work, let's go into the water to investigate. Tang Lin said. At the same time, he was also a little confused. They didn't encounter anything along the way. To some kind of trap or something. The only option is to enter the water. The three people searched several times but found nothing. The only thing left was underwater. The water is not simple. I can feel a very obscure and powerful aura deep in the water. Tang Heo dug a hand into the water, frowned after a moment, and said, well, I felt it too. This should be a spirit beast guarding the dragon tomb or something like that. After Tang Lin heard Tang Heo's words, he took a closer look, and sure enough, he also sensed a huge and messy aura. Let's sneak in first and check out the situation. If we can avoid disturbing this thing, that would be the best. After all, this is their territory, and it's not easy for us to fight in the sea, Tang Lin said. Tang Lin took out the angel's disguise and the black turtle mask, and gave them to Tang Heo and Tang Feng respectively. The two of them were the strongest, and had the greatest fluctuations in soul power. If there was a sensitive soul beast in the water, that would be difficult, so Tang Lin chose to give them these two masks. As for himself, he has the smallest soul power, and has the life-saving soul skill of the trunk bone phantom tank, so he has nothing to fear. Tang Heo and the other two didn't show any pretense. After some discussion and preparation, the three of them began to sneak into the water quietly. They wouldn't know if they didn't enter the water. Once they entered the water, they were startled. This place was as wide and boundless as the sea, but they knew very well that this was not the sea. This was just the mountain under Dragon Ghost Island. In other words, this dragon ghost. The three of them were immediately overwhelmed by the fact that such an ocean could fit inside the island. Because they don't know where they should go now. After all, they can't release their soul power and breath to sense the situation inside. Because there is no sunlight here, the water is basically pitch black and nothing can be seen. Only the golden armor on Tang Feng's body emits a faint golden light. Go down first. Tang Lin suddenly remembered to take out the blood essence. If anyone else came, they might get lost in this sea area, but with Tang Lin's blood essence, they saw hope and almost forgot about it just now. Following the guidance of the essence and blood, they swam inside for a long time. And many more. Suddenly, Tang Heo stopped Tang Lin and Tang Feng. The two people stopped immediately and looked warily towards where Tang Heo was looking. They saw something not far ahead. It was a mass of something darker than the surrounding seawater, blocking their way. It stands to reason that the seawater is pitch black, and it is impossible for them to find anything in front of them, but now they can clearly see that there is a black shadow in front of them that is darker than the surrounding black, blocking their view. Way to go. Isn't it an illusion? Tang Lin was a little confused and asked via voice transmission. After all, such a mysterious place, and it was also a dragon tomb, must be full of dangerous mechanisms. I don't know, but it probably isn't. Then I'll go take a look first. You guys wait for me here, Tang Lin said. According to the guidance of Jingsu, the road is ahead. They have no other choice, but just in case, he must go first alone. Go over and check the specific situation. Xiaolin, it's better for me to go. I'm wearing gold armor. Even if there is something, I can withstand it. No, it's safest for me to go. Even if something unexpected happens, you don't have to worry about me. I have my own way, Tang Lin insisted. Even people like Bibidan couldn't see through the phantom tank, and he didn't believe there was anything here that could be seen through. Go, we'll wait for you here. Tang Feng wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Tang Heo. He knew that Tang Lin had absolute life-saving soul skills, so it was indeed the most appropriate for Tang Lin to go. Tang Lin stepped forward silently, not daring to release any soul power or aura. Slowly, he got closer and closer to this huge black shadow, and he became more and more nervous because he discovered that this black shadow seemed to be the source of the vaguely powerful aura before. The black shadow in the sea seemed not far away from him, but in fact it was at least 300 to 400 meters away. He approached quietly, not daring to speed up at all, for fear of revealing a trace of soul power and aura, which would cause the other party to notice. Gradually, the black shadow became clearer and clearer. He could see that the black shadow was squirming. Gradually, he was able to confirm that it was really a soul beast, and it was a sleeping soul beast. Behind the black shadow, there was a wall. After he got closer, he found that there seemed to be no road down here. The only road was probably blocked by this huge black shadow. After Tang Lin understood it, he quietly came back. The road is probably blocked by it. This is the guardian spirit beast of Dragon Tomb. Can you tell what type of spirit beast it is? Tang Heo asked. It's too dark to see clearly. So what do we do now? Recommended reading // The three of them suddenly felt helpless and fell into silence. I do have a way. Tang Lin had an idea and said, Uncle Heo, you and my dad took the blood essence and sneaked in quietly, like I did just now, and then waited next to it. It is sleeping now, so it shouldn't be easily discovered you. How about you? I'll try to make some noise, and then it should come and chase me. If there is really a road behind it, you can take advantage of the opportunity to go in first. After that, I will find another opportunity to go in, Tang Lin said. If I can come with you, then everything will be easy. If I can't find a chance to come with you, just visit the grave with your essence and blood, and I will wait for you outside. Regarding the Dragon Tomb, Tang Lin began to investigate the relevant information when he obtained this drop of blood a few years ago, so he roughly made some inferences. Before the Douluo continent, there should have been soul beasts like the Dragon Clan. It is only because soul beasts like the Dragon Clan are too powerful and full of treasures that they are hunted to extinction by powerful soul masters. The dragon essence, blood essence and other things in the Dragon Clan can regenerate Tang Feng's broken arm. No. Tang Feng decisively refused. They were not even sure whether the black shadow was a soul beast, let alone anything else. If it was really a powerful soul beast, Tang Lin would be in danger. He didn't want his son to fall into crisis. Dad, this is the only way now. If there is a dragon element in the Dragon Tomb, it will not only allow you to regenerate after your broken arm, but also greatly improve your qualifications. I have my own way to save my life, so don't worry. Right. Tang Lin smiled. This drop of essence and blood will lead you to the dragon tomb and open it. And it's not like I won't find a chance to catch up with you, so don't worry. Tang Feng wanted to say something else, but Tang Lin raised his hand to stop him. We can't stay here for too long now. Otherwise when this thing notices, no one of us will be able to enter the dragon tomb. Seeing Tang Lin's resolute attitude, Tang Feng had no choice but to obey the arrangement. He also knew that his son was not an ordinary person, and now he could only choose to believe in his son. The two quickly came to the vicinity of the black shadow and hid themselves. Tang Lin gradually released his soul power. Gradually, a powerful momentum burst out, and the surrounding water began to vibrate. In the pan in Tang Lin's hand, a blazing flame ignited in the water, illuminating the surroundings. He wanted to use this to see clearly what the black shadow with the pattern was. Buzzing. Suddenly, there was a shaking, and a powerful aura emanated from the black shadow, causing the surrounding seawater to roll back. Tang Lin sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped back. At the same time, the pan in his hand was released, blasting at an extremely fast speed toward the shadow. He had to attract this black shadow. Of course, if this is really a soul beast, and it is not strong enough, Tang Heo and Tang Feng, who are hiding next to it, will take action to deal with it without hesitation. Oh. Although it is in the water, and is not suitable for Tang Lin to perform, this is the skill of a 7-year-old soul ring after all. How could it be simple? The black shadow was suddenly hit hard. At the same time, through the flames on the pan, the three of them finally saw the essence of this huge black shadow. How is this possible? The three people's eyes immediately widened, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Chapter 184. Open Dragon Tomb. Super Airdrop. They had no idea that this black shadow was not a soul beast, but a group of soul beasts. 1, 2, 3. They gradually woke up and opened their eyes. A pair of blood red eyes, as big as Tang Lin's pan, shone with a faint red light. What kind of monster is this? Tang Lin looked at it. There were 8 of them in total. But because it was really dark all around, and the flames on the pan were gradually extinguished by the breath released from their nostrils, it was impossible to see their entire appearance. But this terrifying aura made Tang Lin frightened, even if he used the Contract Experience card. This is their home field. It's important to visit the tomb now. Don't collide with these monsters. Tang Lin made a calculation in his mind. He quickly struck a few times, and then, regardless of the outcome, he began to escape upwards, desperately hum. A series of tearing sounds suddenly came. The shadows moved, and they were angry. Oh. Suddenly, they flew towards the location where Tang Lin was escaping at high speed. The surrounding seawater suddenly rolled up, and the strong suction force almost sucked Tang Heo and the two of them over. It's now. Tang Heo seized the opportunity and immediately took Tang Feng into the cave, exposed after the black shadow left. He knew what Tang Lin meant. Now is not the time for them to fight with these monsters. Tang Lin just felt a powerful aura locking onto him, and immediately used the phantom tank. The feeling of these 8 soul beasts was really terrifying to him. He was afraid that, if it was a quarter of an hour later, he would not even be able to use this life-saving soul. There are no opportunities for skills. And he also knew that in the water, his speed could not match these monsters. He disappeared out of thin air in less than 2 seconds. The huge black shadow was extremely fast, with 8 pairs of 16 huge red pupils, like a devil, chasing after it quickly. However, suddenly, they were stunned in the water, because they found that the aura just now had disappeared. Pause. This huge black shadow actually accelerated again and rushed forward, in the direction Tang Lin had escaped from before. Tang Lin hid in another space, and watched the black shadow fly past him. After a while, the black shadow had completely merged into the water, and was no longer visible. It must have gone away. Tang Lin quickly took advantage of this opportunity, came out immediately, accelerated to fly to the cave, and found that the cave actually led straight upward. Just as he entered the cave with strength, an eerie and terrifying aura came from behind. I'm going. Do you want to go so fast? Tang Lin never expected that this black shadow would be discovered so quickly. He couldn't care less at the moment and quickly entered the cave as fast as he could. Lina, are you here so soon? At this time, Tang Heo and Tang Feng had not gone far, because they did not dare to release their soul power and move forward at full speed. So Tang Lin saw them a moment later. Above, golden light shone around Tang Feng, and he felt Tang Lin coming. I can't help but be overjoyed. Hurry up, the monster is coming. Tang Lin didn't have time to explain, so he immediately asked them to run at full speed and escape quickly. Now that they had been discovered, there was no need to hide anything. The two of them also knew that the situation was not good and immediately released their soul power. Tang Feng activated the golden armor with all his strength, and his whole body suddenly shone with golden light, illuminating the distance within 100 meters around him. Hurry up, I'm coming to the queen. The three of them ran away quickly. Tang Heo felt a large black shadow coming from under his feet, and he immediately stopped with the clear sky hammer in hand. Second uncle, be careful, don't be wary. Tang Lin and the two didn't hesitate at all, because they knew that staying would only be a burden, so they could only continue to escape upwards at this moment. Boom. Seeing Tang Heo's clear sky hammer above him flashing red light, the black shadow immediately stood up, and the 8 soul beasts all showed fear. 8 ferocious beasts. They don't know that Tang Heo is even more afraid of them at this time. Each of these 8 monsters has exceeded the 10-year-old level and has become a ferocious beast. Even as powerful as Tang Heo, he was still anxious at this moment. However, he has no choice. Hammer of the clear sky, chaotic cape. Suddenly, a huge black water dragon appeared behind Tang Heo. There was a faint red light all over the water dragon, and it also had a pair of red eyes. After a moment of charging, the clear sky hammer swung downwards. The giant dragon roared and rushed towards the black shadow. After doing all this, Tang Heo didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately put away the clear sky hammer and ran away quickly without even looking at the result. He didn't want to really fight these 8 monsters, and they were still in the water. He was now just drag them while you hit them really. In less than half the time of burning the incense, 8 monsters caught up with them again. Their speed in the water was extremely fast. Tang Heo followed suit, swung the hammer again, and continued to escape. However, Tang Lin and the two heard the rumbling sounds of fighting under the sea, which was extremely terrifying. Don't hesitate, leave quickly, otherwise the second uncle won't be able to let go. Seeing Tang Feng stop, Tang Lin immediately pulled him up. In the face of such terrifying strength, an ordinary titled Douluo was nothing, let alone a soul saint. Tang Feng had no choice but to continue running away. He had been feeling aggrieved recently, originally thinking that his soul saint was already very powerful, and at least at level 72, he could defeat level 78 Tang Senator. But after this period of experience, he discovered that his strength was so weak. Because of his weakness, he almost killed the sect leader Tang Zhao, the people of the Haitian sect, and even his brother and son. Until now, in the face of danger, the only option is to escape. His mentality gradually changed. Oh. Blackheart was repulsed again. Although he was in the sea, Tang Heo had some advantages, since he was in a higher position. Moreover, these 8 monsters were like one body, almost entering and exiting at the same time, which was very strange. Otherwise, if they attacked separately, even Tang Heo might not be able to handle it, but they didn't. Not long after, Tang Lin and Tang Feng finally surfaced, and immediately after, Tang Heo also jumped out. He thought that the 8 ferocious beasts would catch up soon, but when they were fighting underwater just now, Tang Heo found that they had already stopped their pursuit, as if they were afraid of something above them. And now, he retreated directly. These monsters are really gone. It's finally safe. Tang Lin let out a long sigh of relief. This was the first time he saw 8 ferocious beasts. It feels so good to escape. Tang Feng lit the torch, and with the illumination of the golden armor, the surrounding became clearer. It was a wide place, similar to the space when they entered the water just now. It was surrounded by stone walls in the pool in front of them. Taking a closer look, there are actually 4 murals on the surrounding stone walls. Qinglong, Beihu, Suzaku, Zuanwu. 4 huge murals were painted on the wall in the direction of the 4th brother. However, apart from these, there was nothing else, not even a trace of the mechanism. How do we go from here? We don't have to go back to the water and go back the way we came. What the hell is this place? It can actually breed such terrifying beasts. And there are 8 of them. Dad, take out that drop of blood. Tang Lin said suddenly. Really? Under the guidance of the essence and blood, Tang Lin had already walked towards the blue dragon painting. Bring all the torches and nightlight pearls here to light up this area. Let's look carefully. There must be a mechanism on this stone wall. Tang Lin suddenly felt confident and said, "It is good." The three of them began to search carefully. If the blood essence's guidance was correct, then there must be something behind the stone wall. After searching for a long time, they still didn't find any mechanism. Tang Lin jumped into the air and accidentally saw the dragon's eyes. He got closer and took a closer look. Sure enough, the dragon's eyes were weird. Tang Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately slapped him down. There was no response at all. Tang Lin looked at the pair of dragon eyes, thought for a moment, and had some vague guesses in his mind. Could this stone wall be the gate of the dragon tomb? Is it too simple and ridiculous? No matter how you put it, it should be a tall dragon gate or something. No matter how much, he picked up the blood essence and approached the dragon's left eye. This left eye was obviously missing something, a little less charming, but when this drop of blood essence came close to the dragon's eye, it suddenly lit up. Then it was quickly sucked into the dragon's eye. Immediately afterwards, the blood-red dragon's blood began to spread on the stone wall. After a while, the essence and blood traveled through the entire dragon, and suddenly a red light appeared, illuminating the surrounding area. Exclamation mark. At the same time, an ancient aura was released from the dragon shadow on the stone wall. Tang Heo immediately activated his martial soul to protect his body, but still spit out a mouthful of blood. The same was true for Tang Feng. Even with the golden armor on his body, some people can't bear this huge momentum. Tang Feng didn't notice for a moment, and he slumped down, with blood pouring from his mouth. Fortunately, his body was strong enough, and he had the black turtle armor, otherwise he would have lost half his life in this moment. This aura is so powerful, it's like the presence of a god. At this moment, they finally knew what the black shadow was afraid of just now. Boom. Suddenly, the stone wall gradually opened, and a long black tunnel appeared in front of everyone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the dragon tomb. It will greatly affect the plot of Douluo continent. We hereby reward you with an airdrop gun, equipped with a super airdrop bullet, which can summon a super airdrop. The moment the door opened, a long-lost system voice came from Tang Lin's mind. He was so happy that he almost screamed. Airdrop gun. There is actually an airdrop gun. Can summon super airdrop. I never expected that this system could operate like this, and standing here, we can finally confirm that this is the dragon tomb. Although it looks a bit fishy from the outside, the powerful aura and soul power fluctuations emanating from it mean there are definitely a lot of treasures inside. Dad, second uncle, this is Dragon Tomb. Chapter 185. The secret of the disappearance of the Dragon Clan? Exclamation mark. Go, enter and have a look. The ancient atmosphere hit his face. Tang Lin suppressed the excitement in his heart and led Tang Feng and Tang Heo into the Dragon Tomb. At the same time, he was also curious about why opening the Dragon Tomb would greatly affect the plot of Douluo continent. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstacles such as traps, nor did they encounter any other tomb guarding soul beasts. Tang Lin probably knew why, because anyone who could come in here must have pseudo-dragon essence and blood. Or the essence and blood of the Dragon Clan will do. Otherwise, even if they know the location of the Dragon Tomb, no one will be able to get in. After all, the surrounding stone walls are really too hard. Look. Soon, a huge dragon remains appeared in front of them. It may be because of the environment here, or it may be because the dragon's body has become so powerful that it is not corrupted. Is this a real dragon? Even a strong man like Tang Heo couldn't help but tremble in his heart at this moment. This huge dragon corpse had deeply shocked him. Since the brightness around him was not very high, they could only see a huge dragon head. Its body stretches for an unknown number of meters, with no end in sight. One of the dragon whiskers of this dragon corpse is as thick as an adult. It is almost the same size as the stone turtle on the Death Island. It is really huge. This place should already be under the deep sea. If calculated according to the mural, when we came in before, there should be 3 tombs under the deep sea, namely the tombs of White Tiger, Suzaku and Zhuanwu. However, Tang Lin only had 1 drop of pseudo-dragon essence and blood, which should be the essence and blood of a true descendant of the Dragon Clan. However, because of many generations, the dragon blood turned into pseudo-dragon essence and blood. System, are there any boxes around? At this moment, Tang Lin was shocked and immediately thought of the system and asked immediately. Ding. Start scanning. Ding. There is no box within 10 miles. Tang Lin was a little disappointed. This dragon was dead. This was certain, because the death energy on its body was very heavy, but it did not drop the box. Tang Lin thought about it, probably because it had been dead for too long for the sake of, there's an altar here. Tang Feng looked around and suddenly found an altar in front of him, and immediately called Tang Heo over. Tang Heo flew into the air, and found that the entire altar was surrounded by the dragon's body, and there was a halo surrounding it. It seemed very extraordinary. The three of them quickly arrived at the altar. Tang Lin took the first step, and stepped into this layer of light. Tang Heo frowned. He could feel that the altar was definitely not that simple, so he wanted to be the first to go forward to explore the way, but Tang Heo was stopped by Tang Lin. Lin took the lead and immediately wanted to stop Tang Lin to prevent him from falling into danger, but found that it was too late. Suddenly, a powerful breath came, causing the altar to shake for a while, as if a sleeping dragon was about to wake up. At this moment, everyone heard an ancient and vicissitudes of voice. Millions of years have passed, but I didn't expect that the people who set foot here were not my dragon clan, nor the four sacred beast clan, but you humans. It's your luck and your destiny. Hearing this voice, the three people's hearts trembled, and they suddenly became vigilant. There was a trace of fear in their hearts, and they were also confused. Could it be that this old dragon is not dead yet? Impossible. Sudden. In the center of the altar, a small dragon shadow appeared, and then turned into a human figure. Then, the figure gradually became clear. It was an old man with white hair. He was looking at Tang Lin and Tang Heo with benevolent expressions. Tang Lin and the other three looked at him warily, as if facing a formidable enemy, even releasing their martial spirits and soul rings. The white-haired old man smiled and said, "You don't have to be like this. I have been dead for millions of years, and what you see now is just a residual soul that I have retained with the help of this altar and the power of our dragon clan." Tang Lin and the others did not speak. They were shocked, but still kept vigilant. This was definitely a powerful man that they could not imagine, and he was also a dragon. It was probably the giant dragon surrounding the altar. Unbelievable. According to what he said, he has been dead for millions of years, but he still retains a remnant soul until now. One can imagine how perverted he is. Is it the dragon god? Tang Lin was suspicious. I'm afraid only God can do this. Seeing that Tang Lin and the others were still wary of him, the old man couldn't help but smile and said, "You really don't have to be so wary of me. The strength I have left now is very small, and not enough to hurt you. Besides, it won't hurt you either. Since you can come here, it means that on this continent, our dragon clan has been severely suppressed, and has even been exterminated, right? We don't know what the seniors said, but from what we know, there is indeed no real dragon soul beast in Douluo continent. Dragon soul beasts only exist in some legends and unofficial history books." Tang Heo calmly replied. He didn't believe that dragons really existed before, but after seeing this huge dragon just now, he completely believed it. The old man nodded, sighed, shook his head, and finally said helplessly, "It seems that my guess is correct. Our dragon clan has indeed been exterminated. Our dragon clan was invincible and unprecedentedly powerful at the time. Later, they wanted to dominate the world, which led to them becoming the opposite of almost all soul beasts and soul masters. In this way, it is reasonable for the clan to be exterminated." Hearing the white-haired old man sigh, Tang Lin and the others were shocked. They never expected that in ancient times, the dragon clan was so powerful that it could go to war with all soul masters and all soul beast races. The dragon clan is indeed tyrannical and terrifying. Senior, did the god realm not care at that time? Tang Lin asked with a skeptical attitude. God realm? The old man shook his head and said with a helpless smile, "At that time, the dragon clan started a war with the god realm at the same time. They were really too proud at that time. I have told them long ago that, although our dragon clan is strong, we cannot claim to be strong. That's it, you can never be king," but they refused to listen. I didn't expect that they would end up being exterminated. Although I had expected this, I still felt a little emotional. If I could have persuaded them at that time. Senior, what you mean is that you did not participate in the Dragon Clan's war at that time. Also, why did Senior set up an altar here? Tang Lin asked here. Although I'm also a high-ranking god, I couldn't persuade them, so I came to this continent and set up this altar, just to have a way out, if my Dragon Clan is defeated one day. Bafer. The old man replied calmly. Chapter 186. Mutation. High God. Tang Lin and the others were shocked. I didn't expect that the old dragon in front of me was actually a god, and a high-ranking god, but if I think about it, I can understand that after all, the green dragon is one of the 4 divine beasts. Senior, now there are no dragons in our Douluo continent. I wonder what kind of escape route Senior set up this altar to leave for the dragons? Is it possible that the dead dragons can still survive? Tang Lin asked. Originally I knew that our Dragon Clan was really too domineering and tyrannical at that time. They wanted to rule the world with the power of one clan, so they would fail sooner or later. However, not all Dragon Clans want to dominate the world, so I know that even if the Dragon Clan fails in the end, there will definitely be some Dragon Clans that can survive, and these surviving Dragon Clans can rely on the guidance of their blood to come here and start this Dragon Clan. And then inherit my will, thus leading the Dragon Clan to another path. But I didn't expect that now on this continent, our Dragon Clan has become a legendary existence. This probably means that the Dragon Clan has been exterminated, at least on this continent. The old man sighed with melancholy. Tang Lin and the others were secretly shocked. This place was obviously the inheritance of the high-ranking King Lan god. It was an extremely terrifying existence. If they could get this inheritance, they might be able to command the entire Dragon Clan in the future. Although it is said that there are no dragons in the Douluo continent, there may not necessarily be no dragons in the God Realm or other lower planes. The dragons may not have been exterminated. They may have fled to a certain planet to recharge their batteries. Recommended reading / I have been waiting for millions of years. If there are still dragons who can find this place, they should have found it long ago. The white-haired old man continued. Now that you have broken in, you must have obtained the essence and blood of my Dragon Clan by chance. In this case, it can be regarded as your fate. As long as you can agree to a few conditions, I will give you my inheritance of gods. The old man raised his head, looked at Tang Lin and the others seriously, and said seriously. Tang Lin was okay, because he had a system, so he didn't care much about these things, but Tang Heo and Tang Feng were obviously a little excited, and even started to tremble a little. That is the inheritance of the divine throne. Tang Heo was immediately speechless. He thought that his grandfather had left the Haoshan sect in order to seek to become a god at level. He didn't even know whether he was dead or alive. This is not an ordinary god, this is a god of a high-ranking god. It is conceivable that, if you can get the inheritance of this god, it will no longer be impossible to break through the 100th level and become a god in the future. On the Douluo continent, I don't know how long it has been since someone became a god at level. On the Douluo continent, like the Dragon Clan, fighting has become a legendary thing. Except for some big sects, there are almost no people believe that there really is a god. Senior, what are the conditions? Tang Feng and Tang Heo were still in shock and had not recovered, while Tang Lin asked doubtfully. First of all, after inheriting my god, you will get a soul ring that is more than 1,000,000 years old, and my soul will also be parasitic in it. If you can become a god in the future, you must resurrect me. As long as I'm resurrected, our Dragon Clan has hope. Secondly, if you encounter our Dragon Clan in other planes, or in the God Realm in the future, we need to help. In the end, only one person can accept the inheritance of gods, and you have 3 people now, so you decide for yourself who should inherit my gods. The white-haired old man looked at the 3 of them and said seriously. After hearing this, Tang Lin frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in his heart. Not only him, but Tang Feng and Tang Heo also showed doubts. This is the inheritance of the gods of our Dragon Clan. Don't think too much. Hurry and choose someone now. My remaining energy will not last long. The white-haired old man said kindly. Senior, I still have a question that I would like to ask you. Tang Lin didn't pay attention to his words, but asked. Oh, If you have any questions, just ask, but hurry up, I already feel that I'm about to disappear. The old man said. Senior is a high-ranking god, but I just heard from Senior that he died many years ago. I dare to ask Senior, what was the reason for Senior's death? Tang Lin kept his distance and asked slowly. At first, they thought this was just an ordinary god, but they did not expect that this high-ranking god had actually died, and he should have been dead for a long time. At this time, Tang Heo and Tang Feng also noticed something strange, and all three of them felt a little wary. It's a long story, and millions of years have passed, and some memories have disappeared, so I don't know exactly how I died. I just remember that I died for the future of the Dragon Clan. Baby, the old man still explained kindly. Do you still have any doubts now? If there is no more, then quickly choose someone to inherit my god. The old man smiled. Okay, then the three of us will discuss it. Tang Lin replied with a smile. Then he sent a message to Tang Heo and his father, and slowly stepped back step by step. He instinctively felt that this place was a bit weird, and this white-haired old man also revealed an elusive mystery, so he had to leave the altar first. Just when Tang Lin and the others turned around, the white-haired old man behind him suddenly changed his face, revealing a sinister face. He stared at the three of them coldly, like a beast staring at its prey. Did they discover something? The old man muttered. No, we finally waited for these three people to arrive. We can't let them walk out of the altar just like that. Suddenly, the old man felt fierce in his heart. He has been trapped here for a long time. If he doesn't get out, he will really die. He was very cautious. He said before that only one person could inherit the divine throne, just to outline the greed and desire in human hearts, so that Tang Lin and the other two could kill each other, and then he could benefit at the minimum cost. But it seems to be unworkable now. He doesn't know where the problem lies, but he knows that there is only one chance. He has to fight for it, whether he is dead or alive. He must not let Tang Lin and the others walk out of the altar, otherwise if they don't come back, he has only one way to die. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura hit their faces, and Tang Lin and the other two people immediately felt something bad. Fortunately, they had already taken precautions, so they did not panic. The three of them immediately turned around and struck the old man with a blow, and then escaped from the altar quickly. Chapter 187. The Dragon Awakens! Exclamation mark. Have you been discovered? The white-haired old man chuckled. Haha, do you think you can still escape? Just as Tang Lin and the other three people were running away in fear, a pressure so powerful that they could hardly breathe came. The three of them were immediately stagnant. The red ninth soul ring flashed under Tang Heo's feet, and he wanted to use Heoshan hammer, only to find that the clear sky hammer is extremely heavy, like a sea, and the surrounding space seems to be imprisoned, unable to move at all. Not good. All these changes happened so fast. Almost instantly, the three of them were unable to move. Tang Lin came to his senses when he heard Tang Heo's exclamation, and immediately released his second martial spirit 98k. As soon as 98k appeared, the white-haired old man behind them frowned. At this moment, Tang Lin Heo found that the surrounding space seemed to be loose, and he immediately revealed the ultimate secret of Doshumi, the ring explosion. There was no time for him to think too much. Boom. A terrifying aura came from Tang Heo's body. The soul rings on the soles of his feet exploded one by one, and the soul power aura gradually condensed into the clear sky hammer, which gave him a brief chance to take action. Heoshan's magical skill, the Great Sumeru Hammer. Oh. However, even though it was as powerful as the Great Sumeru Hammer, it was still no match for the white-haired old man. When the Heoshan hammer fell on the old man's head, it was instantly fixed. At this moment, Tang Lin's face was extremely ugly. Even if he released 98k, he still couldn't move his body. He couldn't even turn his head to look at the white-haired old man. This old man is really too strong. PFFT. Suddenly, the white-haired old man seemed to be vomiting blood. His expression instantly changed, and his body became unreal. It turned out that he had forced Tang Lin and the others to stay, and even confronted Tang Heo's big Sumeru hammer. It was not easy either. How much? The energy in the body is really running out. It's now. At the critical moment, the old man knew that he could not drag it out any longer, so he thought of capturing 3 people in one fell swoop and then using them to replenish his own energy. But how could Tang Lin and Tang Heo give him a chance? Tang Lin shouted immediately. Tang Heo understood and continued to swing the clear sky hammer in his hand. Tang Lin could finally turn around. At the same time, the phantom tank instantly hit his figure, and with the sniper field, he was able to hide even more. The biggest enhancement. 98k finally targeted the white-haired old man's fatal weakness at this moment. Boom. Tang Lin didn't hesitate and fired immediately. The white-haired old man frowned when Tang Lin disappeared instantly, but he didn't care because he could feel that Tang Lin's position was the same as before he disappeared. However, just when he didn't care, Tang Lin suddenly a shot came over, and the bullet instantly shot into the head of the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man took a few steps back in an instant, and his head was tilted back by the bullet. When he raised his head again, a bullet hole appeared between his eyebrows. His face became a little ugly again, and his body was flickering, as if he would disappear at any time. It was only then that Tang Feng, who had been imprisoned by this pressure, was finally able to move. I really didn't expect, that 2 mere boys could have such amazing explosive power, and they could also cooperate to such an extent. The white-haired old man smiled kindly, giving people a terrifying feeling. Just as a precaution, he guided Tang Lin and the others to fight over their divine heritage. Later, he found that it didn't work, so he didn't care. He used his remaining energy to subdue several people below level 95. Not to mention the ants. However, at this moment, Tang Lin and Tang Heo gave him a big surprise. Tang Lin and the other 3 used the most powerful Tang Heo to restrain him, and then asked the weakest Tang Lin to take action. The 2 of them cooperated brilliantly. He suffered a big loss instantly. In fact, being able to cooperate so well is also due to the life of wandering at sea for more than a month. I have to applaud you too. But it's still a pity that you will never have a chance to take action again. As the white-haired old man spoke, his breath condensed again, and the flashing shadows on his body gradually solidified. If you can achieve this level, you are already considered very good. Tang Lin and the others were suppressed again instantly. He looked like he had already devoured Tang Lin and the 3 of them, and walked towards them step by step, with a look of regret on his face, as well as endless excitement and wildness. Are you finally free? Exclamation mark. As long as he takes over one person's body and digests the energy of the other 2, he can almost escape from the seal of this altar. Tread. The white-haired old man walked forward step by step. Tang Lin suddenly became nervous and frowned, thinking that it would not be so unlucky. Do the 3 of us really want to explain this here today? Exclamation mark. Is this the plot that the system said will significantly affect Douluo continent? // Mommy. System dad, come out and save the child. Tang Lin has nothing to rely on at this moment. Not even Uncle Heo can solve the problem. The only thing he could think of was the system. Because he knew that the system guided him to open the dragon tomb, and it was definitely not for him to die. However, the system didn't bother him at all. The white-haired old man didn't want to delay time. He slowly accelerated his pace. He didn't have much energy left now, and he didn't want any more accidents. However, just when he thought he was going to succeed, his whole body was instantly like a cannonball, blasted into the wall of the altar by a magical force. Tang Lin was about to risk his life and beg for mercy, but suddenly he saw the old man being fucked down, and he suddenly looked confused. What the hell is going on? At the same time, the pressure on them disappeared instantly, and the 3 of them immediately escaped from the altar without any hesitation. King Lang, I swear to be incompatible with you. A huge roar came from the altar. King Lang? Tang Lin and the others were stunned for a moment. When they turned around, they realized that the head of the giant dragon hovering around the altar had been raised at some point. The 3 of them suddenly felt their scalps numb. This giant dragon has awakened? Is he really not dead? Exclamation mark. It's impossible. He has lost his breath a long time ago, and his body is full of death energy. How could he not be dead? Could it be the function of the altar? The moment the giant dragon raised its head, it exhaled a sharp breath towards the white-haired old man. Many runes shone around the altar. The white-haired old man had turned into a dragon shadow at this time, and he was in the altar. keep roaring and screaming. No, I'm not reconciled. Finally, he disappeared into the altar. Tang Lin and the other two people watched all this in stunned silence. It happened almost instantly. In the hearts of the three of them, a sense of awe for the strong arose spontaneously, and the most important thing was fear. Chapter 188. Life turns into dragon water, a crisis for the mainland. This old immortal is finally dead. My mission is finally completed. After the white-haired old man disappeared, a dragon roar resounded throughout the dragon tomb, and then a voice came. At the same time, the huge dragon corpse around the altar was melting away at an extremely fast speed. Above the altar, an energy light group emitting some light appeared, making the surrounding area a little brighter. The white-haired old man was dead. The awakened dragon had completed its mission, and was slowly disappearing. There were no other threats here. At this time, Tang Lin came back to his senses, and was attracted by the light group of the altar loaf. He began to look toward the altar. Is that a soul bone? Or something? A ball of light floated above the mysterious runes in the center of the altar. Tang Lin could not see clearly what it was, but because of what happened just now, he did not dare to step into the altar immediately. It took me so many years to suppress this old dragon, but I didn't expect that in the end it was because of you humans that I had the opportunity to end his life early. This is his dragon essence, just treat it as a reward for you. At this time, a dragon roar came, which was the sound made by the disappearing green dragon. Long Yuan? Tang Lin was immediately delighted. Thank you, Senior King Lan God. Tang Lin and the other three looked at each other, smiled, and immediately slapped King Lang in gratitude. No need. When you came in just now, the escape route had been blocked. This was set up to prevent anyone from coming in, to rescue this old dragon, so you will go out from the altar later. There is a space teleportation array on this altar. I will activate the method. Let me tell you, you only need to activate the altar, and you can leave here. Then a trace of light came into the minds of the three of them, and Tang Lin and the others immediately knew the location of the teleportation array, and how to activate it. Before Tang Lin and the others could speak, King Lan continued to speak. There is a pool of vitality transforming dragon water under the altar. It was originally one of the foundations of the altar sealing formation. Now that the old dragon is dead, this vitality transforming dragon water is also retained. Let the waste be increased to you together. Vital dragon water? Before Tang Lin and the others could ask, they saw that King Lang had completely melted and turned into a shadow. King Lang looked up in a certain direction and said with excitement, my mission is finally completed and it's time for me to leave. Thank you, Senior King Lang God. Senior, I have one more thing I want to ask Senior. Tang Lin also knew that King Lang was leaving in a hurry, so he hurriedly asked, when we came in just now, we came in through the King Lang statue. There were 3 more people outside. Does the statue of the deputy gods mean that there are also the tombs of White Tiger, Suzaku and Zuan here? Tang Lin could feel that this King Lang didn't have any ill intentions toward them, but was actually a little grateful to them, so he asked boldly. That's right, but since ancient times, opportunities have also been accompanied by dangers. If you really have the opportunity to enter, then it's up to you. But these tombs of gods are actually just suppressing and sealing the souls of certain powerful people. There are no gods in them. It's the only inheritance, so don't rush in if it's not necessary. King Lang finally thought about it and decided that it was necessary to remind and slightly warn these people. After all, they had done him a great favor, so he spoke again. Also, you broke into this dragon tomb. Although you cooperated with me to kill this old dragon, he had already spread the information here before he died. I'm afraid that in a few years, there will be other continents based on this. The information is found here. There are really too few strong people on your current Douluo continent. This is definitely the weakest continent among all the continents I have ever seen. Although there are few strong people in your continent, they definitely have their value. Otherwise we would not be here. This world is originally about the jungle and the strong. Of course, natural selection of the fittest survives. This may still be a problem for your continent. It might be a good thing, but no matter what, no matter how this continent develops in the end, it's not something you can control. So that's all. Let's go. Wow. King Lang tried his best to finish his words, but when the last voice came, there was no trace of him around. At this moment, Tang Lin and the others were stunned on the spot. They were still recalling the information King Lang told them. Tang Lin had systematic reminders, so it was okay. However, Tang Feng and Tang Heo were completely confused. What the hell? What King Lang just meant was that there are other continents outside the world that are coming to invade our Douluo continent. Exclamation mark. This amount of information seems a bit large. The three of them stayed silent for a long time. It's useless for us to think so much now. Didn't the Azure Dragon God also say that blessings and misfortunes come together, and it's unclear whether it's good or bad? It's useless for us to worry so much. Tang Lin was the first to speak. That's right, at least we now know the news, which can prepare our Haotian sect and even our entire continent, right? Tang Feng also nodded. Yeah, there's no point worrying. Let's deal with this dragon essence and that dragon transforming water first. Tang Heo opened his eyes and looked at the altar. Now, there should be no danger in this dragon tomb. When they first came in, they could only imagine that there would be some kind of mechanism here. How did they know that there were such two great gods here? It almost killed the three of them. No wonder before, not even the monster in the water outside dared to surface and chase them. This Long Yuan naturally belongs to you. Tang Heo turned to look at Tang Feng. Tang Feng was about to speak, but Tang Heo raised his hand to stop him. You don't have to be humble. Long Yuan can't help but regenerate your broken arm. It can also make you. My qualifications have been horribly improved, and now there is only my eldest brother in the Haotian sect, so I'm worried. So you should understand what I mean, right? We come here, in addition to training, to find a chance to treat the arm. Besides, with Xiaolin and I's qualifications, using this dragon essence is simply a waste. Tang Lin looked at Tang Heo gratefully at this moment. Tang Feng finally nodded in agreement. He originally thought that his qualifications were all, so he left the opportunity of Long Yuan to Tang Heo or his son, which would make them stronger, but now, he can't even refuse. There is also the Vitality Dragon Water. I don't know what it is, but since this thing can be used as one of the foundations of this ceiling formation, it must not be a simple thing. Tang Lin said, let's go to the altar, and collect the dragon essence. Let's go down and see what kind of good thing this dragon transforming water is. Tang Heo said in a deep voice. The three of them stepped into the altar again. This time, they didn't have that bad feeling in their hearts, which also meant that the altar was no longer in danger. There was a mechanism around the altar. Tang Lin used the method taught to him by King Lang. After opening it, a huge stone wall opened next to it, and a strong vitality came out, which shocked their spirits. Sure enough, it's not something simple. The stone wall was completely opened, and a huge stone step appeared. Each stone step was 3 to 4 meters wide, and up to 100 meters long. It was like a huge dragon palace below, and the three of them slowly entered it. After coming down, they saw a pool of emerald green water in the center. The aura of vitality emanating from here. They didn't know how deep the pool was, but it was about 100 square meters in size. It was hard for them to imagine so many extremely precious treasures. At this moment, they spontaneously felt that the previous catastrophe of life and death was worth it. Tang Lin reached into the pool, and a strange energy gradually seeped in. The wounds on his hands were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Starter, this organic dragon water can really be said to be a kind of divine water. Not only does it have a powerful therapeutic effect, but it can also enhance the strength of the physical body. This is probably the holy water of the dragon clan. Tang Lin said in surprise. If you add Dragon Yuan, your arm will definitely be able to regenerate. I'm afraid we will also turn into powerful monsters because of this pool of vitality dragon water. It is good. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry into the water pool and absorb the dragon essence in the water pool. The effect will only be better. Tang Heo showed an excited look. The three of them no longer hesitated. Enter the pool immediately. This pool is actually 6 or 7 meters deep. How much water must there be to turn life into a dragon? After entering the pool, they discovered that the pool was actually 6 or 7 meters deep. It's a pity that we can't take out so much pond water at all, and the gate of Dragontum has been completely closed. I'm afraid it won't be as easy as this time to get in. Tang Heo couldn't help but sigh. If so much life-transforming dragon water could be brought out, it would be of great significance to the Haotian sect and the Douluo continent. Tang Lin pretended to be calm and smiled without saying a word. His external soul bone, the space backpack, has now grown up with him, and it is no problem to hold this pool of vitality transforming dragon water. Second uncle, this is our opportunity. We can take out as much as we can. Why force it? Tang Lin looked free and easy in his dress. He doesn't want to expose his thoughts. If his father and second uncle knew that he could take them all out, then this pool of vitalized dragon water would directly belong to the Haotian sect's private property, and he didn't want that. Naturally, you have to hold such a good thing in your own hands. Hey, that's right. Who can bring out so much vitality turned dragon water? But I thought too much. I didn't expect that I, Tang Heo, am not as free and easy as you. Ha ha ha. Tang Heo smiled in relief. Tang Feng also shook his head helplessly. He was very satisfied that he could get the dragon essence and the vitality transforming dragon water, and he didn't think much about it at all. The three of them calmed down and began to absorb the dragon essence and vitality dragon water. As for the rest, they had already forgotten about it. Chapter 189. Ancestral Land, Crystal of Life, the fighting continent is open. Finally there are clues to the ancestral land. In Dark Moon continent, which is extremely far away from Douluo continent, after receiving the message sent by the old dragon before his death that day, the powerful people on the continent quickly gathered together. Is there really any clue in the ancestral land? Some people can't even believe that the ancestral land is the holy land that all soul masters and soul beasts yearn for. This is news from the Dragon Clan. You should also know that the Dragon Clan conquered the world and went to countless places. It is said that even now, the Dragon Clan has not been able to find several great dragon generals who mysteriously disappeared. That must have happened in ancient times. Have the Dragon Clan really been looking for it for so many years? Didn't they even find their secret technique for them? Someone asked doubtfully. I heard that the Dragon Clan has a secret blood technique. Extremely powerful. No, so the Dragon Clan guessed that the disappeared dragon generals might have been suppressed in places like the ancestral land. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Clan just sent news saying that this is true. They have already passed on the news about the ancestral land. Everyone should know how important the ancestral land is, right? I propose that from now on, we should try our best to change the trajectory of my moon continent and march towards the ancestral land. Douluo continent, Dragon Ghost Island. Tell me, how true or false is a reason why the Dragon Clan disappeared that the white-haired old dragon said before? Do not know. I think it might be true, but it might also be false. It doesn't matter whether it's true or false. It has nothing to do with us anymore. It has been more than a month since Tang Lin and the others entered under the altar. They have also absorbed the vitality transforming dragon water for more than a month. The water in the pool is still the same as before, with almost no changes. However, Tang Lin and the others have completely changed. Tang Lin's body was already strong, but now that he has absorbed the vitality dragon water for more than a month, his body strength has almost reached the level of a powerful titled Douluo. Tang Heo is even more terrifying. In the past few months, using the explosive ring twice in a row has caused a lot of damage to his body. But now, under the influence of the vitalizing dragon water, his body has long since healed, and all the old injuries have been hidden. All hidden dangers such as this have disappeared, and the physical strength has been many times higher than before. The soul power also directly broke through to level 95 soul power. Now he is a real super titled Douluo. Even if he faces thousands of Douluo, he still has enough confidence and no longer wants to run away in embarrassment like before. Tang Feng is a miracle. After absorbing the dragon essence, his qualifications have been completely changed, like a phoenix reborn from nirvana. Until now, he is still silently absorbing the energy of the dragon water to temper his body. The strength of his body has been improved. It's reached a terrible point. His broken arm has also recovered. 4 years ago, when he fought with Tang Lin, his soul power was only level 72, but now his soul power has reached level 78. If Tang Feng now faces Tang Lin again, even if Tang Lin has broken through to the level 80 Contra realm, Tang Feng is still confident that he can easily defeat him. The first to reach saturation was Tang Lin. He knew that he could no longer absorb any more vitality dragon water, so he went ashore to practice silently. Next was Tang Feng and Tang Heo. The two stopped at almost the same time, and then came ashore one after another. After absorbing Long Yuan, Tang Feng was no longer the same. His talent now surpassed Tang Heo. It can be seen from the fact that he and Tang Heo landed almost at the same time, after absorbing the vitality transforming dragon water. Originally, his strength and soul power were far inferior to Tang Heo. Logically speaking, he should have come up a week or two before Tang Heo, but now he can come ashore almost at the same time as Tang Heo. This can already explain a lot of problems. A satisfied smile appeared on Tang Heo's face. Tang Feng's talent exceeded him, which meant that the Haitian sect had another pervert. This was a good thing for the Haitian sect in the upcoming crisis in the mainland. Tang Lin was equally excited and delighted, even more excited than Tang Feng himself. Okay, now that everyone has absorbed it, there is no use staying here anymore. Let's leave quickly. Seeing Tang Heo coming ashore, Tang Feng stood up immediately and said he couldn't wait to go back. After not seeing his wife and daughter for more than half a year, Tang Feng rarely missed his daughter, especially his daughter. He had already heard from Tang Heo and Tang Lin that their daughter had awakened the golden dragon spirit. He really wanted to see his wife and daughter right away. It is good. Tang Heo naturally had no objection, but his eyes were reluctant to look at the vitality dragon water. This is a huge Pokemon. It's a pity that I can't take them all away. I can only take some away and give it to the mistress. Hey, let's go. Tang Heo sighed again. Liner? Tang Feng looked at Tang Lin, who was practicing cross-legged. Tang Lin's body was surrounded by a halo of energy, and his soul power fluctuated extremely obviously. It was obviously at a critical moment in his cultivation, and it was a sign that he was about to enter the next level of soul power. Forget it. It will take a certain amount of time for us to activate the teleportation formation. Let's go up to heaven and activate the formation first. Liner is about to break through now, so we won't disturb him for now. Tang Feng said. Well, let's go. Tang Heo responded. Tang Feng was eager to leave, and he was also eager to leave. Ever since he appeared in front of Wuhan Hall, he had not seen his son Tang San for almost 2 or 3 months, and he didn't know what his current situation was. Moreover, practicing here is not only twice the result with half the effort, but also extremely safe, so they don't have to protect Tang Lin at all. Being here will only disturb him, so the two of them went up to activate the formation without much thought. Feeling that his father and second uncle were far away, Tang Lin unexpectedly broke through to level 55 soul power in an instant. Opening his eyes, Tang Lin showed a satisfied smile. Obviously, all of this was deliberately pretended by Tang Lin. In fact, he should have broken through to level 55 soul power 2 days ago, but he deliberately waited until now to break through, just for this moment. There is no one around now. This is the perfect time to collect the vitality dragon water. Soon, Tang Lin put all the huge pool of vitality dragon water into his space backpack. He thought that would be the end of it, but I didn't expect that there was a treasure under the spring water. These are several green crystals exuding a powerful breath of life. These should be the crystallization of the vitality dragon water. After all, this pool of vitality dragon water has been here for millions of years. It is normal to cultivate some essence. Perhaps it is precisely because of these crystals that the vitality dragon water has not disappeared for so many years. There are 9 fist-sized green crystals in total. Tang Lin calls them the crystals of life because these crystals are more vital than the vitality dragon water. Finally, all the treasures were swept away by Tang Lin. After Tang Lin came out, he stepped directly into the teleportation array, and the 3 of them disappeared into the dragon tomb in an instant. At the same time, they appeared together in the sky above Longjui Island. The thick fog still existed around them. They could vaguely see the general location of Long Gui Island, but they still couldn't see Long Gui. It looks as if Dragon Ghost Island itself has a hidden function. Finally out. After leaving the Dragon Tomb, I feel that my body and mind have been relaxed. This is a feeling of freedom. I'm trapped in the Dragon Tomb and never feel safe outside. Ding. A crisis in the Douluo continent has been detected. In about 10 years, a powerful continent called the Dark Moon continent is about to descend on the weak Douluo continent. As soon as he came out of Dragon Ghost Island and saw the blue sky and bright world outside, before Tang Lin had time to take a breath of the fresh air, the system's voice rang in his mind. Crisis in Douluo continent? Dark Moon continent? Tang Lin was shocked. Is the continental crisis mentioned by the Azure Dragon God really going to come true? However, this is not a bad thing for the weak Douluo continent, and Douluo continent still has at least 10 years to prepare. Second uncle, father, do you still remember what the Azure Dragon God said? Tang Lin looked at Tang Heo and the two. Are you referring to the fact that the message the old dragon sent before his death will bring crisis to Douluo continent? Yes, maybe in less than 10 years, the crisis will come. Tang Lin said seriously. Tang Heo said thoughtfully, we have no other choice but to accept this matter, so in addition to practicing hard to cope with this change, the only thing left for us is to twist Douluo continent into a single rope. But, this is really too difficult. Which of the two empires, Wuhan Palace, or even the 7 major sects doesn't have its own secrets? We just need to do our best and let the rest take its course. Didn't the King Lan God also say anyway, this is probably also an opportunity for Douluo continent? Tang Lin nodded, but he was still worried. Because King Lan God said that Douluo continent was the weakest continent he had ever seen, so he actually felt a lot of pressure in his heart at this time. Ding. The system opens the next training place for the host, Daoqi continent. The host only needs to click Daoqi continent to land in Daoqi continent. Tip, after the host comes to Daoqi continent, the system will be upgraded, and the energy box and space backpack will be emptied directly. Okay. New map? Fighting continent? Exclamation mark. That MO bullied young man into being poor? 30 years in Hedon and 30 years in Hexi? Tang Lin was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. You know, that is Daoqi continent. He has also watched fights breaking the sphere, and the power system is obviously stronger than that of Douluo. At this moment, Tang Lin suddenly no longer had any worries about the crisis Douluo continent was about to face. Haha, 10 years. If he can't make a name for himself in Daoqi continent in 10 years, is he still a time traveler? Exclamation mark. Dad, second uncle, let's go home. Tang Lin was extremely happy and excited now. He wanted to see his mother and sister Xiaomi immediately. Of course, he had to deal with things here as soon as possible before he could go to Daoqi continent to experience with peace of mind. You kid, what's going on? You looked worried just now. Why have you suddenly changed into a different person? Tang Feng frowned and said angrily. Tang Lin smiled and said nothing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. Practice the Great Sumeru Hammer! 3 talks on the subject. A few days later, Tang Lin and the other 3 returned to Soto City. Because of his cooperation with the auction houses in major cities in the 2 empires, Flanders is now known as the Ghost King and is already a famous mysterious boss on the Douluo continent. And many people can probably guess that this Ghost King definitely has inseparable suggestions from those mysterious overseas strongmen who appeared in the Wuhan Hall of Blood Moon City some time ago. Therefore, basically no one dares to provoke the Ghost King. Even Wu the people in the Soul Palace no longer aggressively inquired about the Ghost King. This made Flanders feel more and more comfortable. On one side was Shrek's principal, and on the other side was the mysterious Ghost King. Countless businesses and money were constantly filling his treasury. Of course, all this is thanks to Tang Lin. Tang Lin didn't see Flanders when he came here, and he had expected it, so he left a letter to Butler Liang in the mansion. After meeting Wang Xiaoshu's grandfather again, he left with his father's second uncle. There was a space ring in the envelope. Tang Lin took out almost all the treasures and armors in his backpack and put them in the space ring. In addition to these, there was also a letter containing some of his plans. Some plans must be completed by Flanders. Come to Notting City. Tang Lin, Tang Feng and Tang Hao separated. Tang Lin also gave Tang Hao 2 space rings, a few soul bones, and some vitality dragon water. Now that he knew that he was leaving Douluo continent for Dalki continent, and his space backpack would be emptied, he just no more hiding and tucking soon. Tang Feng and Tang Lin finally arrived at Haotian sect. Strangely enough, after the incident at the Tribulation Field, neither Bibidang nor Wuhan Palace came to question or cause trouble for the Haotian sect. The mainland was also peaceful, and Wuhan Palace seemed to have become silent. In fact, Tang Lin didn't know that the appearance of him and the masked Tang Xiao had brought a huge shock to Wuhan Palace and Bibidang Dao. Bibidang had announced her retreat, and she needed to speed up her pace, because only by arriving at that point, she will become invincible and rule them all. Everything in Wuhan Hall has been handed over to the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall unanimously decided that the current Wuhan Palace has exposed too much strength too early, so the Wuhan Palace cannot continue like this. It must be quiet for a period of time, keep a low profile, and let the major forces completely let down their guard. Only in this way, can we achieve the final goal of Wuhan Palace faster. Heaven Dao Empire, Clear Sky School. Tang Feng's family was finally reunited. Tang Feng recovered from his broken arm and didn't tell Li Rao what happened in Wuhan Palace. Li Rao just assumed that he went out to do business as usual and didn't find anything unusual. Night. The family is sitting at the dining table, enjoying themselves. The pretty Tang Xiaomi has a chubby face and a slight blush at the moment. Because she saw her father and brother today, she was so happy that she was jumping around all day and was so lively. No borders. Wang Xiaoshu sat next to Tang Lin with a smile on his face, but he also missed his grandfather a little. Xiaoshu, we went to Soto City when we came here. Your grandfather is living a good life in Soto City. You can go and see him anytime you want, or you can take him over to the Haotian sect. Tang Lin patted him. Wang Xiaoshu's shoulder said, it is good. Wang Xiaoshu grinned. Time flies very quickly. 1 month has passed. Tang Lin has almost only done one thing in the past month, which is to accompany his parents and tease his younger sister Xiaomi. The family has spent a month happily. Of course, Tang Lin also did some other things. He has left the vitality turned dragon water in the Haotian sect. Of course, he only left the things here temporarily. The Haotian sect invited him many times to enter the family tree, but he ignored them, so he is not yet a member of the family tree. It is directly related to the Haotian sect, so it is even more unlikely that this vitality transforming dragon water belongs to the Haotian sect. Now Tang Lin has found a hidden cave at the foot of the mountain. The vitalizing dragon water is placed in the cave, as well as the crystals of life. The owner of this cave only belongs to Tang Lin's family of 5, so besides Tang Lin, and except for Tang Feng, Li Rao, Tang Xiaomi and Wang Xiaoshu, anyone else needs the consent of the above 5 people to enter. As for the people of the Haotian sect, only the genius elites and high-level figures can apply to enter this cave to practice, and only a very small number of people can use the vitality transforming dragon water. During the recent period, Tang Lin discovered that this vitality dragon water was simply created for Tang Xiaomi. Tang Xiaomi was in the pond like a dragon entering the sea, having fun without thinking about it, and her body's ability to absorb these essences was many times faster than that of ordinary people. Now this cave has almost become Tang Xiaomi's personal leisure swimming pool. Tang Xiaomi's physical body has also become more powerful, but from the outside, his skin is still as thick as gelatin, and there is nothing visible at all. Today's Tang Feng's status in the Haotian sect has been turned upside down in an instant. His talent has already made a qualitative leap, and he has almost swept away the entire Haotian sect's elites at the same level. Even Contrap, Tang Feng can fight. Then, the Haotian sect unanimously decided that, as long as he reaches the strength of Contrap, the position of deputy sect leader belongs to Tang Feng. There may be some reasons for this, including Tang Lin's reason, and the reason why his vitality turned into dragon water, but Tang Feng naturally didn't care about these. In any case, he was just doing things for the sect and his family. He has now set off with Tang Lin to Notting City again, accompanied by Tang Xiaomi and Wang Xiaoshu. After arriving in Notting City, Wang Xiaoshu went directly to Soto City. He wanted to take his grandfather to the Haoshan sect. No matter what, he had to let his grandfather bathe in the vitality transforming dragon water several times. After all, this thing can restore vitality and prolong life. Tang Feng and the others came directly to Holy Soul Village. Tang Heo is no longer what he used to be. He used to be a sloppy drunkard who looked almost 60 or years old. But now, he is high-spirited and imposing. You are here. Tang Heo looked at Tang Lin and the others, and finally fixed his eyes on Tang Xiaomi, smiling. He knew what kind of martial spirit Tang Xiaomi had awakened. Tang Xiaomi was not afraid when he saw Tang Heo. Instead, he smiled, showing a row of white teeth. Let's go. Follow me. Tang Heo didn't say much. After all, he wasn't good at expressing himself. The titled Douluo speed was very fast. After a few hours, they came to a canyon. This is the place Tang Heo chose to practice. He wants to pass on all the Haoshan sect's unique skills to Tang Feng, and even to Tang Lin. Now Tang Feng has not only surpassed him in qualifications, but his physical strength has almost caught up with super titled Douluos. He has almost no problem practicing Daksumi, and Tang Xiaomi is also about to start practicing. Under Tang Lin's guidance, she released her martial soul, and the dragon's roar shook the sky. At the same time, a purple 1000-year soul ring appeared under her feet. This was the first soul ring she had just absorbed. She was born with full soul power, and she had awakened the top beast martial spirit, the golden holy dragon. So her physical body was already 100 times stronger than her peers, and she had been eating the beast meat essence given to her by Tang Lin. The physical body is changing almost every day, and recently it has been tempered by the vitality transforming dragon water in the Haoshan sect for a period of time. Therefore, her body strength has already been able to absorb the 1000-year soul ring. The 9th soul ring absorbed the 1000-year soul ring. Even Tang Heo's eyes widened, but when he thought of the vitalizing dragon water and the golden holy dragon, he could relieved. However, what Tang Heo didn't know was that Tang Lin possessed the soul rings of dragon soul beasts from almost all years. The first soul ring that Tang Xiaomi absorbed was the soul ring of a fire dragon. Tang Xiaomi's current level of perverted evil was no less than that of Tang Lin. After half a year, their training has finally come to an end. After Tang Lin repeatedly begged, Tang Heo finally agreed to take him to the killing city. But what surprised Tang Heo was that Tang Lin just walked around the killing city and then left with him. There is absolutely no intention of staying to practice. When he asked why, Tang Lin smiled and said nothing. Then, they rushed back to Notting City. Heaven Dao Empire, Notting City. In a loft of Notting Gourmet, Master Jade, long time no see, saw Douluo accompanied Ning Fengzi as he sat by the window. Sect Master Ning saw Douluo. Opposite them was Yu Yuansen, the elder and leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Yu Yuansen responded coldly, because it was Tang Lin and Tang Heo who invited them here for a secret meeting this time. One can imagine how he felt. Tread. At this time, several footsteps came from the attic. Squeak. The door opened. Tang Feng, Tang Heo and others walked in. Tang Lin was still holding Tang Xiaomi in his hand. Saint, a guard behind the Great Elder, saw Tang Xiaomi and immediately called out. Yu Yuansen and the Great Elder also looked over. When they saw the person coming, they both frowned. Sect Master Ning saw Douluo. Master Jade, Great Elder. Tang Feng walked in the front, with a smile on his face, and greeted several big shots one by one. Behind him on the right was Tang Heo, and behind him on the left was Tang Lin, who was holding Tang Xiaomi. It was obvious at a glance that this group of people was dominated by Tang Feng. After all, even Tang Heo and Tang Lin stood behind Tang Feng. At this moment, everyone present understood a lot. This Tang Lin was indeed Tang Feng's son, and Tang Xiaomi was his daughter, even though she was adopted. And Tang Heo naturally stood on a united front with the Haoshan sect. So, what was the purpose of the Haoshan sect secretly initiating talks between the three sects this time? Although they were thinking about this in their hearts, they did not forget to say hello to Tang Feng and Tang Hao. After all, Tang Feng represented the Haoshan sect, not to mention Tang Hao, a super powerful titled Douluo who deserved respect. Exclamation mark. Before the formal talks, on behalf of the Haoshan sect and Tang Lin's father, I would like to apologize to the Jade sect leader and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. They did bring some considerable losses to your sect before. Tang Feng looked at Yu Yuansen and bowed his hands. His attitude was very sincere and his posture was very low. Everyone knows what loss Tang Feng refers to. Point one of the three dignified sects was turned upside down by Tang Lin and Tang Hao. The sect leaders were seriously injured. This caused serious losses to the majesty and reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The scandal was brought up again, which made the faces of Yu Yuansen and the Landian family change. They were not good either, but they couldn't say anything about Tang Feng's attitude. Douluo continent respects strength, and the representative of Haoshan sect, the most dignified sect, apologized so sincerely to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. It was rare in history. Never. After all, Haoshan sect always speaks with a hammer and never apologizes. Ning Fengzi watched calmly and remained silent. But, suddenly, Tang Feng's expression became solemn and his attitude changed instantly. He looked coldly at the elder of the Blue Lightning family and said, "About Xiaomi, your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family did something wrong, and your people he even attacked my wife." The instant change in Tang Feng's attitude caused everyone present to freeze. Moreover, Tang Feng stopped here and kept looking at the elder coldly. The meaning is very obvious. Your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family must also give my explanation. Quiet. The field was extremely quiet at this moment. Yu Yuansen narrowed his eyes slightly, relaxed slowly after a moment, and finally smiled slightly and coughed lightly. The great elder's face suddenly became ugly. He knew what the sect leader meant, so he slowly said, "Regarding this matter, it is indeed our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family who has not been strict in controlling it. On behalf of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you, and your the family apologizes. However, Tang Xiaomi is a bloodline of my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and she is my biological granddaughter. She is now also the saint of our sect. Therefore, my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and I have the right to ask you to take her back. I also hope you can understand this." Hearing the words of the great elder, Tang Feng couldn't help snorting coldly, and said with a smile, "It is indeed your decision, whether Xiaomi is your granddaughter, but where she should go now. I have the final say. Now I'm her father. As for the future, when she grows up, she will naturally have the right to choose. At that time, I will no longer interfere with her." After saying that, he looked away from the great elder. He had already received an apology from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Once his goal was achieved, he no longer wanted to pay attention to this old man. Next, he had to talk about business. When he was about to speak, the elder over there immediately expressed his objection and interrupted him. "No, Tang Feng, if you really think of her as your daughter, if you really love her, you should know that she can only be with you if you are with her. Only the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family can be best cultivated. Really? I think it's good for Xiaomi to practice under our guidance now. As for the training methods of your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, you can choose whether to teach her or not. This is your right." As he said that, Tang Feng looked at Xiaomi. Tang Xiaomi immediately released his martial soul and soul ring. Oh. The moment Tang Xiaomi's martial soul power was released, powerful energy fluctuations lifted the seats next to him. Everyone frowned, and when they saw the 1000-year soul ring at her feet, they couldn't believe their eyes. "Now, Great Elder, do you still think that Xiaomi's training in our Haoshan sect is not as good as training in your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family? I think you all have no objections, right?" Tang Feng's attitude was extremely tough. The Great Elder was in a daze at the moment, and was speechless for a moment. He really didn't expect that Tang Xiaomi's physical strength would already reach this level less than a year after he awakened his martial spirit. This moment, many images suddenly flashed through the Great Elder's mind. The scenes of Tang Lin fighting in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, confronting several titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, and even killing a titled Douluo. Suddenly, he sighed and said no more. Then we should talk about business next. Tang Feng said immediately when he saw that the Great Elder stopped talking. Chapter 191. Coming to Dalki continent, the system is upgraded. In this meeting, due to the special situation of Haoshan sect, only Tang Feng was sent as a representative. However, seeing Tang Hao behind Tang Feng, and looking at the two monsters Tang Lin and Tang Xiaomi, no one dared to underestimate Tang Feng 3 days later. This secret meeting finally ended. They already somewhat believed what Tang Feng said about the mainland crisis, so this secret meeting went smoothly. From now on, the three sects will work together to develop the advantages of each sect and strive to cultivate strong soul masters. The Kibao Glazed sect has the largest number of people, and its business is spread all over the world. It has a huge information network and is as rich as any country. Although the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family has a small number of people, they are almost all elites and strong men, because in such a proud family as the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, there is never room for the weak. The master is a great example. The Haoshan sect has the largest number of titled Douluo and the strongest ones, and the 4 affiliated sects were also extremely powerful. They have planned that Tang Feng and Tang Hao will personally contact these affiliated sects. With these 3 major sects united, even the Spirit Hall and the 2 empires must be afraid of 3 points. They will also try to win over the other sects. Of course, Tang Lin also asked Tang Feng to remind the 2 sect masters that many people from Wuhan Palace had begun to infiltrate into their sects. When Bibi Dong took office, Wuhan Palace had already launched Operation Soul Extermination Plan. Fortunately they haven't penetrated much yet, and the 2 major sects can completely recover in time. This reminder made the 2 sect masters even more grateful to Tang Feng. You must know that this is a danger that is enough to destroy the sect. The end of the talk. Tang Lin also made his vitality transforming dragon water available. Top figures from the 3 major sects and major affiliated powers, after strict review, can secretly go to the Haoshan sect in batches to receive the baptism of the vitality transforming dragon water. The first to bear the brunt were the 2 sect masters and Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Moreover, the biological dragon water has a particularly special and important effect on the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It can even allow the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family to produce 1 or 2 more titled Douluo. Another half year later, everything in the 3 major sects is developing according to Tang Lin's plan. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo have been greatly improved. Although Ningfeng's strength has not improved much, his physical strength has also been greatly improved. And the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is even more perverted. Yu Yuan's indirectly breaks through to level 96, and the Great Elder also has the momentum to break through the titled Douluo. This is his lifelong pursuit. He was extremely grateful to Tang Lin and Tang Feng at this moment. In the past 6 months, the 3 sects have almost become a family. The Great Elder will also give guidance to Tang Xiaomi from time to time, which makes his relationship with Xiaomi become better and better. Now, is Xiaomi in his Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? To him, it doesn't seem to be that important anymore. As for the Haoshan sect, it goes without saying that the several elders and sect elites are all making rapid progress. After all, the benefits they receive are much higher than those of the 2 major sects. Everything is moving fast. The only thing that worries Tang Lin is the 4 major affiliated clans of the Haoshan sect. The harm that the Haoshan sect once caused them was too great, and it will take time to heal. However, Tang Lin also believes that with his father and 2 uncles here, it is only a matter of time before they return. After looking at the system and the space backpack, he found that the points were gone. They had been drawn out by him in a lottery. Today's space backpack is full of precious things. You must know that during the time when he and Tang Hao and Tang Feng were practicing outside, but when he visited the killing city once, Tang Lin did nothing but lick the box. Therefore, he got a lot of soul crystals, ring beans, and countless points. He drew a lot of soul bones and soul rings in the lottery, including 1000-year-old, 10,000-year-old, and 10-year-old ones. he took out the soul rings and soul bones from his space backpack and gave them to the 3 major sects as rewards. As for the top figures of the 3 major sects, they had already received one or even several soul bones suitable for them. Most of the ring beans and soul crystals were given to Haoshan sect, and a small amount was given to other sects. As for the dazzling array of armor, masks, shoes and other special equipment, Tang Lin left all of them in the hands of his father Tang Feng. These are war materials and must be saved to deal with the coming crisis on the mainland. Moreover, with the angel's disguise, his father's safety has been guaranteed. Today, Wuhan Palace has chosen to keep a low profile, and if the 3 major sects continue to develop like this for a few more years, they will no longer have to be afraid of Wuhan Palace. There is no need to worry about the 2 empires. The Kibeo glazed sect is close to the Xiandao Empire, while the Haoshan sect is close to the Xingluo Empire. Naturally, they both know how to communicate with the 2 empires. Tang Lin no longer has any worries. This morning, Tang Lin said goodbye to his parents, sister, brother, second uncle and others in Haoshan sect. As early as half a year ago, he had vaccinated his family with the excuse that he wanted to go to the sea alone to experience and at the same time speed up his mission of inheriting the gods. He might not come back for a few years. Tang Xiaomi was almost 7 years old, but when her brother was about to leave her, she still cried and expressed her reluctance. The others understood it very well. They all knew that Tang Lin had obtained the divine inheritance of the creator god, so they had no doubts. Tang Lin's words. Come to the distant sea. Tang Lin looked at the red flare gun on his body. It was the super airdrop gun rewarded by the system when opening the dragon tomb. The bullets were already loaded. The system said to clear the space backpack, but it did not say that he was not allowed to carry it. Let's save this super airdrop for Daoqi continent. After all, Daoqi continent is more dangerous than Douluo continent. It is not Tang Lin's style to leave no backup plan. After making sure that no one noticed him, Tang Lin began to close his eyes, clicked the fighting continent button on the system properties panel, and then with a buzz, the whole person disappeared into the sea in an instant. Daoqi continent. This is a world of fighting spirit. There are no fancy martial soul rings or soul skills here, but only the fighting spirit that has been multiplied to its peak. Boom. There was a violent thunder in the blue sky, like a bolt from the blue. Suddenly, strong winds blew, dark clouds gathered, and the space in the dark sky was ups and downs suddenly. A figure appeared out of thin air from the twisted space. Hiss, is this the Daoqi continent? Taking a deep breath, Tang Lin looked around in confusion. At the same time, he opened his parachute and slowly descended from the sky. In my heart, I couldn't hide the excitement. Excited. Ding. The universe super invincible licking box training system has begun to upgrade. At this moment, the system's voice sounded correct. Almost forgot. This system can be upgraded. After a moment. Ding. The system vulnerability has been repaired. The system has been successfully upgraded, and the system has been upgraded to version 2.0. The current system level can scan all boxes within a 10-mile radius of the host, and there is no limit on the number of times it can be used. Tang Lin was speechless for a moment. That's it? Is this the end of the level? No way. Ding. Since Daoqi continent and Douluo continent are two completely different Hangmeng universe planes, we are now beginning to integrate the host's strength. Ding. The host's martial soul has been successfully integrated and upgraded. The super invincible pan and the universe will become the host's natal imperial weapon. Ding. The host's strength has been integrated successfully. The fighting spirit has been integrated into the 3-star fighting king. Immediately afterwards, a warning sound came, and Tang Lin began to check himself. Sure enough, he found that his 98k seemed to be sealed, and could not be released at all. Only the pan could be summoned. At the same time, the soul ring on his body could not be released, and the soul skills could not be used. In addition to soul power, many things were filled out of thin air. These things instantly filled Tang Lin's body, and he felt heartbroken. The pain was like splitting his lungs, causing him to almost fall into coma. Is this the legendary enlightenment? Holding back the pain, after a while, he began to return to normal after a burst of cold sweat. At this time, he found that he could look inside his body, and there were many things in his body. He knew that this was the so-called fighting spirit. After integrating his level 55 soul power cultivation and the life-saving skill of a torso bone, he only has a 3-star Daowang fighting ki cultivation level. This made him a little dissatisfied. Look at your properties panel again, host, Tang Lin. The Imperial Weapon of Destiny, the Super Invincible Frying Pan. Fighting Ki Cultivation, 3-star Fighting Kingang for skills, the 4th floor of 18 beats in the circle floor level box energy, none. Plain, Douluo, backpack, none. After looking at the properties panel, Tang Lin was pleasantly surprised, because he found that there was a grey sign behind the Dao Ki cultivation column, which meant that he could use box energy to improve his Dao Ki cultivation in the future. How could this not surprise him? There is also a column for planes. Does this mean that the two planes can travel back and forth at any time? At this time, he looked at the lottery panel again. Bronze level lottery. 10 box energy points are consumed each time, and you will definitely win if you draw 10 times in a row. Silver level lottery. 100 energy points are consumed each time, and you will definitely win if you draw 10 times in a row. Gold level lottery. Consume 1000 box energy points each time, and you will definitely win if you draw 10 times in a row. Platinum level lottery. 10,000 box energy points are consumed each time, and you will definitely win if you draw 10 times in a row. Eternal Masonry level lottery. 10 energy points are consumed each time, and you will definitely win if you draw 10 times in a row. Supreme Star level lottery. Each time you consume 100 million energy points, you will definitely win if you draw 10 times in a row. Other level draws are not open. There is an additional gold level lottery. This should be regarded as a vulnerability in version 1.0 of the system. But this is not important. The most important thing is that a Supreme Star lottery has been unlocked, which looks very exciting. We have already reached the Supreme Star. Can the strongest king be far behind? Ding. If you successfully travel to the Douluo plane, successfully upgrade the system, and successfully integrate the host's strength, you will be rewarded with a Supreme Star lottery once for each. Tang Lin was still muttering when a system prompt suddenly appeared. In an instant, he had 3 more chances to win the Supreme Star lottery. Tang Lin grinned. This thing can only be used after collecting it 10 times. It can't even draw air if you draw it alone, so there is nothing special about it. But Tang Lin is quite satisfied with this wave of system upgrades. Not to mention other things, at least he can use box energy to improve his cultivation in the future. System, are there any boxes within 10 miles? Floating in the air, Tang Lin got some time to rest, and at the same time he asked out of boredom. No. After searching the system, the result was a cold reply that he didn't have it. Then he thought, this place is thousands of miles high in the sky, where can there be any box? But he began to rest. I traveled to Douluo continent for an unknown amount of time, and I was really tired. Moreover, he had been violently tortured by the system just now. Even with his physical strength, he really couldn't bear it any longer. Gradually, unknowingly, he was floating in the air and fell asleep. Chapter 192. The Warcraft Mountains. Xiao Yan, the little fairy doctor. What are you doing? Suddenly, Tang Lin, who was floating in the air and sleeping, heard the roar of a young man in his ears, which made him wake up instantly. His reaction was also extremely fast, and he had already activated the flying the ground technique before he opened his eyes. Try to hide your own aura and fighting spirit. What is this place? Opening his eyes, the surroundings were dim. Unexpectedly, it was already dark after just resting for a while. At this moment, he was floating in the sky and could clearly see a forest and mountains below. He was curious about what he was about to land on the Douluo continent place. Let me go. Tang Lin was looking around when a voice came to his ears again, but this time it was no longer a boy's voice, but the angry voice of a young girl. Fuck. Beast. Tang Lin Zunsheng looked over, and when he saw that scene, he couldn't help but curse. I saw not far from the cliff below, a boy about 15 or 16 years old and a delicate and beautiful young girl were wrestling on the ground. The 2 bodies were pressed tightly together, which was of course led by the boy. The boy's hands and feet were tightly wrapped around the girl, and they fell to the ground and rolled together. So Tang Lin immediately cursed a beast. What's under the cliff? At this time, the young man finally gained the upper hand and sat on the girl. His eyes were focused, and he asked coldly, "I don't know what you are talking about." The girl's pretty face changed slightly, and she frowned and said, "Let me go quickly, or I will scream. If others see you treating me like this, you will never get out of the Warcraft Mountains alive." Huh? Warcraft Mountains? Hearing this, Tang Lin frowned. This is actually the Warcraft Mountains? Exclamation mark. Also, what's under the cliff? At this time, some plots from the fantasy novel Fights Break the Sphere that he had read on Earth suddenly flashed through Tang Lin's mind. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at the boy and girl below, wondering in his heart, is it possible? Could this be Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy? His memory was a little fuzzy, so he continued to hide himself and observed more carefully. Shout, if you want more, and more people to know the secret below, then shout at the top of your lungs. The young man below was not moved by the girl's threat at all, and said confidently, "What exactly do you want to do? What's that down there? If you don't want to tell the truth, I don't mind tying you up and hiding you somewhere, and then I'll go on patrol myself." The young man asked coldly, "You?" The girl was angry. "I heard that there is a kind of magical beast called Haoan in the Magical Beast Mountain Range. This kind of magical beast is also very interested in human women." The boy raised a hint of teasing at the corner of his mouth, touched the girl's delicate earlobe with his lips, and whispered softly, "Road. You bastard." The girl's face immediately turned pale. She was obviously frightened by the boy, because she had also heard the name of this monster with an extremely bad reputation. F***CK. You beast. Tang Lin cursed contemptuously in the air again. Seeing this, Tang Lin didn't know that this wretched boy was Xiao Yan, the protagonist of Fighting Against the Sphere. So this girl is the little medical fairy? Exclamation mark. In fact, Tang Lin wanted to go up and say, "Let that girl go," and but after thinking about it, he let it go. After all, he is a person who has received 9 years of compulsory education on Earth. It is definitely not because he knows that there is a treasure in the cave under the cliff. Soon, the boy and girl reconciled and decided to hunt for treasure together. However, they had left the mercenary group and herb collection team for a long time. If they did not go back, they might arouse suspicion from others. So the two of them left the cliff not long after. "It's my turn to play." Tang Lin chuckled, put away his parachute, and at the same time his fighting energy turned into wings. His pair of dazzling black wings shook slightly and quickly flew towards the cave on the cliff. Is this Dalki transformed into wings? Tang Lin was a little unfamiliar with using the fighting energy in his body, and he was able to fly freely, and he felt very happy. Come to the cave entrance. He remembered that according to the plot, Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy would encounter a rock snake on this stone wall, but he didn't see anything at the moment. Maybe he didn't pay attention just now, causing his 3-star fighting king aura to turn it away. Scared away. After entering the cave, Tang Lin came to a stone door. After searching, he saw a small bump next to the stone door. Without hesitation, he pressed it immediately, and then there was a crunching sound, and it was slowly moving in the cave. It rang. The stone door slowly opened, and Tang Lin stepped inside. Inside was a huge stone chamber. The stone chamber looked a bit simple and empty. The walls were inlaid with moonstones for lighting. In the center of the stone chamber, there was a chair. On the seat, a dead skeleton sat on it. The deeply sunk skull fell on the pale thigh bone. This appearance looked quite eerie in this quiet atmosphere. In front of the seat, there is a rather wide and long bluestone platform. On the bluestone platform, 3 locked stone boxes are neatly placed. Tang Lin naturally knows what is in these 3 boxes. The 3 boxes contain a book of poison, a volume of Zuan level advanced flying fighting skills, Eagle Wings, and a Zuan level advanced fighting skill, Crazy Lion's Roar. The poison sutra has no great effect on Tang Lin, and the flying fighting skills are even more useless. Only the roar of the mad lion in the 3rd treasure box is still somewhat useful to him now. Of course, he didn't come in for these things. He immediately looked at the skeleton. The key to the treasure box hung on the hand of the skeleton. However, this was not the point. The point was that his bones contained the 3rd ranked remnant of the pure lotus demonic fire. Picture 1. This is the biggest reason why Tang Lin entered here. Tang Lin, who was inevitably a little excited, did not look at anything else, but walked directly towards the withered bones. After searching the withered bones for a moment, he found the residual picture of the pure lotus demon fire without any surprise. At the same time, he also opened the third insurance and took the volume of Zuan level advanced fighting skills, Crazy Lion's Roar. He doesn't have any fighting skills at the moment, so he just takes them to practice. After all, this is a Warcraft mountain range, and even if it's on the periphery, it's still dangerous. As for the other two treasure chests, he didn't like them at all, so he chose to leave them to Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy. He was already satisfied with the remnant diagram of the pure lotus demon fire, and there was no need to take these anymore, which were of no use to him as things. In addition, in the three corners of the stone chamber, there are also many golden coins and other precious belongings piled up. The number of such large gold coins is probably no less than hundreds of thousands. This money is actually insignificant to a strong Dao Wang, but Tang Lin has just arrived in Daoqi continent and can be said to be penniless, so he did not hesitate, waved his hand, and instantly took all these treasures into his possession. In the space backpack, just in case of emergency. At last, Tang Lin looked at the last place. In this corner was a flower bed, surrounded by various rare medicinal herbs. In the center of the flower bed, there was a grass blade alternating with white and red. The leaves of this plant are divided into white and red, and the white branches are covered with dots of ice crystal-like objects, while on the fiery red grass crown, it is like a ball of flames burning. Two diametrically oppose the color and attribute, but it grows strangely on a plant, which is really miraculous. A faint mist lingered around the plant, making it look like it was in the clouds. Tang Lin knew that this strange blade of grass was the Ice Spirit Flame Grass. This is also Tang Lin's second goal. Ice Spirit Flame Grass is one of the necessary things for refining the Blood Lotus Pill, and the Blood Lotus Pill is one of the necessary things for absorbing and refining the strange fire. Now that they have traveled to the Daoqi continent, what can Tang Lin do? Can you let go of something like strange fire? In Douluo continent, Tang San was also his second uncle's son and his own brother. Tang Lin didn't want or need to steal Tang San's opportunity, but in Daoqi continent, he no longer had such worries. The area of Daoqi continent is at least several times or even more than 10 times that of Douluo continent, and there are countless powerful people. He needs to make himself stronger quickly, and absorbing and refining strange fire is one of the ways. He wants to take Xiao Yan's path. As for whether Xiao Yan has a way to go, that is not something he should consider. After Tang Lin put the Ice Spirit Flame Grass and the soil around it into his space backpack, he looked at the other herbs. Unfortunately, he didn't know what these herbs were. After thinking about it, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. It would take a long time for the little medical fairy and Xiao Yan to arrive. Tang Lin did not continue to collect these herbs. Instead, he sat down on the spot, took out the volume of Zuan level advanced fighting skills, Mad Lion's Roar, and started practice. Chapter 193. The cave divides the internal organs. Yao Leo is shocked. In Daoqi continent, to judge a person's strength, we must not only look at his fighting spirit cultivation, but also his martial arts and fighting skills. The martial arts and fighting skills in Daoqi continent are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Zuan, and Huang. Each level is divided into 3 levels: Elementary, Middle, and High. There are 4 levels and 12 levels in total. The Mad Lion's Roar is an advanced Zuan level fighting skill, and it is quite useful for Tang Lin at present, but he has no choice. This Warcraft mountain range is not an ordinary place, and he plans to practice here for a while, so he must practice this fighting skill no matter what. About an hour or 2 passed. A sound like a roaring lion resounded through the stone chamber. I have basically mastered the roar of the Mad Lion. As long as I practice more in the future, I can master it completely. He didn't expect that his talent was so strong. At the same time, a rumbling sound was heard, and the stone door was opened from the outside. Tang Lin, who was already sitting cross-legged, grinned. These 2 people are finally here. Be careful. There is someone in here. Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy opened the stone door. The huge stone room was extremely bright under the light of the moonstone. Tang Lin's figure was directly seen by the 2 of them. They stopped immediately and looked at Tang Lin warily. They never thought that there were people inside the stone chamber of this cave. For a moment, I had no idea whether Tang Lin was a human or a ghost. I just felt a little numb on my scalp. Is it you? You are finally here. Tang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the two of them. Huh? You know us? The little medical fairy asked with some fear, and at the same time, she was secretly shocked. The person in front of her was so good looking. Do not know. Tang Lin shook his head and said with a smile, but just a few hours ago, I saw you fighting on this cliff, and I also heard some of what you said, so I appeared here and knew that you two would come. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yan's heart trembled. When he was fighting with the little medical fairy, he didn't notice anyone watching them. This person could hear what they said, which meant that he was very close to them at the time, but he didn't notice it at all. This man is not simple. Xiao Yan immediately came to a conclusion that even Yao Leo agreed with. However, the little medical fairy did not think of this at the first time. She glanced at Xiao Yan accusingly. The meaning was very obvious, as if she was saying, "It's all your fault. All the treasures I discovered now belong to others. You don't have to worry." Tang Lin naturally saw the change in the little medical fairy and immediately smiled and said, "I can enter here and get a few things I need. This is all thanks to you, so I don't need to worry about it. I will be greedy and devour all these things. There are 2 treasure chests here and many precious medicinal materials, which are all left to you." Real. When the little medical fairy heard Tang Lin's words, her heart, which had sunk to the bottom of the sea, suddenly became excited and overjoyed. Of course it's true. Why should I lie to you? The things here mean nothing to me. Tang Lin shrugged and said indifferently. Old Yao? Xiao Yan looked at Tang Lin warily. He would not trust a stranger so easily. At the same time, he asked Yao Leo for help. Don't worry, although this kid is not simple, I can also see that he has no ill intentions towards you, and he didn't lie. The remaining things here may not be of much use to him. After all, he is a genuine 3-star fighting king. Yao Leo responded. Dao Wang? Or 3-star Dao King? Xiao Yan was immediately surprised. This man looked even younger than himself, but he didn't expect that he was actually a strong fighter. It is indeed not simple. Swallowing her saliva, the little medical fairy had gathered her courage and pulled him in. Although the little medical fairy was still a little worried, she still chose to come in when she saw the precious medicinal materials. Xiao Yan gave her courage, and she also has a certain degree of confidence in her own poison. If this person dares to do harm to her, her little medical fairy is not a vegetarian. Tang Lin smiled indifferently. He stepped aside and motioned for them to divide the things among themselves. In fact, he had already got the truly precious thing, and he would treat the rest as a good person and leave it to the 2 of them. Moreover, he had already made his own plans in his mind, so he also needed to take this opportunity to get to know the little medical fairy and the 2 of them. Xiao Yan. It didn't take long for the 2 to divide the medicinal materials equally. Boy Xiao Yan. Suddenly, Yao Leo shouted excitedly. Teacher, what's wrong? Look at the missing medicinal plant in the center of the flower bed. I can feel it. It is probably the ice spirit flame grass we are looking for. Yao Leo reminded excitedly that he had just accidentally smelled a hint of ice spirit flame grass. Ice spirit flame grass? Xiao Yan was suddenly shocked. Yes, it should be the ice spirit flame grass, but it's a pity that it has been taken away by this kid. If you want to take it from him now, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Yao Leo sighed. However, at least we now know that he has this herb on his body. I think you 2 are the same age, and this person can leave all these precious herbs to you, which shows that he has a good heart and is definitely a person worth getting to know. You can try to have more contact with him, and maybe he will let you keep this herb. When you have enough good things, you can exchange it with him. / teacher, you take it too much for granted. He just said that he left these things for us, just because he found this cave because of us. He is a 3-star Dao Wang strongman, and I'm not even a Dao master. If he's not, why should he be friends with me? Xiao Yan laughed at himself, thinking that he was a genius, but when he saw that Tang Lin had become the king of fighters at such a young age, he began to feel inferior. Stand up. HMPH, you also know that he is a king fighter at a young age. He is such a monster. Why don't you take this opportunity to communicate more with him? Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be qualified to carry people's shoes in the future. Yayo. The old man winked and smiled evilly. Although Yayo Leo seemed to be joking, he was actually very shocked by how evil Tang Lin was. He was absolutely sure that Tang Lin was only about 12 years old, several years younger than Xiao Yan in the Little Medical Immortal. However, but it has already reached the strength of a 3-star fighting king. Even in Zhongzhou, and among the medicine clan, he had heard of such a monster, but he had never seen such a monster. Therefore, he really hopes that Xiao Yan can make friends with Tang Lin. After all, such an opportunity may not come again. Okay. For the sake of the ice spirit flame grass, I will listen to you. Xiao Yan was helpless, and for no other reason than the fact that Tang Lin might have the ice spirit flame grass on him. He had to work hard no matter what. Xiao Yan, there are 2 boxes here. Come here and share them. At this time, the voice of the little medical fairy came. Okay. Xiao Yan responded and came over. Only then did the 2 of them realize that these 2 treasure chests had never been opened. But thinking about it, a powerful warrior might not even bother with these things. Xiao Yan was a little disappointed when he opened the first treasure box, which was a poison sutra. However, the little medical fairy was overjoyed. Then Xiao Yan opened the second treasure box, only to find that it was actually a volume of Zuan level advanced flying fighting skills! Xiao Yan was so excited that his breath froze. Tang Lin smiled silently. The 2 finally finished dividing the things, and now they were less wary of Tang Lin. The most depressing thing was the little medical fairy. She obviously discovered the place alone, but in the end, it was divided equally between 3 people. She didn't need to think about it, she knew it. The herb with the fewest flower beds is definitely the most precious, and the same goes for the last treasure chest among the 3 treasure chests. Therefore, she was still a little depressed inside. Hello, my name is Xiao Yan. I come from the Xiao family in Wutan City. Her name is Little Medical Fairy. How about we all get to know each other and make friends? At this time, Xiao Yan walked towards Tang Lin and stretched out his right hand. My name is Tang Lin. Tang Lin politely stretched out his hand. But Tang Lin didn't show that he wanted to be friends with Xiao Yan. After all, the strength of the Daowan was there, and he had to look like a Daowang. Looking at Xiao Yan, Tang Lin felt something indescribable. I feel that if Xiao Yan knew that Tang Lin was also from Earth, he would probably be even more surprised. You discovered this cave first, right? Tang Lin looked at the little medical fairy again. Well, that's right. I did get some things I needed in this cave, so I'm really grateful to you. How about this? During the time you are in the Warcraft Mountains, I will protect your safety. Tang Lin the sincere way. Anyway, he also plans to practice in the Warcraft Mountains for a period of time. It would be great if this little medical fairy who is familiar with the Warcraft Mountains can accompany him. Not to mention the beauty, just because of the blood lotus essence on Xiao Yan's body. In fact, it was what this medicinal team once found in the Warcraft Mountains. Blood lotus essence is one of the most important medicinal materials for refining blood lotus pills. If you have someone who is familiar with the terrain and experienced to guide you, it is better than exploring this strange Warcraft mountain range alone, and you can also return the goods by the way. Her favor. HMM. No need. In fact, our medicinal team has accompanying guards, and we may leave the Warcraft Mountains and go back tomorrow. The little medical fairy thought for a while, but still refused. First of all, he didn't know Tang Lin's background. She was still somewhat wary of Tang Lin. Secondly, she and the members of the medicinal team would leave tomorrow. On the edge of the Warcraft Mountains, the mercenary guards were enough. Just when the little medical fairy was about to speak, Xiao Yan pulled her and signaled her not to refuse in a hurry. However, the little medical fairy spoke too quickly. Xiao Yan was speechless. This is a strong warrior. What do you think? Is this comparable to those in the mercenary group? They are willing to protect you. Why are you still not happy? Don't refuse in a hurry. Now your medicine team and those mercenary guards can only look for medicine on the periphery or even the edge of the Warcraft Mountains. but I can protect you and even enter the depths of the Warcraft Mountains together. How about looking for more and more precious medicines, and I'm only responsible for protecting your safety and will not take any herbs you find." Tang Lin smiled softly. "Enter the depths of the Warcraft Mountains? Where do you think this place is? Do you think you are really powerful?" The little medical fairy suddenly frowned. The tone of the young man in front of him seemed a bit loud. "Where is the Warcraft Mountains? Is it deep in the Warcraft Mountains? Are those places accessible to people of our level?" Hearing what the little medical fairy said, Xiao Yan couldn't help but cover his forehead. "My eldest sister, she is a strong fighter. How did you talk to a strong fighter?" Exclamation mark. Tang Lin smiled, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned and looked past the little medical immortal and the two of them, looking in the direction of Shiman. Someone is coming. Xiao Yan also noticed it at this moment. However, when he thought that Tang Lin, the powerful king of defiance, was here, he felt relieved. "What?" The little medical fairy was shocked and immediately shook his head and said, "Impossible. This is impossible. I'm the only one who knows about this." However, as soon as the little medical fairy finished speaking, a joking voice came from outside the door. "Ha ha ha, little medical fairy, thank you too for guiding me. It turns out that the news I got is true. Ha ha ha." Almost in an instant, a dozen figures gradually emerged from the darkness where Shiman was. "Millie?" The little fairy doctor immediately gritted her teeth. The leader among these dozen figures was Muley, the young leader of the wolf-head mercenary group. He glanced at the stone chamber and found that there was nothing left, and the three in front of the withered bones in the center of the treasure chest is also open. Obviously, the contents inside have been taken away by the three of them. The little medical fairy. Chapter 194. The little medical fairy agrees. Muley's fate. Muley looked at the little medical fairy and others again, smiled jokingly, and said, "Sorry for disturbing your chat. Hehe, little medical fairy, is this kid also the one you found? It doesn't matter to him that there is one more person, but he is just a little boy. How can he turn the world upside down in his hands? What do you mean by the information you just mentioned?" The little medical fairy frowned and asked coldly. "Well, a few days ago, I got the information that you found the treasure cave, but because I didn't know the exact location, I waited until today. Do you want to ask me how I got the information?" Shrugging, Muley smiled and said, "Thanks to your assistant life. Haha, this woman is quite stupid. She just said everything with a few sweet words. You bastard. Okay, now, hand over everything you got, little medical fairy. I think you should know my feelings for you. As long as you follow me, I will never treat you badly in the future." Mulipo said proudly that he will control the entire wolf-head mercenary group in the future, and I don't know how many women want to sleep with him. The little medical fairy looked at them coldly. The disgust and contempt in his eyes said everything. Muley smiled. He didn't care. No matter whether the doctor agreed or not, one day, she would become his woman, and the person he liked could never escape. Muley turned his gaze to Xiao Yan, who was silent at the side, and said with a disdainful smile, "I invited you to join our wolf-head mercenary group a long time ago, but you just didn't listen. Oh, what a pity. Even if you want to join now, it's too late." Xiao Yan did not answer, nor did he panic at all. He just shook his head, his face full of sarcasm. "Little medical fairy, what are you thinking about?" At this time, Tang Lin, who had been silent behind Xiao Yan and the others, finally spoke. He didn't even look at Muley and the others, but looked at the little doctor. Zion said. Being so ignored, Muley frowned, and his face instantly darkened. What did you say?" The little medical fairy had prepared various poisons to deal with Muley and others, but suddenly Tang Lin asked him such a question, and he was confused for a moment. "Little medical fairy, what do you think about my proposal just now?" "Don't worry, as your guard I will only protect your safety, and I don't want anything you find. Even if I want it, I will pay enough. I'll tell you the price. I'm just not familiar with the Warcraft Mountains, so I want you to be my guide, and you won't suffer any loss, and you can even get unexpected gains. In this way, I can return a favor to you, and it's good for both of us. There are benefits. Why not do it?" Tang Lin said with a faint smile. The little medical fairy's face was suddenly covered with black lines. What's going on? Are you still telling me this? And many more. Suddenly, the little medical fairy seemed to have thought of something, and then turned around and glanced at Xiao Yan. He saw that Xiao Yan did not have the slightest panic or worry under the threat of the wolf-head mercenary group, and he was also seriously worried. Nodding to her, the little medical fairy immediately knew that Tang Lin might be a hidden strong man. For a moment, she was at a loss. Boy, you don't seem to understand the situation. Are today's little brats already so arrogant? Muley couldn't stand it any longer. He immediately glared over and said coldly to Tang Lin, "You still have to protect me? You also want to protect the little medical fairy? He belongs to the labor force. If you want to get close to the little medical fairy, you don't know how to find a better excuse." Tang Lin ignored him and remained as before, as if he didn't hear or see Muley and the others. He kept staring at the little medical fairy, as if waiting for the little medical fairy's decision. Muley was immediately furious. He thought that Xiao Yan was already arrogant, but he didn't expect that there was an even more arrogant person. Good. You succeeded in irritating me. Now, even if you hand over everything, even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not let you go. I will let you feel today what it means to be alive. No, like, die. Muley gritted his teeth and said, "You are really noisy. Did you know that? Are you a dog?" Tang Lin finally turned his head, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said coldly. No one noticed that Xiao Yan looked at Muley with a trace of pity. "You. Boy, you are courting death." Suddenly, following Muley's roar, several more figures appeared outside the stone door, looking at Tang Lin, as if they were looking at a dead person. Because they knew that, if they offended Captain Muley in this way, this young man would definitely die today. "Okay, I promise." At this time, the little medical fairy took a breath and said. Tang Lin immediately showed her a satisfied smile and said, "Very good. Believe me, this is the most correct choice you have ever made. Didn't you just ask me if I was great?" Turning to look at Muley, Tang Lin smiled and said, "Although I'm not particularly powerful, I can still protect you deep in the Warcraft mountains for a while. As for dealing with guys of their level, it's even easier. You little beast. That's so arrogant." Muley and the other 10 or 20 people were instantly offended by Tang Lin's words, and all of them were about to attack. Tang Lin smiled slightly and stared at Muley. "Just now, you said you wanted me to call out everything. You also said you wanted me to understand that life is worse than death." Before Tang Lin could finish his words, he suddenly heard a bang sound, and a powerful aura suddenly appeared like an explosion. Almost in an instant, Tang Lin had already clasped Muley's neck with one hand and pulled him away. It blasted directly into the wall next to it. Cough cough cough. Muley suddenly looked confused, vomiting blood, his face turned pale and ugly, and he couldn't speak at all. Next to them, the people from the wolf-head mercenary group hadn't even realized what was going on. The little medical fairy opened his mouth slightly and looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. He didn't even use his fighting skills, he just raised his hand. Mew was like a 3-year-old child in front of him, with no way to fight back force. At this moment, this back figure was deeply ingrained in her heart. This back figure was so mysterious and powerful. Thinking back to just now, I actually laughed at him. The little Dr. Fairy's face suddenly turned slightly red. At this time, at the stone wall. "I didn't hear you clearly just now. Please tell me again. How do you plan to make my life worse than death?" Tang Lin listened and asked with a frown. Cough cough cough. Muley vomited blood and almost fainted. The people of the wolf-head mercenary group finally reacted, and their legs were weak from fear. Their heads were still confused. What kind of existence had they provoked? "Sorry, I tried my best to control my strength just now, but I really didn't expect that you would be so weak." After realizing that Muley was speechless for a long time and almost died, Tang Lin let go of his hand and said he looked at Muley, who was embedded on the wall, curiously, shook his head and said, "But I don't understand. How can you be so arrogant when you are so weak? Where did you get the courage to say those things to me?" Xiao Yan shook his head slightly. "This Muley is extremely unlucky." Chapter 195. Deceiving Yao Lao and Xiao Yan. After taking care of Muley, Tang Lin took the little medical fairy and Xiao Yan and slowly left under the shocked and horrified eyes of everyone in the wolf head mercenary group. How about I take you up together? Tang Lin's shoulders shook as he came out of the cave in trance. A pair of black and gorgeous wings appeared. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Okay. Sorry to trouble you. Xiao Yan readily agreed. Okay. The little medical fairy was immediately shocked. She originally thought that Tang Lin would be a fighting master or a great fighting master, but she never expected that he was actually a strong fighting king who could turn his fighting spirit into wings. How evil is this? Her cheeks turned red instantly, and she whispered sheepishly. Tang Lin hugged the little medical fairy with one hand, grabbed Xiao Yan with the other, flapped his wings slightly, and flew out. This is the fighting spirit transformed wing. This can only be done by a strong Daowan or above. On the cliff, there were people from the wolf head mercenary group ambushing them. When they saw Tang Lin flying up from the cliff with the little medical fairy and Xiao Yan, they were immediately frightened. When they came to the cliff, Tang Lin put the two of them down. The little medical fairy still hadn't come back to her senses. Now, she actually had a strong fighter to protect her. I'm afraid no one would believe it, right? Starter brother Tang Lin looks like he is only a teenager, even younger than us, but he didn't expect that he turned out to be a strong king of fighters. Xiao Yan took the opportunity to exchange feelings at this moment, pretending to be shocked. Tang Lin looked at him with contempt in his heart, but still smiled on the surface and replied seriously, it's just that the fighting spirit here is too thin. In our place, I can only be regarded as an ordinary genius, and I can't compare to those people. Real geniuses and those monsters. Tang Lin had already thought of excuses, mainly for Xiao Yan to hide his identity in front of others. As expected, even the old man in Xiao Yan's ring was shocked when he heard Tang Lin's serious answer. The three of them walked slowly and talked, but they ignored the members of the wolf head mercenary group. Moreover, the members of the mercenary group had already gone down the mountain to look for Muley and did not dare to follow Tang Lin and his group. Regarding Tang Lin's words, the little medical fairy only thought that Tang Lin was being modest, and Xiao Yan was also a little suspicious. May I ask where brother Tang is from? Is it Zhangzhou? Xiao Yan asked tentatively. Tang Lin shook his head and said with a smile, if I said that I'm not from this world, would you believe it? PFFD. The little medical fairy suddenly sneered. Tang Lin was really interesting. Where else could he be from this world? Isn't this kidding us? However, the smile on Xiao Yan's face suddenly froze, because he was not from this world in the first place. Suddenly, he blurted out of nowhere, the King of Heaven covers the Tiger of Earth. At the same time, he looked at Tang Lin with eyes full of expectation, hoping to hear the next sentence from Tang Lin's mouth. However, he saw Tang Lin looking at Xiao Yan with a confused look on his face. What kind of tiger is brother Xiao talking about? Life is like a play, it depends on acting. Tang Lin wanted to laugh, but he still held it back. Oh, it's nothing. Xiao Yan was a little disappointed immediately, and then said, I just want to ask where brother Xiao comes from. You two are the number one people I met when I came here, and you can be considered helpful to me, so I can tell you, but remember to keep it a secret. Tang Lin said with a very mysterious and serious look. Actually, I'm not from your continent. I traveled through the space tunnel. The continent I was on before had extremely strong fighting spirit. Unlike here, the fighting spirit is really too thin. Of course, Tang Lin was not afraid of them telling anyone. Even if he told such a thing, who would believe it? Moreover, he also said it specifically for Shileo to listen to. As for the little medical fairy and Xiao Yan, they were not qualified enough to induce him to say these words on purpose. The facts were indeed as Tang Lin expected. When he said these words, the little medical fairy and Xiao Yan didn't react much. They both thought he was joking with them. However, the Yao Lao in Xiao Yan's ring was a violent shock. You must know that Yao Chen was a super strong man at the peak of the 9-rank Dao Zun before, one step short of becoming a Dao Saint. Moreover, he was also one of the 8 ancient clans, a member of the Yao clan, so he was still concerned about Dao Emperor flying to other realms through the air. He knew something about it, so he naturally knew that on top of this Dao Qi continent, there were actually other continents. that were broader and more powerful. At this moment, Yao Leo was shocked when he heard Tang Lin's seemingly joking, but actually extremely serious words. Could it be that what this kid said is true? But think about it, at the age of 12 or 13, he has already reached the Daoang level, which has never happened before in this Daoqi continent. Only in this way can it be explained. Xiao Yan, don't laugh. What this kid said may be true. Yao Leo's voice rang in Xiao Yan's mind. You are still too weak now, and you have no idea how big this world is, or even, on top of this Daoqi continent, there are other even more powerful continents. Yao Leo's words shocked Xiao Yan's heart. Are there really other continents? What this kid said is actually true. Although Xiao Yan had tried very hard to conceal his expression, he was still caught by Tang Lin. He knew that his words had been heard and believed by Yao Leo. In his heart, he smiled silently. By the way, Brother Tang. Xiao Yan immediately suppressed the shock in his heart and changed the topic, returned to his current main goal, and asked, is the herb you obtained in the cave before Flamuid? Regarding what Tang Lin said about coming from other continents, he was still shocked at the moment, but it was not convenient for him to ask now. He had to establish a good relationship first. Later, he would naturally have the opportunity to understand. Well, yes, it is indeed an ice spirit flame grass. Tang Lin nodded and looked at Xiao Yan with a little surprise. I didn't expect you to be an alchemist. I had already mixed that ice spirit flame grass with the soil before. After it has been picked for a long time, even if there is any residual scent of the herb, it is something that you, an ordinary fighter, cannot detect. I didn't expect that you can really smell the residual scent of it. Xiao Yan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. How could he have discovered this? Well, actually I'm not an alchemist yet, but when I was actually studying, the reason why I could inadvertently detect this breath was because I was very familiar with it and cared about it. Xiao Yan was embarrassed. Smile. I see. Tang Lin smiled and nodded, but he complained in his heart. Xiao Yan is really shameless. Yao Leo must have noticed this. Xiao Yan smiled and asked, I wonder what Brother Tang plans to use this ice spirit flame grass for. Brother Xiao, do you have anything to say? Actually, I have been looking for this ice spirit flame grass for a long time, because I needed to refine an elixir that is extremely important to me, so I would like to ask, can Brother Tang give it up and sell it to me? Of course, maybe I don't have something attractive enough to exchange with Brother Tang now, but I hope Brother Tang can keep it for the time being. If I find something more precious in the future, I will definitely bring it to exchange with him. Brother Tang exchanged it. Of course, if Brother Tang planned to use it to refine some elixirs, the master was actually an alchemist of high rank, so he might be able to help Brother Tang. This is what Xiao Yan and Yao Leo said after discussing it. When Xiao Yan and Yao Leo think about it, people like Tang Lin who came from another advanced world should not care about such a nice spirit flame grass. Tang Lin had expected it, so he smiled and said, okay, I will keep it for now. If one day you have something that attracts me enough, I will exchange it for you. However, I also want to remind you, just tell me, this will not last indefinitely. If one day I suddenly need this herb urgently, I will use it directly. Okay. It's settled then. Xiao Yan was overjoyed when he saw Tang Lin agreeing readily. This meant that they could leave each other's contact information. Xiao Yan believed that it wouldn't take long for him to find someone better than this. The ice spirit flame grass is several times more valuable in exchange for Tang Lin. Moreover, even if he doesn't have it, doesn't Yao Leo still have it? Exclamation mark. Tang Lin smiled helplessly, patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, and sighed in his heart. Brother, believe me, you may never need this herb in your life. Even if you really succeed in refining the blood, you won't have the chance to use the lotus pill, because I'm bound to get the green lotus earth core fire. Tang Lin must make himself strong enough in the past few years, because only in this way can he be able to deal with the continental crisis that will come in a few years on the Douluo continent. Chapter 196. Summoned Super Airdrop. Xiao Yan received Tang Lin's answer and knew that Tang Lin would stay in the Warcraft Mountains for training during this period. The two left each other's contact information, and Xiao Yan left. Not to mention that the wolf head mercenary group could no longer accommodate him. After Tang Lin's stimulation, he no longer wanted to follow the team's wretched development like this. Now he just wanted to practice alone in the Warcraft Mountains. Only in the real death, only under the threat of danger can he grow up faster. There is still about a year before the 3-year contract, and he doesn't want to lose to Nalan Yanran. The next day, there was a mysterious young man beside the little medical fairy. The little medical fairy only explained that this was her bodyguard, and the people from Wanyao's Hay didn't care. It was only later that everyone discovered that the people from the wolf head mercenary group had seen him. Tang Lin looked fearful and uneasy when they thought about how Muley, the young leader of the wolf head mercenary group, had become useless overnight and was being carried away by the people of the wolf head mercenary group. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble, and they became more fearful and more respectful towards Tang Lin. The medicinal materials were almost collected, and the people from Wanyao's Hay planned to leave. However, the little medical fairy stayed and planned to explore the deeper parts of the Warcraft Mountains with Tang Lin. Wanyao's Hay and some mercenary guards expressed their concern. Worrying, but some people have already revealed the matter of Tang Lin's Daoki turning into wings, which made all those who objected immediately shut up and leave obediently. The little medical fairy has healed many people in several mercenary groups and in the entire town, so many people owe her favors. Because of this, her status is almost comparable to others, and it also allows her to get more all kinds of information about the Warcraft Mountains, and she would also go into the Warcraft Mountains from time to time to collect medicine, so she was relatively familiar with the Warcraft Mountains. That's why Tang Lin hoped that she could accompany him to experience here and at the same time find the Blood Lotus Essence. After leaving the main army, the little Dr. Fairy and Tang Lin walked in the Warcraft Mountains. After a night of getting along, the little Dr. Fairy had completely put down her guard against Tang Lin. Now that Tang Lin is by her side, she feels unparalleled safety. Feeling this is what those mercenary guards cannot bring her. Huang Lianjing? Asked the little medical fairy. Yes, you are familiar with the Warcraft Mountains. You should know where this medicine will be found, right? Tang Lin asked the little Dr. Fairy Blood Lotus Essence, but she didn't know where there was such a thing as Blood Lotus Essence. However, Blood Lotus Essence, an extremely rare high-level medicinal material, usually grows together with Huang Lion Essence, so there is Huang Lion Essence. Where there are Lotus Essences, Blood Lotus Essences may appear. The little medical fairy thought for a moment, then suddenly whistled, and a first-level flying monster flew from the sky. This was the little Dr. Fairy's monster partner, and his name was Xiaolan. Come up together? The little medical fairy looked at Tang Lin. It is good. Tang Lin and the two of them stepped onto the back of the flying monster Xiaolan, and flew towards the basin where the previous team collected herbs. Soon after, they vaguely saw a small valley deep in the basin. Through the thick layer of fog, the two of them descended slowly. The rich energy filled in this small valley was refreshing, and instantly made Tang Lin feel refreshed. How is it? Isn't this place beautiful? The small valley here is completely isolated from the outside, and there is thick fog in the sky. It is extremely hidden. If Xiaolan hadn't accidentally broken in, I probably wouldn't have discovered it. This is a wonderful place. The little medical fairy was a little proud, and then said a little shyly, this is also a secret base of mine, but I have never brought anyone else here, and you are the first. Then I'm really honored. This place is indeed great. Tang Lin nodded in admiration, his eyes sweeping across the valley filled with light energy mist. Various precious medicinal herbs grow in the valley, and there is a scent of medicinal herbs. The smell, mixed in the white mist, makes people feel relaxed and happy, just like a fairyland on earth. There are some yellow lotus essences here. You can look for them at will to see if there is the kind of blood lotus essence you need. The little fairy doctor smiled. Although the yellow lotus essences in the basin outside have been picked several times, but she was the only one who knew about it in this valley, so almost all the medicinal materials were preserved. Tang Lin immediately jumped down from Xiaolan, came to the place where the Huanglianjing herb was, and started looking for it. Blood Lotus Jing and Huanglianjing looked similar in appearance. If you are not a senior pharmacist or are familiar with them, you will usually find that can't Tang Lin currently has almost nothing about medicinal materials, but he knows that the blood lotus essence is blood red, so he has checked almost every yellow lotus essence. However, it is a pity that after half a day, he has checked all the yellow lotus essences here. Lotus essence, he didn't find a blood lotus essence either. Blood lotus essence is indeed a high-grade medicinal material. He had already expected this. If such high-grade medicinal materials could be seen everywhere, they wouldn't be called high-grade medicinal materials. Nowadays, if you want to get the blood lotus essence in a short time, you probably have to go deep into the Warcraft Mountains. The blood lotus essence I'm looking for is not here. I'm afraid that it is difficult to find high-level medicinal materials such as blood lotus essence in the edge areas of the Warcraft Mountains. Do you know where other places deep in the Warcraft Mountains grow yellow lotus essence? Medicinal materials? Tang Lin asked. The depths of the Warcraft Mountains are too dangerous. I have never been there, and almost no one in the town has been there, so I don't know. However, on the outside of the mountains, deeper than here, I know there are several places full of wild animals. Where there are medicinal herbs, yellow lotus essence grows in those places. The little medical fairy answered honestly. Okay, let's go there now? Tang Lin asked. If possible, he wanted to find the blood lotus essence and a 4th level ice attribute magic core as soon as possible, both of which were essential materials for refining the blood lotus pill. He can only train in the Warcraft Mountains for a month or two at most before leaving. Then he has to find Ice Emperor Haberdong before Xiao Yan and find a way to get the remaining map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire in his hand. And then sneak into the Tagore Desert to seize the Kinglian Earth Core Fire. The little medical fairy was hesitant to speak. After thinking about it, she finally gritted her teeth and said, I have a map here, and I have marked those places. You can find them by yourself. I haven't been here for a long time. So, I want to stay here for a while. Let Xiaolan take you there. How about it? I think you want to stay here and study your poison sutra, right? Tang Lin took the map with a smile. As soon as the little medical fairy said it, he already knew the reason. The 7-color poison sutra was very important to the little medical fairy. It's so tempting. She only wants to study the poison scripture at the moment. It's like an ordinary person who suddenly gets a high-level skill. Anyone can't wait to practice it. Yes. The little medical fairy nodded. What's the point? It's okay. Just study yours carefully. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Your little valley is full of rich energy, which is very suitable for practice. I just take this opportunity to practice here. Tang Lin smiled helplessly. After all, the Warcraft Mountain Range is the Warcraft Mountain Range. Tang Lin has not practiced any fighting key skills. Even his fighting skills have only mastered a little bit of the Zuan level fighting skill Mad Lion's Roar. Therefore, with his current strength, if you encounter a 5th level magic beast, it is probably difficult to defeat it, let alone there are higher level magic beasts in this magic beast mountain range. Thinking of this, he thought of the flare gun in his backpack. Now was the best time to summon the super airdrop. In this small valley, there was a small wooden house, and the little medical fairy obviously came here often. When he saw the little medical fairy entering the room and starting to study the poison scripture, Tang Lin also took out his airdrop gun. Boom. There was a gunshot and a red flare shot into the sky. Tang Lin thought, this thing should only be visible to it, right? After all, only he can see the box. But even if the super airdrop is seen by the little medical fairy, Tang Lin doesn't care. Not long after, Tang Lin saw a military green super airdrop box slowly landing among the thick clouds and mist. Tang Lin was full of curiosity, excitement. After all, this is the first time in history that a super airdrop has been summoned, and I don't know what will be inside. But what he needs most now is high-level martial arts and fighting skills. As for the rest, Tang Lin doesn't care. Sure enough, the airdrop landed slowly, but the little medical fairy running around among the herbs and cabins did not notice it. This showed that only he could see this super airdrop. Bang, the super airdrop box finally landed. Tang Lin slowly raised his hands and touched the super airdrop box. Suddenly, the contents inside appeared in his mind one by one. Seeing the items inside made him breathe quickly almost instantly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. Rich airdrop items, God-defying tactics. Tang Lin counted. There are a total of 9 light groups among them. This means that there are 9 items in total. 2 of the light groups are cards covered with mysterious patterns, and the remaining 7 light groups are all scrolls and the like. Tang Lin carefully checked the item information, and was immediately overjoyed. Even his breathing became abnormally rapid. Thing. 1. Emperor level advanced skill, Pure Elm Burning Heaven Technique. 2. Emperor level intermediate fighting skill, Pure God Destruction. 3. Emperor level intermediate alchemy technique, 9-star alchemy technique. 4. Emperor level intermediate skill, 1 Qi King Jing. 5. Emperor level primary poison technique, Ancient Poison Saint. Chapter 6. Emperor level primary fighting skill, Ice Wall Emperor Flame Fist. 7. Emperor level primary fighting skill, Snakeskin Walking. 8. Experience card, 6th grade junior alchemist experience card. 9. Upgrade card, Dao Huang upgrade card. Tang Lin never expected that the exercises in this super airdrop box were all Emperor level exercises above the heaven level. There was not even a heaven level 1, and there were 2 more than the previous ones. Cards, experience cards and upgrade cards that have never appeared before. It is indeed a super airdrop. Tang Lin sighed and didn't think too much. He then directly put the 9 light groups into the space backpack. The military green super airdrop box disappeared immediately. Tang Lin sat down directly and continued to investigate with great excitement. Details on these items. Pure Elm Burning Heaven Technique, Fire Attribute Technique. The technique level is currently at the advanced level of the Emperor level and can be upgraded. Note, Devouring Flames is the only way to improve. After reading the first introduction to the Emperor level advanced skills, Tang Lin took a breath and was so excited. The Emperor level advanced skills can actually be upgraded? Exclamation mark. What level would it be above the Imperial level? Tang Lin didn't know, and he probably knew that he could only get this answer after improving his skills. From the comments at the end, Tang Lin understood that it was probably impossible to upgrade this technique by relying on box energy. The only way to upgrade was to swallow the flames. It seems that even this system wants me to absorb the strange fire of Daoqi continent. In this case, I must get this Kinglian Earth Heart Fire. Tang Lin grinned. Slightly he sighed. Not only the Kinglian Earth Core Fire, but also the other strange fires on the Daoqi continent. He had to get them, as long as he had the chance. Otherwise it would be impossible to upgrade the Emperor level advanced skills. Jingshan Destruction, Emperor level intermediate fighting skill is from the same sect as Pure Domain Burning God technique. When practiced together, they complement each other even more. When used together with the enemy, the power will be even greater and can reach the highest level of Emperor level, the level of advanced fighting skills. Obviously, this fighting skill is prepared for this technique. Next is the third light group, the 9-star alchemy technique. It belongs to the intermediate level of the Emperor level alchemy technique. It can also be called the Pan alchemy technique. It is a top level alchemy technique specially created by the system for the host, to be used with the pan. Seeing this, Tang Lin once again showed a look of surprise. He immediately took out the pan and took a look. Sure enough, he had no clue about the mysterious lines on the pan before. However, when he looked at it again, it gradually became clear. With some different understandings, the lines on it are like the arrangement of stars. There are 9 huge stars and countless small stars combined. It is like a formation. It seems that it can be activated when activated. Unexpected effect. 1 Qi King Jing. The so-called Tao generates 1, 1 generates 2, 2 generates 3, 3 generates all things. This is the meaning of 1 in this Qi King Jing. It is a top level key refining technique at the intermediate level of the Emperor level. The Ancient Poison Saint. He is a 9-star Dao Emperor level Poison Saint in the ancient times. The poisonous skills he has learned throughout his life are at the primary level of the Emperor. Tang Lin took a look and found that, although this poisonous skill was very powerful, it didn't suit his taste, and he didn't like it. And this Qing is just the primary technique of the emperor level. As for the technique, in fact, all he needs to do is choose a practice that is powerful enough. After all, he can't bite off more than he can chew, so of course he will choose which volume can evolve and upgrade. The emperor level advanced technique, pure elm burning god technique, and this volume can only temporarily become his collection. Ice Wall Emperor Flame Fist, a boxing technique with dual attributes of ice and fire. It belongs to the primary level of the emperor. Tang Lin took a closer look at this boxing technique. It was very powerful and practical, and it was also very suitable for him to practice. He liked it very much. Snakeskin movement, the host's exclusive movement fighting skill, which can be upgraded. Tang Lin likes this body fighting skill very much. The so-called body fighting skill can not only be used in fighting and traveling, but most importantly, it can also be used to escape. And this fighting skill can be improved. 6th grade early stage alchemist experience card. After use, the host can instantly have the soul strength, elixir knowledge and alchemy level of a 6th grade early stage alchemist without any side effects. Dao Huan health level card. When the host reaches a level of 9-star Dao King, it can be used directly to instantly increase the Dao Ki cultivation level to the level of 1-star Dao King without any side effects. Tang Lin first took out the 6th grade early stage alchemist experience card, held it with both hands, and the experience card instantly shattered, then turned into countless tiny energy fragments, and then turned into a strange energy that floated in from both sides into his brain. Soon, a severe feeling of dizziness came. In an instant, his soul was shaken, and his already powerful soul perception was greatly improved in an instant. At the same time, a lot of knowledge about herbs, elixirs and other elixirs, as well as alchemy techniques, alchemy experience, etc., were all available to his mind, poured into his mind. Starter well. Tang Lin immediately covered his head with both hands, gritted his teeth tightly, and sweat dropped all over his body. He didn't know how long it took before he slowly recovered a little bit of his energy. Then, he slowly recovered, and gradually he felt refreshed. He felt refreshed, and as soon as his soul perception was released, things within a few miles radius became extremely clear in his mind. At this time, he looked at the precious herbs around him. He didn't recognize almost any of them before. Now, after looking at them, he found that there was not a single one of them that he didn't know. There are still many basic elixir formulas and methods for refining elixirs in my mind. He knows that this is because of the experience card. Now, he is only a 3-star fighting king, and has become a genuine 6th grade early stage alchemist. Tang Lin was in a happy mood. Garlum suddenly, Tang Lin's stomach growled, and before he knew it, it was already lunchtime. Logically speaking, as a fighting king, he would not feel hungry so easily. This was obviously consumed when he absorbed and digested this experience card. It's not that small, that's why I'm so hungry right now. Tang Lin stood up and went over to say hello to the little medical fairy. He found that this girl was actually busy studying her 7-color poison scripture and tinkering with her poisons. He had no time to pay attention to him. He smiled helplessly, immediately flapped his wings and flew out. It didn't take long. Tang Lin came back again. Now the system can search boxes within a 10-mile radius. He just went out and licked some World of Warcraft boxes and got some animal meat. In the room, the little medical fairy was scratching her head and thinking about the poisonous citrus. When she saw Tang Lin coming in, the little medical fairy asked curiously, "Why are you back so soon?" "Well, it's dinner time. I went out to hunt some game." Seeing the cute and serious look on the little medical fairy's face, Tang Lin smiled for no reason, then took out the pan and started to light a fire and prepare to cook. "You still cook?" The little medical fairy stared at the pan in Tang Lin's hand with her eyes wide open. She never thought that Tang Lin, a grown man, would actually carry a pan with him. Tang Lin's image instantly dropped in her heart. Tang Lin shrugged and smiled without saying a word. "Okay, you cook, I'll cook." The little medical fairy immediately stopped what he was doing and decided to cook first. As for the problem of the poison meridian, he couldn't figure it out for the time being, so he simply didn't think about it for now. Time flies. Half a month has passed. The two have lived together in the valley for more than half a month. Now the little medical fairy has been deeply impressed by Tang Lin's cooking skills. He feels that he can't eat Tang Lin's cooking for a day without feeling sick all over his body. Comfortable. During this period, she also returned to the town to study the 7-colored poison sutra, but soon returned to the valley to continue her research in silence. After working hard, she had made some gains in this half month. Tang Lin, on the other hand, has been practicing hard, and his growth in the past half month has been extremely exaggerated. First of all, after using the experience card of the 6th grade early stage alchemist, he has completely become a 6th grade alchemist. During this period, he also learned the 9-star alchemy technique and used the precious medicinal materials around him to skillfully refine some precious elixirs. Secondly, there is plenty of Dao Qi here. Since various medicinal materials are extremely rich, all kinds of energy are also extremely rich. After practicing the pure domain burning heaven technique, Tang Lin's Dao Qi cultivation grew even more rapidly and terrifyingly in this environment. He originally thought that he had underestimated the horror of this advanced Zuan level technique, but after practicing for a period of time, he realized that he still underestimated the horror of this advanced emperor level technique. In just a few days, he actually broke through from the 3-star Dao Wang to the 4-star Dao Wang. This is the effect of the technique he just practiced. Because this technique is really obscure and difficult to practice, he is only practicing it roughly now. It's just a little bit, but it has already achieved such an unexpected effect. If he mastered the technique completely and practiced it to a more proficient level in the future, he simply couldn't imagine what it would be like. It's truly an emperor level advanced technique. He has also practiced a little bit on the emperor level intermediate fighting skill Jingshen destruction, but this fighting skill is the same as a pure elm burning heaven technique. It is difficult to understand and difficult to practice. However, he is not in a hurry to achieve success. He will have plenty of time to practice slowly in the future. But what he didn't expect was that although the Ice Wall Emperor Flame Fist was also an Emperor level fighting skill, it was not that obscure. After half a month of practice, he had actually mastered some of it. After all, the power of the Emperor level primary fighting skill has exceeded his expectations. With his current strength of the 4-star fighting king, if he wants to use it, he must use all his strength, and it will hollow out his body in an instant. It means that after using it, he will have no fighting ability. Therefore, for him now, this fighting skill is just a life-saving fighting skill, and he will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. The wild lion roars. As Tang Lin's roar fell, a fast-running lion with huge energy emerged instantly. The violent roar of the lion resounded in the small valley, causing slight tremors on the ground and the surrounding air of shock. The mad lion's roar is an extremely simple but advanced Zuan level fighting skill. Half a month later, he has completely mastered it, and with his strength, it can even reach the power of an earth level fighting skill. HMPH, this guy's really a cultivator. In the house, the little medical fairy who was studying the 7-colored poison sutra was disturbed by the noise made by Tang Lin. He immediately curled his lips and muttered angrily. Not long after, Tang Lin's training came to an end. Entering the room, the little medical fairy happened to have finished her research. I'm going to go into the depths of the Warcraft Mountains to practice. Do you want to come with me? Tang Lin asked. For half a month, the two of them got along day and night. You cooked and I cooked every day. Tang Lin even guided her in her cultivation. The two gradually became friends, and the little medical fairy became as guarded against Tang Lin as she did in the beginning. Although he has now become a 6th grade early stage alchemist, and naturally there is no need to use the little medical fairy to find the blood lotus essence, but he had promised the little medical fairy before that he would protect her when she goes deep into the depths to search for medicine. So he finally went. If you don't want to go, it still depends on the little medical fairy's own wishes. Well, I happen to be short of some herbs at this stage, so I'll accompany you. The little fairy doctor smiled sweetly. Tang Lin smiled slightly, and just like that, the two of them stepped onto the back of the First Order Warcraft Xiaolin again, and flew deeper into the Warcraft Mountains. Chapter 198. Go deep into the Warcraft Mountains. The experience begins. Tang Lin had already checked the places marked on the map that the little fairy had given Tang Lin before and found no blood lotus essence. However, it was not surprising. These places were still at the outer reaches of the Warcraft Mountains, at the deepest point. It has only reached the dangerous area for the survival of second level monsters. Therefore, they did not stay on the periphery, but went directly into the area of the second order monsters. Tang Lin's soul perception was extremely strong. He directly asked Zio Lan to fly to the place where the fighting energy was rich under his guidance. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach their destination. There was also a basin below, covered with all kinds of precious medicinal herbs. The two of them immediately came down and started picking. Although these medicinal herbs were precious, Tang Lin still didn't like them. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find the blood lotus essence. Then, help after the little medical fairy gathered enough medicinal materials, they left and continued to go deeper, to the next place with rich spiritual energy. Under Tang Lin's guidance, the two of them went straight deep into the Warcraft Mountains and found 2 medicinal fields. Finally, they were attacked by 3 second level Warcraft near the 3rd medicinal field with rich spiritual energy. Tang Lin had long sensed that there were monsters here, which meant that the herbs here would only become more precious. These 3 second level monsters are red ice snakes, and the leader of them has vaguely reached the 3rd level. This kind of Warcraft is quite common in the outer reaches of the Warcraft Mountains. Its attribute is ice, and the ice is pregnant with cold poison. If the poisoned person is not treated within half a day, the blood in the body will be frozen by the cold poison until death. Seeing this kind of monster, the little Dr. Fairy's eyes suddenly lit up. It was very interested in anything related to box poison. She already knew this kind of monster, but she didn't have enough strength, so she never got its venom. Now that Tang Lin, a powerful fighting king, was here, she felt overjoyed, as if the venom contained in these 3 monsters had become something in her pocket. 3 magical beasts rushed towards Tang Lin. The little medical fairy had already stepped on Zio Lan's back and hid in the sky behind Tang Lin, waiting for Tang Lin to kill the 3 magical beasts. Tang Lin was not polite. He came to the Warcraft Mountains for the purpose of training. Immediately punched the 3 monsters. With one punch, a huge lion energy formed rapidly, and with a violent roar of lions, it directly attacked the 3 monsters. The huge energy raged in this small world, making the little medical fairy in the sky a little confused. The color is eclipsed. Boom. The 2 red ice snakes rushing in front were immediately blown away, but the strongest one behind them rushed directly towards Tang Lin. Tang Lin grinned and remained unmoved. Black aura instantly appeared around his body armor. Oh. The red ice snake struck Tang Lin fiercely, but found that it could not shake Tang Lin at all. Only then did they realize that the human being in front of them was not that simple at all, and was even terrifyingly strong. He was not a being that they could compete with. Although they were second level monsters, they were not stupid. They wanted to escape immediately, but how could Tang Lin give them this chance? With a punch, the red ice snake in front of him was directly transformed into a box. The 2 that were blown away before were already seriously injured. How could they run away? The whole process took the blink of an eye, and 3 powerful second level monsters were directly killed by Tang Lin. Tang Lin immediately licked the box. In addition to the box's energy, it also contained essence, blood, meat, etc. Fortunately, there was an ice attribute magic core among the 3 red ice snakes. After cleaning up everything, the 2 of them looked at the medicinal field ahead. There were several precious cold hard grass plants here. Apart from these few, Tang Lin was not very interested in the other medicinal herbs. Many of them were poisonous weeds, and they were all cheap to the little Dr. Fairy, making her smile completely from ear to ear. Hey, if I had known earlier, I would have asked you to take me out earlier. The little medical fairy said with emotion, while collecting the medicinal materials. Tang Lin smiled without saying anything, and sat down directly next to the corpse of the monster, summoning the elixir fire, intending to refine the elixir. Tang Lin didn't want to waste the flesh and blood of the red ice snake like this. Combined with the ice cold heart grass produced here, he could refine a poisonous elixir called ice cold poison heart pill, and give it to the little medical fairy, so that she could heal faster. Improve your own strength. The little medical fairy who was collecting medicinal materials saw Tang Lin coming out with a powerful elixir fire, as if he was going to make an elixir. She couldn't help but widen her eyes and looked at Tang Lin in confusion. You can also make elixirs? You can actually do that? An alchemist? In the small valley, she had been focusing on studying the 7-colored poison sutra, and she did not realize that Tang Lin was an alchemist at all. Moreover, Tang Lin also focused on cultivation when he was in the valley, and he only refined the elixir a few times. Moreover, she was not seen. There are many things I know. Tang Lin responded indifferently, and the little doctor's Ayank was speechless. At such a young age, not to mention the strength of Dao Wang, he was actually a box alchemist. And from the powerful pill fire, it can be seen that Tang Lin is definitely an advanced alchemist. This shocked her again. Why are you looking at me so surprised? Give me some of the snake venom you just got. Tang Lin said. What kind of elixir are you refining? It's actually poisonous? The little medical fairy asked curiously. Refining some poison pills for you can help you improve your strength more quickly. After all, this is in the Warcraft Mountains. Don't you want your strength to be stronger? Refined for me? How do you know that I need you? Have you read my poison sutra? Yeah, I've seen it. Isn't it the Enon poison body? Tang Lin smiled nonchalantly. He already knew it. The little medical fairy suddenly felt warm in his heart. I thought that, if others knew about his poisonous body, no one would be willing to make friends with me, but I didn't expect that Tang Lin wouldn't mind at all. After obtaining the snake venom, coupled with the second level ice attribute magic core and the ice cold heart grass, Tang Lin immediately started refining the medicinal ingredients soon. The cold poison heart pill was successfully refined, with a total of 13 pills. After getting the newly released cold poison heart pill, the little medical fairy felt warm in her heart. However, her current strength was still too weak. Even after practicing for half a month under Tang Lin's guidance, she was only as strong as a 2-star fighter. So you can only absorb 1 or 2 pills in half a month. Soon, the medicinal herbs in this basin were almost collected by the little medical fairy, and the two continued to move towards the Warcraft Mountains. The medicinal materials in the depths are much more precious than those in the outer areas. Unfortunately, my backpack is already full of medicinal herbs. On Xiaolan's back, the little medical fairy muttered. Tang Lin smiled helplessly and said, it's simple. If you trust me, you can give me all the medicinal materials. No matter how much they are, I can help you store them and return to your secret base when the time comes. I'll just give it back to you. Really, that's great. The little medical fairy immediately nodded happily. Of course it believed in Tang Lin, and Tang Lin, a powerful fighting king, might not like these medicinal materials of hers. Even if he did, the two of them found these medicinal materials together. Tang Lin Dao should have a share, so Zio the medical fairy handed the backpack directly to Tang Lin without any scruples. Tang Lin smiled helplessly. Why did he feel like he was being tricked? After taking the medicinal material backpack from the little medical fairy, Tang Lin instantly put the medicinal materials inside into his space backpack and gave the little fairy doctor an empty backpack again. The little medical fairy was secretly dumbfounded, but she also knew that it was not unusual for a strong man like Tang Lin and such a monster to possess 1 or 2 space secret treasures. Then, Tang Lin looked into the depths of the magical beast mountain range. These magical beasts on the periphery were no threat to him at all, and they could not achieve the effect of training. Now, the only way is to go deep into the Warcraft Mountains. Chapter 199. Melee combat with the peak purple fire spiritual beast of level 4. Deep in the Warcraft Mountains, in a forest. Boom, boom. A loud sound echoed in the area. Under the forest, a black figure was fighting hand to hand with a huge monster. All around, the earth shook, and huge burning trees and pits of fire could be seen everywhere. The destructive and terrifying energy ravaged the world, causing all the monsters in this small world to flee. In the sky, a trembling First Order monster was hovering. On its back, a girl was observing the battle below. While she was shocked, she was also faintly worried about the figure below. This person is the little medical fairy, and the figure below is Tang Lin. The little medical fairy also knows that Tang Lin is very powerful, but this is a Warcraft after all, and Tang Lin has no weapons, and does not use any powerful fighting skills. With his body, he could fight hand to hand with an incomparably powerful monster. How could she not be worried? You know, that is a 4th order peak magical beast that is about to enter the ranks of 5th order magical beasts, the purple fire spiritual beast. Boom. The purple fire spiritual beast blasted out a powerful fire fist, and the color of the world suddenly changed, causing the surrounding air to be burned, and making a series of exploding sounds. Oh. Tang Lin also punched out, but when his fist touched the opponent's fire fist, he immediately frowned, and the next moment, he was blown away. Stabilizing his body, Tang Lin's whole body was trembling slightly. This was not because of the punch, but because he was extremely excited at the moment. Grinning, he has not felt such a feeling of blood boiling for a long time. Almost half a month has passed since he went deep into the Warcraft mountains. This is the first time he has felt blood boiling. It is the first time he has encountered such a powerful 4th level Warcraft! Exclamation mark. The purple fire soul beast has a powerful body and terrifying fire ability. It is usually only around the 3rd to 4th level. However, this one is abnormally powerful and is about to enter the 5th level. If Tang Lin hadn't also practiced powerful fire attribute skills, I'm afraid this punch alone would have killed him. Without much hesitation, Tang Lin immediately ran towards the purple fire spirit beast. The only thing he could think about at this moment was fighting. Just like that, one man and one beast fought together again, and the roaring sound of explosions continued to be heard. No matter how powerful this monster was, Tang Lin insisted on not using any fighting skills, relying solely on his fists and strong body to fight it hand to hand. Punch to the flesh, he also injured the anger of this monster. Only in this way can he feel the active fighting spirit in his body and the boiling of the blood in his body. After fighting for a long time, Tang Lin finally beat this 4th level monster to death. Of course, he was also stained, because this purple fire spiritual beast was so powerful. Tang Lin believed that it could compete with ordinary monsters. A 5th level early stage monster. After half a month of hard training in the Warcraft mountains, Tang Lin has become more and more proficient in mastering and using Daoqi. Unlike when he first arrived in Daoqi continent a month ago, the fighting spirit in his body is still stirring now. He knows that through constant fighting, he will grow faster. Successfully licked the box and got 5,000 boxes. Recommended reading / get a 4th level fire attribute magic core. The most precious thing you get after killing this monster is this 4th order fire attribute magic core. The 4th order magic core is extremely precious, and for him who practices fire attribute skills, it is even more precious. There is still some blood essence left, which is also very precious. Looking at the attribute panel, he found that in the month since he came to Daoqi continent, his box energy has reached. This is because he did not take the initiative to find World of Warcraft to kill. He is not a murderous person. Threats: if there are no soul beasts attacking him, he will not take the initiative to kill them. Are you okay? The battle was finally over, and the little medical fairy jumped down quickly and asked with concern. Don't worry, it's just a small injury, it's okay. Tang Lin didn't care about the small injuries on his body. A small injury is also an injury. The little medical fairy took out the medicine and went directly to treat him regardless of whether Tang Lin wanted to or not. Okay, we have to quickly go to the lair of the purple fire soul beast to see if there are any treasures. After the little medical fairy finished dealing with it, Tang Lin quickly said, they were just passing by here, and they were caught by this. The monster attacked crazily, so he suspected that the purple fire spiritual beast was protecting something. Then let's go quickly. After treating Tang Lin's body, the little medical fairy's face showed a blush, obviously a little embarrassed. Arriving outside the huge cave of the purple fire soul beast, Tang Lin vaguely felt a fanatical and powerful energy. Logically speaking, with his strong soul perception, he should have felt such a powerful energy long ago. Yes, but it wasn't until he was near the cave entrance that he vaguely noticed it. This is obviously something unusual. It's too hot around here. When the little medical fairy came near the entrance of the cave, she suddenly felt extremely hot. She immediately took an ice cold poisonous heart pill and the cold energy spread throughout her body instantly, and she felt a little better. Now he was only a 4-star fighter, and he couldn't get close to such a violent and powerful energy. I don't know what's in here, so don't follow me in. There is a place full of medicinal herbs over there. It was not affected by the battle just now. You should go and collect the herbs first. Tang Lin told the little medical fairy said, the large and small monsters around here should have been frightened away by our battle just now. I believe that no monsters will dare to come back in a short time, so this area should be very safe. Okay, then be careful yourself. The fanatical energy here really made her a little uncomfortable, and the little medical fairy knew that going in would be a burden, so she had the same idea as Tang Lin, calling Xiaolan over, and she went directly to collect the medicinal materials. Seeing her leaving, Tang Lin turned around, flapped his wings, and flew into the cave like the mouth of a volcano. Originally, there was a 3rd order early stage magical beast and several 2nd order magical beasts guarding here. However, at this moment, they had already ran away completely. Entering the cave, it was not pitch black like other caves. Instead, purple flames were scattered around the cave, making the entire cave extremely bright. Tang Lin released his soul perception and knew the situation inside the cave instantly. Soon, he came to a huge cave, surrounded by terrifying purple fire energy. This should be the kennel of the purple fire spiritual beast. However, except for a few precious fire attribute medicinal materials, there were no other valuable things near the cave. Tang Lin followed the induction and came to a magma. The magma here was full of flame energy and was obviously different from ordinary magma. Same. Tang Lin knew the energy that attracted him was beneath the magma, and in order to improve his strength, he must get it. Fortunately, during this period, they found many precious medicinal materials, and he also refined some elixirs to prepare for emergencies, including Bingxin Dan. After swallowing the Bingxin pill, and using his powerful fighting spirit and soul power to protect himself, Tang Lin dived directly into the magma, and followed the energy radiating out. Chapter 200. Fire Spirit Crystal. The Blood Lotus Essence is obtained. Warcraft Mountains, a medicinal field. The little medical fairy was jumping around in the medicine field to collect medicines. Through her understanding of the poison classic in the past month, she also learned a lot about medicinal materials from Tang Lin. She can now recognize many precious medicinal herbs. This place belongs to the depths of the Warcraft Mountains. She never imagined that one day she would set foot in such a dangerous place. The precious medicinal materials here have already made her happy. In particular, she also found many poisons and poisonous weeds needed for her research. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a cluster of yellow lotus essences out of the corner of her eye. Among them, there seemed to be 2 that were a little different. They seemed to be blood lotus essences. Now, under Tang Lin's guidance, she already knew the difference between the yellow lotus essence and the blood lotus essence. She wiped her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the blood lotus essence, which they had been searching for half a month, but could not find, would be there? Found it today. It's really the blood lotus essence. Unable to hold back her excitement, the little medical fairy immediately ran over. When she saw it, she was overjoyed. It turned out to be the blood lotus essence. Deep magma. Tang Lin's whole body made a squeaking and burning sound. He was running the fire attribute Emperor level technique, which caused the fighting energy to greatly isolate the high temperature outside. With the Bingxin Dan protecting his body, he continued to dive without any worries. After a moment, the energy below became stronger and stronger, and Tang Lin showed a smile. It's finally here. Under the high temperature magma, his soul power was severely restricted, so he didn't know how long it would take to reach the bottom of the magma. He couldn't sustain it here for too long. If there was no hope anymore, he really planned to leave. The bottom of the magma was fiery red. Tang Lin saw an area about 1 meter in diameter in the center of the bottom. The color was much darker than the surrounding colors. This is Fire Spirit Crystal? Tang Lin was immediately overjoyed. This thing is very precious, especially for those who practice fire attribute skills. Tang Lin immediately went down and tried to dig it all out, but then he frowned. Such a large piece of fire soul was completely growing in the ground. With his current strength, it was already very good to maintain this state. Where? Can you still take it out? There was no other way. Tang Lin had no choice but to leave here first. At this moment, he also felt the problem of his own lack of strength. If he could basically use the skills, he would not return without success. When the lava came out, Tang Lin frowned. However, if you prepare carefully, you can take out some, but he doesn't want to just take a little, he wants them all. Anyway, this place is suitable for me to practice. I will live here for the next month. After practicing the technique a few times, improving my strength, and preparing some pills, I should be able to take out all the fire spirit crystals. Tang Lin thought as he felt that the energy here was extremely suitable for those who practiced fire attribute skills. No wonder even this ordinary purple fire spiritual beast can cultivate to the peak of the 4th level and is about to break through the 5th level. Thinking of the training environment here, Tang Lin finally understood why the purple fire spiritual beast could become so powerful. When Tang Lin flew out, the little medical fairy was already waiting for him at the entrance of the cave from a distance. Guess what I found? Seeing that Tang Lin didn't seem to get what he wanted, the little medical fairy couldn't help but frown. But the next moment, a smile suddenly appeared on her face, pretending to be mysterious. What? Is it a heaven-defying poison? The little doctor fairy looked angry at Tang Lin, and then took out 2 blood lotus essences from behind. No, look, they are 2 blood lotus essences. Blood lotus essence? Tang Lin quickly took it over, and took a look. Sure enough, he was overjoyed and said, finally found it. When you came out just now, you didn't seem very happy. Didn't you find anything inside? Tang Lin put away the blood lotus essence. I found some treasures, but they are deep under the magma. I can't get them all out yet. Oh, I see. The cave here is very suitable for me to practice, so I plan to practice in this cave for a while, until I take out all the things below, and then leave. Tang Lin thought for a while and said, don't you want to stay with me? The little medical fairy frowned, shook his head and said, forget it, this place is not suitable for my cultivation. Now I have obtained countless medicinal materials. I have also wanted to go back to my base to research some medicinal materials. If I don't get some medicinal materials, if you plant it out, it might go bad. It's not that she doesn't want to practice with Tang Lin, it's just that her strength is too low now. It makes more sense to go back and study on her own if she stays with Tang Lin. Don't worry, I've kept your herbs very well, just like when I picked them. They won't go bad. Tang Lin smiled. His space backpack was not a vegetarian. Bragging. The little medical fairy naturally didn't believe it. Some herbs will start to deteriorate if they are kept in the space for a day or two. Half a month has passed. How can they be the same as when they were just picked? Since you want to go back, I'll take you back now. Tang Lin just smiled and didn't explain. It is good. The little medical fairy stretched out his hand, pulled Tang Lin onto Zhao Lan's back, and then flew directly to the outskirts of the Warcraft Mountains. Not long after, the two of them arrived in the valley. Tang Lin immediately took out all the medicinal herbs in his space backpack. There were a dazzling array of precious medicinal herbs on the ground, and they were arranged in categories. The little medical fairy's eyes widened, because he discovered that these herbs were exactly as Tang Lin said, perfectly preserved, as if they had just been picked. She immediately shocked Tang Lin into a heavenly being. I've told you before, but you don't believe me. When have I ever lied to you? Tang Lin grinned, and touched the little head of the shocked little medical fairy. Okay, I'll leave first. When I leave the Warcraft Mountains, I will come find you again. With a movement of his shoulders, a pair of huge dazzling black wings appeared. With a slight vibration, Tang Lin instantly leaped into the air, and then disappeared into the thick white mist. Let's just leave, let's go. The little medical fairy suddenly came back to her senses. Suddenly, a feeling of loneliness emerged in her heart, making her feel a little sad for a moment. After returning to the hot cave, Tang Lin came to the lava again. The speed of practicing here would be faster. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to swallow a pill before starting to practice silently. In the past half-month, he has been constantly fighting against 4th level and even 5th level monsters. Those who actively attack him, he does not show mercy and directly beats them to death. Those who come to him on his own initiative, he will continue to come. However, not now. Cultivation is about relaxing and relaxing. Now it's time for him to stop and quietly practice using pills and the like for a few days. This Warcraft mountain range is rich in products, and his soul perception is extremely strong, so in the past half month, he has also found many precious medicinal herbs, so he plans to rely on these medicinal herbs to refine some elixirs for maintenance in the next period of time. Practiced. Time passes day by day. By the 7th day, Tang Lin had practiced the Pure Elm Burning Heaven technique several times, and became more familiar with it. The fighting energy in his body was also showing signs of breakthrough, but there was still an opportunity left. However, at this moment, Tang Lin, who was practicing in the cave, felt violent energy fluctuations coming from the distance. At the same time, huge and violent lion roars exploded in the sky. Listening to the violent roar of the lion, Tang Lin grinned with joy on his face and muttered, "Could it be?" He immediately flew out of the cave, and the lion's roar became clearer, which made Tang Lin feel certain in his heart. He jumped into the air and looked at the distant sky, where the violent energy was coming from. Land, and with the help of his sharp eyes, Tang Lin vaguely saw the figure of a graceful woman. Sure enough. First release. Tang Lin raised the corner of his mouth, showing a look of excitement. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.